a P3DO,
Okay,
right?
Jamal.
Would you would you let Q-Top babysit your children?
With absolutely no evidence.
That's a good point.
Would you let would you let Q-Top babysit your children?
Kids?
Like what? Well, I probably wouldn't let most people watch my children. Like, come on.
But would you
and just be honest.
but would you let Q-Top babysit your children after he said that he would, fuck a 15-year-old?
Listen. I don't believe that he's actually attracted to children. Okay. And I don't think you guys actually believe that genuine. Well, maybe, I don't know. You guys are weird.
Okay, so then under your worldview, he's not a schmedophile. He's just a schmedophile apologist, which is a lot better, right?
No, that's not what. That's not I don't think he's like having lives, hosting lives, and saying like, hey, we should have,
Yeah, typically they do try to keep it on the down low. Yeah.
Right.
Ian, do you think that like maybe we should ask him like what's like expected under the hypothesis that somebody is
Yeah, let's do some Bayesian analysis. Fuck yeah.
Just take the propositions and then just see like what he thinks. Like I don't mean like
Yeah.
you could do it.
You guys,
but like you could. I mean, presumably
you guys don't see it, but you guys are actually. This is like a form of cyberbullying, and this is what you guys are doing.
Yeah, we should.
Right?
Well, so first of all, yeah, it is cyberbullying. We cyberbully pedophiles. Yeah, I will gladly wear cyberbullying pedophiles as a badge of honor. Yeah.
Oh my god! See, you're continuously calling something that you have no basis to say. Like seriously, you have no basis to say that. Like really.
Well, wait, do you want me to play the clip again?
If someone is a P3DO, would you cyberbully them like in any way, shape, or form? Like,
but he's not. But he's not.
But if they were,
okay, but I'm asking if they were.
And even if he was like attracted to like 15-year-olds,
yeah, no, I'm asking if they were.
Technically, he still wouldn't be a P3DO, right? He'll be what do you call it? Ephibophilia, right? That's not P3DO.
This is what I was trying to get at earlier when I was asking you if you agreed with Ian's fucking definition that they provided earlier. And you said yes. You said if they're attracted to minors.
Yeah.
What are you on about?
No. Oh, wait, hold on.
Like, yeah.
Hold on. But the technical definition is being attracted to like someone under like the age of like 14, right?
You disagree with Ian's definition earlier, and you're saying this weird bullshit that's like insane fucking rhetoric that you find on incel Twitter, like deep depths of the.
But anyways,
actually, Q-Top's not a pedophile because he said he'd fuck a 15-year-old, and technically a pedophile is only when you would fuck a 14-year-old.
That's not what he said. That's not what I heard the audio. That's not what he said.
That is what he. We can play the. I can play the audio as many times as you need to hear it. It just unambiguously.
He said no. Go ahead, play it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's play it again.
Well, actually, not even just me personally. Yeah, it is okay. It is okay. Said a female must be emotionally mature and physically mature. 15-year-old mature. A 15-year-old can definitely be mature. Yes, that's exactly said.
Bro, mature enough to have intercourse with you as a man?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't believe that a 9-year-old.
Mature, that a 15-year-old is mature enough to have sex with him as a man.
Hold on. Where did he say that I would have relations with a 15-year-old?
Well, I think that this is like an integral belief, about people who want to have sex with 15-year-olds is that they think that 15-year-olds are okay. It's like wait, Jamal, do you think? Do you think a 15-year-old is emotionally or physically mature enough?
Ian,
do you think that a 15-year-old is emotionally or physically mature enough to have sex with an adult?
No. So,
okay.
No.
So do you think it's like
Ian, but you
really gross and weird that Q-Top does?
Oh, Ian, you made the claim that he
do you think it's really gross and weird that Q-Top does? Isn't that a weird thing? Isn't that a strange position for Q-Top to have, like an abnormal one that must speak to like something fundamentally different?
Ian, I'm gonna hold you accountable. You said that he was willing to have relations with a 15-year-old. Are you going to take that back?
that he was. Well, he literally said that he was. He said that a 15-year-old is mature enough to have sex with him as a man.
Where in that audio
That is,
he
said with him as a man, a 15-year-old is mature enough to have sex with him.
But he did not say that he was willing to have relations with a 15-year-old, right?
He said that the 15-year-old is mature enough.
Jamal.
Can you be intellectually honest for 1 second?
Yeah, let's be intellectually honest. Let's inference to the best explanation.
He said the words, "It is totally okay." Did you not hear those words when he said it was totally okay?
You guys are wild.
Do you not remember the words, "It's totally okay" coming out of his words? He said, "It is totally okay."
You guys
do you
are being
or do you
very
not
toxic.
recall that part?
Whatever
yes or
happened
no?
to being innocent?
Do you or do you not remember when he said it was totally okay?
We're not a court of law, dog.
Do you or do you not remember that it was totally okay? That's what he said. He said, "Yes, it's okay." Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
I never heard that.
Oh, okay. Ian, can you run the clip one more time?
One more time. Let's do it.
Yeah, one more time. Listen from the very beginning. Listen close.
And physically mature. 15-year-old mature. A 15-year-old can't be mature. Yes, that's exactly said.
Bro, mature enough to have intercourse with you as a man? Absolutely.
A little bit before that. A little bit before that. Just a little bit before that. Yeah.
Yes, it's hard to see. This must be the worst one.
And Dad said yes. You think that's okay?
I mean, me personally, well, actually, not even just me personally. Yeah, it is okay. It is okay. I said a female must be emotionally mature and physically mature. 15-year-old mature. A 15-year-old can't be mature. Yes, that's exactly said.
Bro, mature enough to have intercourse with you as a man?
Absolutely. I don't believe that a 9-year-old should be engaging in intercourse.
I want to know if you're saying that it's okay for you to sleep with someone who's 9, 8, 7 because they hit puberty. I need to know that.
No comment, bro, because y'all just gonna misconstrue my words. Okay. Don't see how you can't understand what I'm saying here.
Clearly you thought you were more.
That is the easiest thing to possibly answer, and his lack of answering should be the biggest indictment.
Sure.
That should be obvious. And Jamal, what part of anything that he said then or has ever said would make it seem as if he has some belief or some attitude that would prevent him from doing that?
But does it justify,
show me. Tell me, Jamal, tell me.
Hold on, critically. Does it justify you guys labeling him a PDA?
Oh my god.
I am when people use Jamal, when people use that type of language regularly and say that it is okay to do something like that, I am more than comfortable with labeling them that way because it does not do any significant harm to add social stigmatization to people who advocate for that shit.
So what they're doing yeah, look,
what you're saying is wrong, man.
Yeah, Jamal, man, dude, glory be to God, brother, for you staying strong.
Yeah. Way to stay strong in your defense of a pedophile.
Shut the fuck up.
Against this total,
what the
like
actual
demonic.
Fuck is wrong with you people?
This is a demonic.
Do you deny
agenda.
that those were your words, Q-Top?
This is a demonic agenda. The word of God stands, and everyone in this live who plays
were those
the
your
name of
words
Jesus
or not?
will
Yes
be
or
cast
no?
into the lake of fire.
Were those your words
you
or
will
not?
be judged.
Were those your
these
words
actions.
or
You
not?
will be judged.
Wait, Q-Top. Do pedophiles go to hell?
Do
pedophiles get cast into the lake of fire? Wait, do pedophiles get cast into the lake of fire?
I'm not gonna play your little narrative.
Do they get cast into the lake of fire?
Jamal, God bless you, brother.
Does God think that they're morally perfect? Wait, can I just ask you about a couple of clips really quick? It should be really quick. What did you mean by this one?
I'm not gonna play, and I'm not gonna.
What I just want to know, what did you mean by this one?
It's your narrative. Intercourse with you as a man? Absolutely.
I don't believe.
Yeah, run, pedo.
Yeah, you should run. Yeah.
You guys are still calling him that. This
Jamal, it is
Okay.
I
so
don't know what to say to you guys.
Jamal, it is so easy.
Hold on.
No. Please let me speak.
No. You guys need to stop doing that.
No,
this is
let me
really
speak.
harmful.
This is
seriously,
it is more harmful
This
to
is
spread that
very
you can have
harmful what you
sex
guys are
with a
doing.
15-year-old than
Unless you
accuse
have
somebody of being a
actual
P3.
concrete evidence.
We have it. We've given it to you. Okay, first of all, what kind of P3? First of all of us can agree that if you think that you can have sex with a 15-year-old, that you have P3DO thoughts. It is not okay. It's easy to admit. You up here won't even give your age of your girlfriend. And that's so simple. I can tell you, every one of us can tell us the age of our significant others. Don't sit up here and act like that we are some sort of crazy people for simply telling you.
Listen, in any audio I've heard, nowhere did Q-Top say that he was attracted to 15-year-olds, right? That's what you guys
What do P3DOs say
want to
about
believe,
what age
right?
they think people
you
are
guys need to stop cyberbullying other
Jamal, you do not understand what needs to happen in order to ensure that this shit does not happen. If we simply go by Jamal, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If we simply go by P3DO saying, yes, I am attracted to children, and that's her only social metric for identifying and condemning P3DOs, that will allow so many children to be abused. We need to have tighter standards. We need to have stronger condemnation. We need to identify the type of behavior that is more common among P3DOs than people that aren't P3DOs, and when we identify that behavior, it is important to associate it with the evil that being a P3DO really is. You rejecting that is pathetic, and you rejecting that is directly contributing towards the allowance of P3DOs in society.
Jared for Jesus.
I actually agree with what you just said, all right? But from what he has said, right, there's no justification to believe, right, and to say that he's actually a P3DO, all right? Again, stop making that radical leap.
Have we had the conversation?
That is very, very harmful. And
I'm sorry, Tashika, what were you saying?
Really quickly, did you guys already ask Jamal the golden question about him?
About his girlfriend? Yeah, he had some trouble answering.
How old is your fucking fiance?
He refuses to answer.
He always has. Because the first time you answered, you said she was 18. You're 40.
And God doesn't like lying.
I don't try to entertain TikTok rumors because it's just stupid and it's just
It wasn't a
ridiculous.
TikTok rumor. That's what you said.
For like 3 years, my supposed alleged girlfriend has been 18 years old.
No. People were referring to the fact that the first time you answered.
Somehow she hasn't aged for 3 years.
The first time you answered, you said she was 18 and you're in your 40s. Any age after that is still fucking crazy, okay?
Hold on, let's go back. And by the way, let's get back to my main point, right? Stop bullying people.
You do not act like a 40-year-old, by the way.
First of all, I think we should bully
guys are
40?
Yeah, like Jamal's like almost fucking 50 years old. What are we talking about?
You guys need to stop bullying people, okay?
I will gladly condemn people like you and Q-Top.
Like what?
No, Q-Top is what did I do wrong? I'm actually here advocating for stop bullying, and that's what you guys are doing. You guys are bullying.
By the way, Jamal, even if you're
should be fucking bullied, they should.
You guys are a bunch of bullies. You guys like
Jamal, you're only saying that because you're a part of the demographic.
You guys like the virtue signal all the time. This is what your platform is about.
Jamal, stop. You're getting so fucking mad because you are a part of the fucking demographic in which all of us are fucking critiquing. That is the problem. That is the only normal people have no issue
Jamal,
with
this. You're a P3DO apologist. You shut up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
All you guys.
You're P3DO adjacent as is. Even if your girlfriend or partner or fiance was 18, if you're 40 years old, you cannot tell me that if the age of consent or anything like that wasn't lower, you wouldn't shoot it for a younger person. A 20+ year age gap is insane.
Oh, so like you actually believe these TikTok?
What are you fucking like youth? Like a youth
It would
coach?
take
Then-
no time to give us a
At this
number.
point, I don't even care what you
It would
How
take you
old
no
is your
time to give us a
girlfriend?
number.
Right? Listen,
How old?
Listen.
Because now that I know that you're 40, I actually need to know how old your girlfriend is. Because if it's 18,
You guys-
oh, that's the wrong fucking
40,
answer.
he's almost 50
You
years
guys
old.
spend hours virtue signaling, right?
That's not virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling.
We're exposing a pedophile. This is real world action.
Here you are labeling
That's virtue
someone
signaling?
a P3DO that is not
Okay,
actually
so
a P3DO.
can I have this
You have
conversation with you,
actually
Jamal?
no evidence that he's a P3DO. You guys are a bunch of
There literally is. Did you? I heard you guys playing the clip of that YouTube live stream, like way back. Jamal, what does a P3DO mean? Like, what does it mean to be a P3DO in a thematic sense? What is indicative?
In the what?
Like, what does it mean to be a P3DO in a thematic sense?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Right. So, like, all things considered, like, what would be? Sorry, like all things considered, like what would be indicative of a P3DO that would make them a P3DO that you would be able to look at a person and be like, you're a P3DO.
Yeah, someone who's attracted to children.
Right. So if at any point a person is attracted to a child or can like, would you think a person who's able to conceptualize of being like attracted to a child, like they have like a particular stipulation, like for example, like the child must the child must look a certain way, or they must like go through puberty, or they must have their period. Do you think that's also indicative of a P3DO?
Possibly.
Perfect. How far do we need to extend it? So what is not true of Q-Top?
Okay. So
what about his statement doesn't mean disqualifier?
Can you substantiate that he's actually attracted to children?
No, you just no. I wasn't talking about
We just talked about why that inference.
One second, critically, because I just divorced all of that. I just divorced all of that. Right? I just said that a person can feasibly like rationalize being attracted to a child as long as they meet particular stipulations. And I said one of them being a period, and you said possibly that they would be a P3DO. That means that you would have to concede based off of what Q-Top said, because I remember I was in that I was watching that YouTube stream that Q-Top said that a person must be physically mature, which means period, right? And you said that by your logic, he must.
That doesn't necessarily mean that a person's a P3DO.
Okay, so then, so then, what must be definitively true?
Tashika, I debate Muslims all the time, and they defend their prophet.
And you defend Q-Top.
Wait, hold on. Let me just land my plane.
You're landing the plane. It's like fucking 9/11, dog. It's
and they defend it. And they staunchly defend their prophet consummating that marriage.
You defend yours as well.
Right? But I don't believe that all of them that defend it are P3DOs, right?
Yes, that is my critique of Islam. Yeah, I know. We have the same critique, but you're a Christian.
But do you understand my point? Right?
Your argument is my exact argument, but you're a Christian, so it's null and void.
Do you not understand my point, though? Right?
I know your critique of Islam, but you're a hypocrite because you're a Christian.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I said that last time I was up on your live, and we were really going into that one Muslim guy. I said, Jamal, you're a fucking hypocrite.
Wait, how?
Right, because you're a Christian. You have to concede to slavery, sexual abuse, trafficking as well.
There's a verse in, I think it's Deuteronomy, where God literally says, take the fucking virgin girls as sex slaves.
That's not what it reads there.
That is exactly what it says.
You're talking about in the book of Numbers.
They just said it fucking verbatim.
That's not what it reads. That's not what it reads.
That's literally what it says.
That is the exact story. Wait. So why did they only take the virginal girls?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you read prior to that, the women, they seduced the Israelite men to fornication.
So wait a minute, Jamal, let's really think about this, because this is really rooted in the fact that women are not people to you guys, right? Because
oh my goodness,
because what type of consensual sex is a young girl who was just stolen away from her homeland going to have?
Yeah, that's not. I think that's the R word. That's horrible.
Right. So it explicitly says to take them as wives. What do you think a lot of these men's end goal almost always was? To have children. What must a person do in that timeline to have children?
To have children, you have to have relations with the woman.
Say sex. Like that's what it is. Right. So what kind of consensual sex is a person that was stolen from their home?
But Numbers 31 is not talking about grape. Okay.
It literally says that.
No.
It doesn't need to say grape. That is what happens.
Do you think slaves can consent?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Listen.
Wait. Do you think a slave can give consent? Do you think you can give it free and informed consent when you're somebody else's property that they own?
This is like what?
Do you think women were viewed as anything but property?
Yeah, so you can't have relations with someone unless you're married to that person, right? Otherwise, it's fornication.
It doesn't matter. You can marry a slave and they're still a fucking slave, dude.
No.
Okay, so
what the
fuck are you talking about? Are you serious right now?
That's not how it works under the Old Testament.
That's literally what it says.
You guys don't know the Bible. So just stop.
I was a Christian for 20 fucking years.
You're a bad Christian because you don't know anything about the Bible. You miss Sunday school and you miss Wednesday Bible study. You don't know the Bible.
You're joking right now? You're cracking jokes right now, Jamal? You think right now is time to be satirical, Jamal? You think it's comedy hour right now, Jamal? Do you know how you look right now?
I look really fucking... Anyway, shut the fuck up, Jamal. No one gives a shit. I look really fucking pretty right now, and that's why he's pissed.
Go continue on with your
I look really pretty. I look really pretty right now, and that's why he's pissed.
You look gorgeous. You look really pretty.
Jamal, either you should engage with this, or I just want to hear the age of your partner.
That's what I'm saying, right?
And how long you've been with them. I want to hear their age, and I want to hear how long you've been with them. Because you're going to be doing a Q Top 2.0, where it's pretty clear to us that the people who engage in this type of language are just defending their own shit.
Wow. I'm actually surprised.
You are normalizing this behavior.
I thought you were above
again.
Oh, wait, AG, I'll talk to you later.
I'm not above socially ostracizing P3DOs. No, I'm sorry.
I always say that, like, Jamal was there to cut his wife's umbilical cord.
That's fucking crazy!
I always say that.
That's fucking insane.
23 years old, solid.
Tashika with the bull.
Jesus Christ.
Jamal.
I got you, Tashika.
Jamal, stay strong, brother. Look, this is demonic attacks.
Yes.
Jamal, this is demonic. This is demonic what they're doing, bro.
P3DO defenders, stay strong. You need the solidarity.
These people do not have the life, brother. They do
Pedophile solidarity. We stand in unity.
Brother, listen to me. These people have the spirit
we are
of
legion.
Satan. These spirit of Satan inside of them.
Yeah, Jamal dated a minor, and then you aspired to date a minor.
Listen,
you gotta stay strong in your convictions.
Look how
the Lord is proud of you,
villainizing.
brother. Stay strong, brother. Stay
Villainizing P3DOs? Yeah.
This is defamation of character, like seriously.
I don't know who you
Then sue us.
I cannot imagine, to the Christians in chat, I cannot imagine how disgusted you must be, and if you're not insane, on looking at the people up here representing Christ, and one of them being Q-Top saying, stay strong in Christ, brother, when they are the ones advocating for and defending this shit.
Bro, fix the money.
It is so easy to say all of this is wrong.
You guys are blind.
You an entire scripture and you were like, no.
You guys need to stop it. Just don't throw that word around and label someone something like that when you don't have actual concrete evidence. Just stop it.
Wait. Let's read 31.
Tashika just proved to you that the evidence was there.
Let's read 31:18. 31:18. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. What are they being kept alive for, Jamal?
Be so hecking for real.
Where does it read that they were kept alive to have relations with them?
Wait, what are they being kept alive for?
Keeping women around for the fuck of it?
Why was it important that they were virgins? Why was them being virgins important?
So they were absorbed into the tribe, into the fold of the Israelites.
Why do they need to be virgins though, if that's the case?
Because again, if you read earlier, right, in the book of Numbers, the women.
You mean like when they were genociding their entire?
They were involved in sexual immorality with the Hebrew men. Right.
No. The question is, why do they need to be virgins? Why does that relate?
Because the women had relations with the Hebrew men.
So that implies that they're going to have relations with these good guys, right?
Well, hold on. Have relations. What do you mean? What do you mean relate? Hold on. No. I'm trying to understand your view. What do you mean relations? You mean sexual relations?
Yeah. Reproductive.
Well, then they wouldn't be virgins.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So
no, I think the point is everyone that's had relations were killed or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. The verse before. Now, therefore. Okay. Wait. Actually, no. We can just read it. So.
Convenient. Okay. So then you're saying conveniently the virgins are left for God. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. So the virgins were divided amongst the soldiers. Were they? Was this like an adoption sort of situation where you get placed to the family of a soldier? Do you think that that's what was going on in the Bible?
No, that wasn't.
Gotcha. Wait. So when the virgin girls are divided amongst soldiers, what do you think that means?
And this meant children, by the way.
It doesn't read they're divided amongst the soldiers. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't think it says divided amongst the soldiers?
Like the virgin girls were divided amongst the soldiers.
Divide the plunder into two parts. Oh, wait, before. So, this is going to be 25 through however long. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "You and Eleazar the priest and the head of the ancestral houses in the congregation make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal. Divide the plunder into two parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation."
Yeah, it's not talking about the girls, bro.
Wait. So who? If everyone else was killed, who are the humans that are captured?
It's the virgins.
So it is talking about the virgins.
So it is the fuck. Oh my God.
Yeah, and by the way, it seems like trivial, like weird. It's like like when someone's like, "Oh, I want the virgins for my purpose because they haven't been, they haven't had any sex, and I want the virgins because I want to be the first one." Look, the reason that they're not going to take the other people is because they had sex. So it seemed like the reason you gave me was like they were like sexually promiscuous and God didn't want them. But that just seems like in line with like God just wanting the virgins for those purposes, right?
Things
I'm not understanding how that's like a response.
Does my uterus become like less potent when I have a child? Like, I'm confused.
Less potent.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, also, it seems like it's a form of collective punishment because it's not saying that the women who were killed was everyone. The women kept alive. The one who were killed were people that had slept with the Israelites. It seems like God is advocating for a collective punishment where essentially, if you're not a virgin, you are associated with the people that slept with the Israelites.
Yeah.
Which is also insane.
Which also makes you bad, even if you have nothing to do with it in a male role society.
Listen, God creates life and he takes away life.
Yeah, and he also lets life get. He also commands the graping of life by the soldiers.
Kill it later.
Actually,
don't get it.
What happened to free will, Jamal?
Yeah, so the Bible actually condemns rape. As a matter of fact, the crime.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't. It says to unalive grape
Tashika, again.
It says to unalive grape.
You don't know the Bible. You don't know the Bible.
Wait. It literally says that if you grape somebody, then you get to take them as your wife.
Yeah.
Cannot divorce them.
No, it literally says that if a woman, Jamal.
I understand you guys need like to like 5v1 me. I understand that. I understand.
Yeah, I do 5v1 pedophiles. We do host 6v1s against pedophiles. If I could get more people in here to yell at you for being a pedophile, then yeah, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like us
Wait, can I?
talk, but like
Jamal, I have a question. I have a question that you can't answer. I have a question that collapses your entire worldview. You'll never be able to answer this question. You will never be able to answer this question, Jamal. It collapses your entire worldview. It refutes the entire Bible. It refutes the entire Bible. This question, no Christian can answer. You will not be able to answer this question, Jamal. How old's your girlfriend?
I'm not sure gifting a P3 Prince, but of course the whole
held accountable. Ian.
How old is your girlfriend?
We should just press him until he answers.
Yeah.
You gotta answer.
How old is your girlfriend?
You know what's crazy, Jamal? Is that like you straight up could have just lied. You could have just lied and said like 32.
Right? And nonchalantly call someone.
It's so
easy. No one would ever bat an eye.
So Ian,
Can you answer, Jamal? I want to hear a simple, direct answer from you.
Wait, and also I do want to make note that Prince of Egypt, having heard all of this, is gifting him. So
I was thinking the same shit.
I deserve an apology. Seriously.
You deserve to be shot.
Yeah.
Now
in the middle of the street, like
Careful, Ian.
DJ.
Look at this guy. Look how wicked this guy is.
Wicked?
Because we don't like
Ian is literally Jamal. Ian is literally displaying. Stop fucking talking to me.
Wait, hold on. Whatever happened to being
Ian is literally displaying a superior morality than your own fucking God, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
To being innocent until proven guilty? Like, what?
We're not a court of law, dog.
What is this? You guys are wild.
You are proven
I
guilty.
asked you the question you refused to
This
answer.
is the mind of an atheist, guys.
I'm starting to think that like she's not even 18. I'm starting to think like she's just 18.
Yes, our mind is recognizing that your type of rhetoric supports P3DOs and that condemning that type of rhetoric in the biggest way possible is essential in order to ensuring that people like you do not spread your shit.
Yeah.
For the record, I'm against P3DO. It's evil. It's wicked.
I'm starting to feel like someone like promised
but
their
I'm
child to you,
also
and
against
because you also don't feel like
labeling
lying.
someone a P3DO. Right?
You're proving it right now.
Jamal, what bad social outcome occurs from labeling people P3DOs who engage in rhetoric and language that justifies and defends P3DOs? Could you tell me what bad social outcome occurs from that? If I label someone who says that you should be able to, hold on, Jamal, if I label someone who says that you should be able to, or it's fine to sleep with like a 9-year-old or anyone that's gone through their period as a P3DO, if I label them as a P3DO, what is the bad social outcome that occurs from that?
Yeah, because it can lead to a lot of cyberbullying, like what you guys are doing.
Cyberbullying of who?
Cyberbullying of the person that's being falsely accused of being a P3DO.
Is it bad to cyberbully people who advocate? Wait, no, I want to answer. Is it bad to cyberbully people that say it's okay? Is it bad? Jamal, I want you to say this verbatim. Can you say it is bad to cyberbully people who say it is okay to sleep with people that have been through their periods, with children?
It's bad for grown people to sleep with
You are morally bankrupt. You are disgusting. You need to go pray to God for forgiveness, because if there is a God and that God is moral, that God would be throwing up over what you are saying right now.
You guys are not even like having a discussion with me.
We don't want to discuss with pedophiles.
Did you not just hear what I just said?
Yeah. Who get berated. You are only up here to be a lolcow right now, Jamal. We don't care about your rhetoric. We really don't.
Like us having a genuine discussion with you would verify that like your views are worth being talked about. It's not.
In the world. You guys spend hours on TikTok virtue signaling, right? But here you
Yeah, God, I wish I could spend all eternity living this conversation out. Slamming pedophiles makes me feel incredible.
Virtue signaling, Jamal. Your platform is built off of you being a fucking Christian. Inherently, that is virtue signaling. True.
No, I'm here preaching the truth, telling
Yeah, that's
people the
called
truth.
fucking virtue signaling. You
No,
just
it's not.
called your
No,
own
it's not.
subjective experience the truth. Go fuck yourself. What are you talking about?
Hey Jamal, it's a super simple question. How old's your girlfriend?
Tashika is like. Tashika, you
Wait, Jamal. Wait, Jamal. What's 12 times 12?
He's pretty hot.
144 watts.
And how old's your girlfriend?
What is this?
You see that? I do that all the time.
How you dip that
I do that all the time.
It's one of the most simple questions. I can tell you how my girlfriend is.
I don't realize what he just did.
I'm begging for a Christian to come up here and condemn this person. For the love of God, please.
You had no answer. You had problem answering one, but then you got all quiet and hesitant for the other.
What did I do wrong? What did I say wrong? What did I do wrong?
If you answer the question, then you remove yourself from the problem. I can tell you how my girlfriend is.
I don't have an 18-year-old girlfriend. All right?
How old is she?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That could go both ways.
With being a
so can you guys apologize?
Well, you don't have an
Is she older than 18?
Is she younger than 18?
Now, can you guys apologize for calling me a PTO?
Wait, Jamal, unironically, if you prove the age of your girlfriend, I will issue you the most sincere apology you've ever heard in your entire life.
No.
He's like, she's not 18.
You should not.
If you produce the age, I will give you such an incredible apology.
Also, we don't just want the age, we want how long you've been with them. Because if they're like 19, some people in the comments are saying they're 19, but if you've been with them for like 2 years, meaning you're with them when you were 17, especially at your age, and by the way, being with a 19-year-old at 40, period, is weird and gross. You probably, if the age of consent were younger, would sleep and be with a younger person. Your entire approach to this is a massive red flag.
Yeah. Also, like, not only when you first start dating, when you first met them is important as well.
Yeah.
Can we like?
Yeah. Okay, so can you apologize?
Hold on, wait, Jamal. I just want to ask you because like this is important because like, did you? I just genuinely. I'm not trying to just insult you. I just genuinely think you don't track like what's compatible with the statement you said. Like, so if we just put it in like a proposition, it is the case that she's not 18, right?
Listen, I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about.
Hold on. Stop. I've been like really.
For the record, I don't have an 18-year-old.
Come on, man. I've been really silent. Like, come on.
This app is so toxic. Like, especially
I'm trying.
You guys are just
let that white man speak.
I'm trying to be cool.
Let that white man
speak. Give me a second, man. Let me preach my shit real quick.
Hell yeah, brother. Period.
Look, do you understand that when you like utter a proposition, right? Something like it is the case that she's, or it's not the case that she's 18. That's like compatible with being 17, 16, 15. So like you gotta understand that like I can't let that pass, right? So I don't understand when you say that. It's not really helping us. That's just saying she's not this age in this giant set of ages. We could have like I don't know, maybe we just advancements in technology. We can live to 1 million. I don't really give a shit. Just telling me that she's not 18 isn't helping me. Right?
No, listen, I never had.
Is it the case that she's
above 25?
18? Is it the case?
Record,
is that hold on? I'm gonna give you a proposition, and then you tell me if this proposition is true.
I tell you,
the last question.
Never had
the last question. I'm ending it right here. I'm ending it with the question.
So can you guys apologize for cyberbullying?
Is it the case?
No.
Is it the case that you've never had an underage girlfriend? It's just you
guys are not going to apologize for cyberbullying.
Is it the case
is that the case?
Under 18? True or false?
No. I never had.
What does her age start with? What number? What's the first digit of her age?
That question
so now, can you apologize?
Wait. What's the first digit?
Guys, can I hear
what's the first digit? Let's hear it. What's the first digit of her age?
I asked him that too. He won't say it.
I don't have an underage girlfriend, okay?
Jamal, is she 19? Is she 19?
I don't have a 19-year-old.
Is she 19?
Now let's move on.
Is she 19?
No, she's not. So can I get an
Is she
apology?
20?
How old is she then?
Is she 20?
No, I'm not gonna.
Is she 20?
Right?
Is she
So
20?
can I get an apology?
Is she 20?
Why are you willing to disqualify? Why are you willing to disqualify particular ages, but you just won't give her age?
Is she 20?
The most. Well, listen, guys.
Is she 20?
Right. We need to stop cyberbullying.
Is she 20?
It's not fucking cyberbullying. You're making yourself out to be this way.
You guys need to be held accountable.
Is she 20?
For falsely labeling someone a P3DO, right?
Is she 20?
Can I hear an apology? Yes or no?
No.
Fuck no.
Look at this. There you go, guys.
What is the first digit of her age,
allow me to offer you this path, Jamal.
People, you guys are
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, allow me to offer you this path. Anyway, allow me to offer you this path, Jamal. We understand that you enjoy the path of light. Allow me to offer you this path. So you have two options. Either you can keep yapping and then we can keep telling you to shut the fuck up, as that is my favorite pastime in this current moment. Or you could tell us how old your girlfriend is, and then we will all apologize to you.
Yeah.
We will all give you the sincerest
I've been talking mad shit to you for months.
We will all give the sincerest apology if you tell us her age right now.
At this point, you guys are trying to coerce.
Jamal, I'll convert to Christianity. I'll convert to Christianity if you tell us the age of your girlfriend.
What are you talking about?
Number two,
I will convert to Christianity.
Because you guys are nosy.
I'll convert to Christianity if you tell us the age of your girlfriend.
You guys are nosy, right?
I will convert to Christianity.
Jamal, no, Jamal, you don't understand what's happening right now. You're going to sin. Jamal, stop. You are sinning right now.
Can I get an apology? Yes or no?
Shut the hell up. Shut up.
I want an apology. I demand an apology. I demand an apology.
Jamal, Daddy, please stop. I'm begging you. My God, I genuinely just cannot do this today, okay? I can't put on my big girl voice for you. You make me sick, okay?
Excuse me?
And oh my fucking God. Does your Bible also say that women shouldn't be actually, it does say that. The thing is though, regardless of all of that shit, you're about to sin right now because Ian literally just said that they will become a Christian as long as you say what the age of your fiance or girlfriend is, right? You are now going to sin if you are going to shut the hell up. You are going to actively turn Ian away.
Yeah.
Jamal!
I know you like to bully people on your live, Tashika.
What are you talking about?
That's what you are.
I'm ready to convert. I just need to know the age of your girlfriend.
Well, actually, hold on. But I think this Morris Tollins is going to be true, and it's just going to be if Ian comes to hold on. It's going to be something like, if it's the case that Ian comes to Christianity, then Jamal will give the age of his girlfriend. Yeah. It's not the case that he'll give the
no, at this point,
that's literally what I just said. That's the biggest sin of your religion right now. You're about to
Wait, let's just run, because this is just this is unironically just like Pascal's wager, right? If I'm genuine in my conversion to Christianity, and you turn me away and you don't share the age of your girlfriend, which is you have nothing to lose by doing, by the way. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose by turning me away and not giving the age of your girlfriend.
Right. So Ian, no, we don't bribe people to become a Christian. All right.
You do though. You literally do.
No, you turn to Jesus.
I'm trying to come to Jesus. I'm just worried that his followers are pedophiles.
Ian.
I'm just worried that his followers are pedophiles. Otherwise, I'd love to come to Jesus.
Yeah, I'm against P3DO too, so that's great. Yeah. But I
then how old's your girlfriend?
Ian.
Wait. Can you just prove to me? Can you prove to me that his followers aren't pedophiles by giving the age of your girlfriend?
You know what? Let's actually make the sin even bigger. I will also become a devout Christian again.
I too will bow to the knee of the Lord.
You're about to be sinning against God on 3 counts, my guy.
Ian, are you going to be the big man and apologize to me and to Q-Talk for calling us a P3DO?
Jamal, I'm non-binary.
What does that have to do with my question?
Because you asked me if I was going to be the bigger man.
Yeah.
No, never.
Oh my goodness. Okay, are you gonna be a better person? All right, are you gonna do better? Right.
Boy.
Thank you. Well, no, because I think that
boy.
I think that the maximization of my potential is gonna be in shaming pedophiles.
Okay, do that to actual P3DOs, right?
I am.
Not to people that
We are.
Well, and also,
falsely suspect being a P3DO, right? So you guys are doubling down at.
No, but presumably if you're asking Ian
don't
to
you
be
know how harmful this is? Like seriously.
But if you're asking,
do you want me to start and tell you guys?
You guys are evil. You guys are toxic.
Oh my gosh.
Guys,
Oh my god, I'm so mad.
Do you want to know the age of my partner? I can tell you.
Wait, this is super easy. Let's just all go around the room. Let's make this a safe space by going around the room and sharing the ages of our partners.
Yeah, so I'll first.
Okay, and actually, we'll share our ages and then the age of our partner. So I'm 20, and my current partner is also 20. What about you, AG?
I'm 22, and my girlfriend is 24.
Oh, lovely.
Wait, your girlfriend?
Yeah, wait, J-Mike, how about you?
Oh my god, you never
I don't give my age.
Sorry, Jamal.
Like,
I am
Jamal's uncomfortable now. Jamal, you gotta cover your ears.
But me and Annie are way over 18 years old.
I'm
So,
24.
yeah.
Okay. And critically, how old are you?
I'm 22 and my partner doesn't exist.
Oh, hell yeah, based?
I'm 43. No, I'm just kidding.
I am
43.
so
Oh my god, you look great for 43, J Mike.
Critically, how old is your partner if you have one?
Don't have a partner. I'm 23, but I've never been with someone younger than 6 months than me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 23 and I'm single. So now that we've all shared the ages of our partners, Jamal, how old's your partner?
I don't have an underage partner.
That's not the question we asked.
You're just saying that she's not 18 again, okay? If she is between the ages of 18 and 25, I'm still gonna.
At this point,
is she 20, Jamal? Jamal, is she 20?
I think she's 20.
Now you guys are bullying me.
Matter of fact, Jamal, let me ask you this question, and I think this is gonna solve it for everyone here. Jamal,
she's 20 and her birthday was like yesterday or something.
I want to see in the chat.
Let me cook real quick. Jamal, shut the hell up. Shut up.
You stop bullying on social media. Stop bullying.
Wait, Jamal, do you swear on the fucking Bible that she was not underage when you met her?
That's a sin. You can't admit it.
Jamal, do you swear on the fucking Bible that she was not underage when you met her?
That's a sin. You can't admit it.
Do you swear on the Bible that she was not underage when you met her?
That was a strong
apologize.
You won't answer that?
No, I want an apology.
Do you swear on the Bible?
No. This is going to save Jamal fully. I'm just going to save Jamal fully. Jamal, let me ask you a question.
This is wild. Like,
Stop
bullying.
Jamal,
stop bullying.
Hashtag keep bullying pedophiles.
Hashtag stop bullying.
Stop crying. Jamal, you're really fucking annoying. Stop. You're being really fucking annoying right now. Shut the hell up. You're choosing to be up here and you're bitching. Stop fucking with this. Stop it. Stop it. Jamal, shut up. Stop it. Stop. You're being a little fucking kid right now. Stop it. Like I was saying before, I'm going to ask you a question, and this is going to be really important. Was your girlfriend's brain fully developed when you met her? The age of full brain development is 25 years old. Was her brain fully developed by the time you met her? Yes or no?
Tashika, this is a dumb question.
Yes or no, Jamal?
Tashika, that even if I had a girlfriend that was like 24 years old, that does not make me a PTO.
Holy
like
fucking
seriously.
shit.
No, wait.
You guys
Yes or no, Jamal?
You guys just want to label someone a P3DO.
You make it. You're basically labeling yourself a pedophile at this point. Like, this is insane. This is the easiest question to answer in the universe.
You guys are.
We're doing so much work to make sure that you're not a P3DO, Jamal. We're actually unironically giving you so much grace.
I mean,
Jamal, continuing to have this conversation with you is giving you so much fucking grace because we are trying to find ways for you to say that you're not a P3DO.
Tashika,
That's not a fucking gaslight. That's exactly what we're doing.
You need to apologize. Ian, you need to apologize. Critically, you need to apologize.
You need to produce the age of your girlfriend. You need to release your home address.
Let's exchange an apology.
Jamal, suck my penis from the back. I don't care. I will never apologize to you until you admit. Well, please.
Am I going to get an apology? Yes or no?
Jamal, I just want to hear. I just want to hear why it's wrong. Jamal.
It's
Jamal,
okay.
I just want to hear. That's fine. Jamal, I just want to hear why it's wrong to. Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong? Why is it Jamal? I want you to listen to me real quick. Why is it wrong to cyberbully people that advocate for pedophilia?
If someone actually did that, then yeah, you should confront that person and tell them it's wrong.
Man,
right?
We're doing that right now. Yeah. Congratulations. You by defending Q-Top and you by almost repeating a lot of the things Q-Top said, you are an advocate for pedophilia.
Consent for bullying. Let's go.
Substantiate that he's attracted to children.
No, I'm glad we can.
You already
substantiate that he's attracted to children. Go ahead.
With the question that I asked you, like when I first came up, you already conceded to this, right? Like you literally I asked you verbatim, is a person who can conceptualize of when they would be attracted to a child be a P3DO? And you said possibly, and that's exactly what he did.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that he's
so what level of conceptualization of them being attracted to a child is enough for you to say that they are a P3DO?
No, they have to be attracted to children. And or have relations.
That's not what she said the first time.
That's actually the definition of a P3DO, right? So please, Tashika.
Okay, so a person who has
go ahead, bring your evidence to the table.
Jamal, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No,
okay?
Tashika.
Jamal, you are misunderstanding. Jamal, you are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that for example, person A can conceptualize of child B, right? Child B, person A can conceptualize of being sexually attracted to this child if they meet certain stipulations. Like for example, the child must have like breasts, they must go through their period, right? If these things are true, then they can be sexually attracted to that child. I asked you, can we effectively call that person a P3DO? You said yes.
Okay.
Right. So what did Q-Top do that is not that? Because that is exactly what they asked Q-Top in that recording. I've never heard any audio
from Q-Top that says...
I was there. That is what they asked him.
They just played the audio. He never said that he was ever attracted to a 15-year-old.
I just gave you a question where the person does not have to say that they are attracted to the person. I asked you the question of if a person can conceptualize when they would be attracted to a child, the child must meet certain prerequisites. If the prerequisite is they look like developed, like physically developed, and they have their period, then that person can be attracted to that child. Then you said that would make them a P3DO. He did exactly that. Therefore, he is a P3DO.
No, where in the audio did he ever say that he's attracted to a 15-year-old?
I just said that is not required in the fucking hypothetical.
Or even like someone who's developed who's a 15-year-old.
Oh wow!
What the fuck?
You're a piece of shit, aren't you?
Jamal.
Yeah. See, Jamal, you wanna say we're cyberbullying, but let's just go.
Yeah,
let's just go through.
Hold on.
Did you guys know? Wait, Ian, remember when Jamal wrote that book about like just like full of Islamophobia?
Yeah, of course.
and I told you that I wanted you to read it to me at night.
Oh, I do remember this. Yeah, of course. How could I
forget? You wrote a book. It's on Amazon, by the way.
The one.
Jesus Christ.
Here we go, y'all.
Oh wow!
You're following the wrong God.
Oh, cute.
Oh wow!
Wait, doesn't the Bible like condemn certain practices?
This is very virtuous.
Yeah, but not P3Dophilia and like sex trafficking and like.
Yeah, it actually does. It actually does.
It literally doesn't.
Where in the Bible does it say it's wrong to have sex with a child?
It also says the condemnation.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 through 11.
Hey, Jamal, what did it say about the
Wait. 1 Corinthians chapter 9. 1 Corinthians 16?
Yeah, no. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 through 11.
6.
Jamal, what does it say about condemnation? Define condemnation. Complete disapproval.
1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11.
Under what translation?
Yeah, you could like the New King James.
Okay, yeah, let's read the New King James.
But actually, guys, like you guys have like overwhelmed me with your cyberbullying. So
This is not
I have
cyberbullying. Wait. So this isn't cyberbullying?
You guys have cyber. How is this cyberbullying? Like what?
This isn't
You're
cyberbullying.
attacking a group.
Inciting violence against
That's
the
from the
group?
Bible. Are you saying the Bible like bullies people?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Jamal.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Was it necessary?
You guys are Bible.
Wait. Hold on.
Was it necessary
Hold
for you
on.
to reiterate
Do you
this?
think? Wait. Do you think it was necessary?
I see you guys.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, do you think it was necessary to include people's actual faces on that post? Those are actual couples that you put up on that post. That was completely unnecessary.
I didn't make that.
You posted
So
it.
why, okay, regardless, you posted it. Those are actual couples that you could have incited violence toward on your post. Yes. That's not a reach. You're a transphobe and a homophobe.
You guys have been cyberbullying me.
You're a transphobe and a homophobe.
No one knows what you look like, Jamal. No one knows what you look like, and you're
a transphobe and a homophobe, and you posted validating transphobia, homophobia with actual people's faces on your public page.
And you guys need to stop labeling people.
We will continue
Wait,
to
I'm
bully
sorry,
pedophiles.
Jamal.
Sorry.
Quick question. Could you please read out 1 Corinthians chapter 6, 9 through 11? Because you said it condemned pedophilia. I'm genuinely curious if you could affirm that for us.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well, you did. Wait. We asked you, where does the Bible say?
No, the other sin.
Wait. So where does the Bible say that pedophilia is wrong?
That's in 1 Corinthians. I forget, but it's in 1 Corinthians.
You just
find it. I want you to find it right now. I want you to find right now where the Bible says it's wrong.
You just named off a bunch of scripture, and all of a sudden you forgot.
Yeah, he has the fucking anti-gay verses on hand, but he doesn't have the anti-pedophilia verses anywhere to be found.
Yeah,
so true.
So it's 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Oh no, you can tell what a Christian's convictions are.
The Greek word is huperakmos means you can marry someone after the flower of their youth. So there you go. So the Bible condemns it. Boom.
The wife does not have an authority over her body, but the husband does, and likewise the husband does not have authority over his body, but the wife does. That's the verse.
Jamal, did you say 1 Corinthians 7:34?
Correct. And look up the Greek word.
The woman who is unmarried and the virgin is concerned about the things of the Lord, that she may be both holy in body and spirit, but one who is married is concerned about the things of the world, how she may please her husband. It just seems to be praising women who are virgins and unmarried. That's literally it. Can you say exactly how that verse condemns pedophilia?
Yeah, where does it say that like fucking a child is wrong?
Read the New King James Bible.
It's not. I don't know what you think that's gonna do. I literally have this pulled up. Wait, it's 34. There is a difference between a wife and a virgin. The unmarried woman cares about the things of the Lord, that she may be both holy, both in body and spirit. But she who is married cares about the things of the world, how she may please her husband. Where does it say fucking a kid is wrong?
Yeah. So it says here that Okay, actually, no, this is not it. Hold on, let me find it.
Okay. Why is it so easy for you to find condemnations of other things between two consenting adults, but not between an adult and a child? Why is it that God is so quiet about this particular act? It's pretty concerning.
Good luck finding a verse about P3DO. P3DO, they took it out and replaced it with homosexuality.
Yeah, I mean, how old was Mary after all?
Yeah,
so it's
solid what, 13?
It's actually.
Is that how old your fucking wife is? Your fiance? 13?
Can you stop bullying me? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Fuck no. How old's your girlfriend?
It's 1 Corinthians.
You should come up here and defend what Jamal is saying.
1 Corinthians
I'd love to hear
7,
from you directly, Prince.
1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 36. It reads that you can marry someone after the flower of their youth.
But if any man thinks that he is behaving improperly towards his virgin, If she is past the flower of her youth, and thus it must be, let him do what he wishes. He does not sin, let them marry. But where does this say that fucking kids is wrong?
So, like,
wait, read that. Wait, Jamal, shut the hell up. Read that again.
But if any man thinks he is behaving improperly towards his virgin, if she is past the flower of youth, and thus it must be, let him do what he wishes. He does not sin, let them marry.
What does the flower of youth mean?
Yeah, so the Greek word is huperakmos, all right? And Plato used that word in one of his writings, and he defined it as someone who reaches the age of 20, at least the age of 20. So there you go.
Wait, I'm sorry. I did not know that Plato's the one who wrote the Bible.
I'm saying, like, he's not the one who's speaking. Just because some random ass fucking philosopher used the word in this way does not mean that that's how the word was being used when this was written.
Okay, wait. So let's read like a real translation. So if anyone thinks that he is behaving indecently towards his fiance, if his passions are strong, and so it has to be, let him marry as he wishes. It is no sin. Oh, so it's just saying that you can like fuck your fiance.
Yeah.
After the flower of her youth.
It's referring to her puberty.
You have to marry her. The Bible.
Wait, no, it sounds like wait, hold on. It sounds like this is approving of fornication, of sex before marriage.
No. You have to marry.
This literally. Wait, now I'm
very explicitly condemns fornication.
Doesn't flower always refer to puberty in some way? That's how that's always been.
Yeah, you have to be past the flower of your youth.
Right, so that means she could be fucking 8.
That means no. That means it's like post puberty.
Yeah.
Post puberty?
Yes,
that's like
post puberty.
But when we get like
post puberty could be like could be 6. Post puberty could be 6 years old.
First of all, I'm defining it differently. How are we? No. Wait 1 second. Shut the fuck up. You're a P3DO.
There's like 6v1. Like, come on.
P3DO never. You're too soon to be up here.
God, if I could make it like fucking 20v1, I would.
Stop with the bullshit.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck, Jamal. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Okay, the thing is though, like, you were literally in the fucking delivery room with your fucking fiance. She was getting born. Calm down. Okay?
You're still calm
down. Let's
calm down. Stop calling me out of
calm down. You're a 47-year-old man. I am 22. I'm too old for you to be acting like this. Stop it.
Do better,
Jamal. I am too old for you to be acting like this. Calm down. Okay, stop it right now. Like I was saying before. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Jamal. I know your Bible says that women should never sleep, but I need you to really let me lock in. Let me cook, please. Isn't that what I'm good for? Cooking? Can you let me cook?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Jamal, can you let me cook?
Oh, no, wait, oh my God, you dropped the ball like bigly. This doesn't say anything about children. What this is referring to, so the Greek word is parthenon, which means just engaged to a man, a virgin engaged to a man.
No, it's
huperakmos.
The Greek word is literally parthenon.
No, it's huperakmos, all right? And it means
no, big dog. It's Parthenon.
No, it's huperakmos. I guarantee you.
Damn it, son of a bitch.
Huperakmos. It's huperakmos.
Do you have fucking like light off?
SMH, dude. How do I? It's okay. I can just like show everyone the word and embarrass you bigly.
You're not gonna embarrass me, dude. Like
Well, wait. So wait. How much money do you want to bet that it says the word that you think it says? How much money?
Speaking of cook, my mom just made dinner.
All right, I'll bet you.
Oh, period.
Bet me $20 that the word translated as virgin is Parthenon.
That's not the word I'm
wait. So which word are you referring to?
Right. So when it reads, she has to be past like the flower of her age or past her youth.
Ian, the beyond youth portion is hyperakmos. That's what he's pointing to.
Yes.
Oh, wait. That she needs to be what?
Beyond youth.
Beyond youth, yes.
And how do you spell that?
HYPERAKMOS.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's see what this one means.
Down a little bit, yeah.
Past her youth. Okay. Sure. Wait, so reading this in context, what this means,
and when Plato used that word, he used it in the context of a 20-year-old. All right, that was his usage of that word, a 20-year-old.
Why are we talking about Plato? Why can't we talk about the thieves?
Wait, which Platonic dialogue is this? I'm curious.
Because he wrote in Koine Greek, as the New Testament was written in Koine Greek.
Wait, but which?
Jamal, can we contextualize?
Hebrew or Aramaic?
I don't see. You guys fell. You guys.
Wait, which Platonic dialogue is it? You said Plato used it where?
Hold on, let me look it up.
I got all of Plato's dialogues on my bookshelf. We can go check it out.
Sure. So yeah, this is in. Hold on.
What the fuck?
It's in the
It's just an appeal to authority that has nothing to do with actual Christianity. Seen as is Plato is a paganism or pagan. Sorry, pagan.
What am a Plato for?
Yeah, he's appealing to authority.
Oh, I have that in my shelf next to me.
Wait. So 36 doesn't say this at all. It says that, but if he is behaving improperly towards his virgin, i.e. his fiance, but if a man thinks he is behaving improperly towards his fiance, if she is past the flower of youth, and thus it must be, let him do what he wants and marries. So this says nothing about just like having sex with a child you are married to.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Jamal, can you give me the page? I just pulled the Republic off my shelf. What's the page?
Yeah, it's on page 460. But the Bible wholesale condemns fornication, so you cannot have relations with someone outside of the context of marriage.
It ends at 442.
And what does the Bible say where you can marry? It's supposed to be what? Emotionally mature and physically mature? It's quite vague, isn't it?
Maybe we have a different copy.
Jamal, it would have been so easy for God, when writing the Bible, because apparently you think he did this and he inspired these things, to put in multiple areas of the Bible, like he's done for a lot of other quote-unquote sins, to put in that it is simply wrong to have sex with someone who's not emotionally mature.
I mean, I think it's
why was it so difficult for God to do?
Yeah, I think that's like really self-evident, right? Like things that are really self-evident doesn't need to be like stated verbatim in the Bible, but it is condemned. I just gave you a scripture right there.
I'm so sorry. It's
murder being Jamal.
It's page 460 in the book that's 420 pages long.
No, it's in book 5, Plato Republic, book 5, page 460.
Page 460 of the book that is 420 pages long?
Wait, yeah, because hold on, I think I'm confused.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, I want to try to give you charitability. It could be like a different publication, like different font size and, like pages. But like, and I have 2 copies, and I'm almost positive the other one doesn't go that way. I'm going to look on my shelf, but I just have this one, and Annie's looking at it in front of me. She can verify it, right? This does not have that many pages. So can you just read the passage and like, I don't know, maybe just like count, like, because like, look, I can open it up on 257 book 8. Can you like help me out here? Because like, I'm trying to be charitable to you, but like, I am also skeptical that you're just lying right now.
Can you maybe give us like the exact like quote or something so someone could look?
Yeah, I could just Google it. I mean, it'd probably be easier, I guess.
Yeah, just Google it.
Okay, give me the exact quote. I can look it up.
I'm now more convinced that you're just lying to me.
Yeah, me too.
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna pull out the
because
actually I found
on my shelf, and it's not this publication.
So let me see. Oh, right, because so book 5 starts at like page 130 and ends at page like 154. Yeah. I'm highly skeptical that it.
Actually, I think that we should have black people as slaves. I think it is good and fine for there to be social punishment where people don't want to associate with you or associate negative labels with you. That's totally fine, and it should happen.
So you mean you think there should be punishments for people who are thinking that way or actively pursuing it?
Thinking, or obviously, I mean, if you're thinking that way, and obviously that thinking is expressed, we can't know what you're thinking without expressing it. And expressing something, expressing your beliefs, is a way of advocating for them. So if you're advocating for your beliefs in that way, then yeah, we should punish you. I think that's fine. And this is also getting a little bit off topic, but
right. But I mean, that's okay. All right, better understood there with that. Like I say, I mean, if you're having thoughts like that, again, like you said, if it's inside your head, no one's going to know anyway, so no harm, no foul. But expressing it, I don't know about, I guess it depends on what kind of repercussions we're talking about here, but just because someone put up a Facebook post saying that, bring back the Confederacy and, slavery or something like that, do I believe we should go and take that person and throw them in jail? No, I do not.
No, I agree. I never said that. I was talking about social punishment. Yeah, no, but if someone says, yeah, we should bring back the Confederacy, I think that not only do people not need to associate with that person, but I think they might even have a moral obligation to say, hey, I don't like you. I don't like what you stand for. I'm going to separate from you, and I'm going to socially
you're an
condemn
asshole.
you.
Right.
Yes,
Fully agree.
that's fine. That's good. That's healthy.
Yeah, and honestly, that's your First Amendment in action, brother. That is the beauty of the people, because they'll be able to go there and shame this dude into the ground. Be like, what the fuck are you thinking? Where is your mind at? That's ridiculous. Whatever the case may be, he deserves that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, there's not much disagreement here. Maybe we can have more conversations at other points to figure out why you say you're a strong conservative. Because I'm sure there are some other beliefs that are very different from these, or that you're not being honest about. So,
well, no, you touched on one the other night, and
with guns.
Again, I apologize. Didn't mean to get, as irate as I did, but I feel like, as I was trying to make points, you were trying to invalidate them, and I was just trying to get it across. I got a little bit discouraged with you. But I mean, there is a prime example you can see. I definitely do have a conservative value, and I hold a very strong conservative value. But the thing is that you, in my opinion, are pretty moderate when it comes to being a liberal. So
I'm a leftist. I'm beyond. I mean, you might call it moderate depending on the stance, but I would say I'm beyond some of the liberal attitudes to the left.
Well, so. You don't sound ignorant. You don't belittle people. So I mean, it's
I do
hard.
Sometimes.
Well, yeah, you do sometimes, but it's not in good nature, and not whenever it's not appropriate, in my opinion. But either way, you make it easy to have a conversation. So therefore, and I've said this on numerous people's live. This is the kind of conversation that we should be able to have, and at the end of the day, still respect one another. We don't have to love one another. We don't even have to be friends, but respect is important.
Sure. Obviously, the respect comes with conditions, as it should. But yeah, generally, I think that respect is a good way to start off, at least.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to check in with Tanner real quick to see if they disagree with the prompt. And if they do, then we'll move on to talking with them. Tanner, what was that? Was that a chicken? The fuck? Hi, chicken. Tanner, did you disagree with the prompt?
I don't really know what it means.
Sure, I can clarify for you. When I say that trans people are valid, that when trans people align with a particular gender identity, especially one that is in distinguishment to the sex they were assigned at birth, that they're valid in that. That when when a trans woman says they're a woman, they're a woman. When a trans man says they're a man, they're a man. That's what I mean.
Oh no, I would have to disagree.
Okay. Cool. We can get to conversation. Fully, since you don't disagree, I'm going to drop you down, but feel free to come up on my live another time when you see a prompt that you might disagree with. Let's see where your conservatism really shines.
Yeah, I'll pop in here and now. You know that.
All right. Thanks, Will. You take care, man. All right, Tanner, why do you not think that trans men are men or trans women are women?
Because they're delusional.
What makes them delusional?
You can't change your gender. You can't pick your gender.
They're not picking, they're perceiving. Two important different things. Can you define sex and gender for me?
Yeah, it's your chromosomes.
Oh God! So there's 16. There's 16 genders.
No, there's 2.
You know that there's 16 sex chromosomal pairing variations in humans, right?
Okay.
So how would there be 2 if there's 16?
What biological categories are there other than male and female?
Well, when you're talking about chromosomes, you're specifically talking about sex chromosomal pairings, in which case there are 16 variations.
Can you even name the archetypal male and female sex chromosome pairs?
Yeah, it's typically XX and XY.
Yes. You know that there's more than that, though, right?
Okay, that doesn't deter from the fact that there's males and there's females.
But how do you define a male and a female?
I don't know, but there's only 2 genders.
If you don't know how to define it, how do you know that there are only 2 of it?
So what genders are there other than male and female? What biological categories?
We're critiquing your position. You said that there are 2 genders and that sex and gender are the same thing, and that we define them with someone's chromosomes. But if there are additional chromosome pairings, what gender do those chromosomes fall under?
So what makes sex and gender 2 different things? What makes them different?
Could you answer my question first?
No, I already said I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
So
well, if you don't know, then that's fine. There's just some miseducation on your part. So traditionally, we'd separate sex and gender. Sex being the what's a good broader definition? Sex
pertaining
being
to your biological reproductive system.
Yeah. Whether or not your biological reproductive system is oriented around producing large or small gametes, that's how traditionally scientists have defined the male and the female sex. The problem is that what your biological system creates when it comes to gametes is very reductive when it comes down to our everyday experience of gender. We experience gender not just as what gamete someone produces, but the way they express themselves, all of their behaviors. There's a lot of different attributes that we associate with that. And while I think it is true that gender is built off of sex to some extent, there are significant distinctions. And those distinctions can be found, as I said, in the way that people express themselves. There are some interesting brain state differences that I think contribute to the difference. And what that means is that compared to people's biological reproductive systems, we have some mental identities, some mental schema that associates us with social groups. And that's pretty powerful. It influences the way we interact with people. It influences the way we see ourselves. So understanding that and knowing the difference, I think, is key to understanding the way society works. So I can give a good example. There's like a story that I often tell people that talks about how there can be a sex difference that would create some problems socially if you weren't to see them as the gender they identify with. So Tanner, let's say there's this there's this person born in the 1950s. Their name's, I don't fucking know, Brenda. They grow up. They go through puberty. They go through all that. They realize once they start to engage in relationships with people that she realizes she is infertile, but she lives her life. She gets a family. She adopts a couple kids. And then scientific technology catches up, and when she's in her 60s, after she's created a community, after she's created a family, after she's stewarded over that family, that says, actually, you have a male reproductive system. You just have a condition called CAIS, or complete androgen insensitivity syndrome. And that means that the phenotype that you've expressed is predominantly more visually associated with being a female, even though your reproductive system is male. According to your definition, if we're just using chromosomes and traditional sex to determine people's gender, that person should not be seen as a woman. They should not have a name like Brenda. We should call that person he, him pronouns. We should tell that person that even though they live this lifestyle, that they should go in the men's restroom. We should do all that type of stuff. So it creates some pretty insane absurdities when you align so heavily to this sex view of gender.
So you're saying gender is what you, how you behave and how you act in society?
Gender is a product of, or I should say, gender is a self-perception identity. What you do is...
Gender is multifactorial. So
Yes.
gender has a social level and a psychological level, right? There's a social level, which is going to be pertaining to things like behaviors, social categories like feminine and masculine. And then there's a psychological level, which is going to be a person's identity. Typically, a person's identity leads to them aligning more with one of these social categories.
So it's like a Halloween costume?
No. Where did I say that?
What do you mean? You said it's how you see yourself. It's how you think psychologically.
That's not what I said. All identity is psychological. Do you know the meaning of psychological?
In accordance with the brain? Relating to the brain?
No.
What does it mean?
I think you're thinking of neurological, which would be another aspect that we would look into, I suppose, which would validate what we're saying even more. But psychological is pertaining to mind and behavior.
Your mind is your brain.
Sure, under some views.
So that's basically what I said.
No.
Rejecting Cartesian dualism. Controversial.
Yeah, it depends what view you take. Even in psychology, it's debated whether or not the mind is just the brain.
Yeah, so your argument is gender is how you see yourself.
No. That would be part of it, right? That would be the psychological identity. Gender identity is talking about self-perception. Typically, self-perception leads on to behaviors and expression.
So how do I know if I'm a woman?
Well, the fact that you've never questioned whether or not you are one until this very moment suggests you're probably not.
How would you know if I've never questioned?
I feel like you would have said that. See how you're just going to do the disingenuous thing? You don't think that I've experienced this like a million times on this app?
No, you're making assumptions about me. I'm asking you how you know.
Well, you just asked the question, how would I know if I'm a woman?
I'm asking you, how would you know if I'm a woman?
How would I know if you're a woman?
Yeah.
Probably if you told me.
So that's all you have to do is just say that you're a woman and you are one?
No, that would be how I would know if someone's gender, right? They're asking a similar question, like how would you know someone's sexuality?
Mackenzie.
Right? This is what the example I'll give you. Like, how do you know if a person is gay?
Their behavior.
being gay is to do with attraction.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you saying that? Wait, that makes no sense. Are you saying that if someone told you they were gay, you're like, I don't believe in you until I actually see you sucking dick? Is that really your stance?
For me to know just based off their word.
Right. Yeah, but typically sexual orientation, sexual identity leads to behaviors that we see. That's kind of similar to what I've been saying about gender, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm saying gender is not something you act out or do. It's just...
Yeah, there's typical behaviors and things that might correspond to an identity, but those aren't the identity itself, which is the same thing that we've just said with sexuality.
So, explain gender.
Oh my god.
Did we not just? Were you not listening this whole time?
Yeah, you said it's like it's a theater troupe. It's a Halloween costume, pretty much.
No, dude, that's what you said.
It's just something you act out.
What was the gender sex distinction we gave you? Can you repeat it for us?
You said gender is in your behavior and the way you see yourself.
Those are facets of it, yes. But not just period.
I asked Katie, how would you know if I'm a woman? And she said, if you told me you were one. So all I have to do is say that I'm a woman.
Nope, that's about how I would identify someone as being a woman. That's not saying that that's going to be the accurate marker of making them a woman. Right? The same way that the way for me to know if someone is gay is by them telling me that they are. But that's not going to be the thing itself that actually makes them gay, right?
Yeah, it's difference between knowing what is something versus who is that thing. Those are two different determiners. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So when you're trying to figure out who is a woman, you engage in their self-reporting in the same way with any other psychological characteristic by someone. If they have a mental health condition or if they're
based on typicals.
Yeah, so what would the behavior
how we identify what's the You're asking these questions, but these questions are not going to answer what actually defines a woman. You're just asking us how we would identify someone to be a woman. That's two different questions.
So defining a woman is entirely subjective?
Subjective to the individual, I would say. I can give you a definition, but you actually haven't asked for one.
Is defining a gay person subjective?
No, but you haven't asked for a definition. You do know that, right?
Okay, what is a woman?
Well, all definitions are subjective in a sense, but yeah, when it comes to either identifying that you are gay or identifying that you are trans or whatever, it's going to be a self-perception thing. You analyze the way you see yourself, the way you feel about the world around you, the categories you see the world around you produce, and then you figure out, oh, this is what I am in greater alignment with. That's one of the reasons why, when it comes to gender-affirming care, we see mental health successes when we engage in gender-affirming care. I can show you a large study, association between gender-affirming surgeries and mental health outcomes, that show that when people engage in the performative activities or the expressions that are associated with their gender identity, their mental health increases. That cuts off that gender dysphoria they're experiencing, which means there is a strength, there is a validity to the mental identity they have.
The definition I would give you is just
person is not engaging.
A woman who is an adult. A woman is an adult whose gender identity aligns with their schema of the female sex.
Okay, and where did you get that definition?
Oh, I came up with it by observing the world around me.
You just made it up.
Yeah, do you know how definitions work?
No, I know.
Could you give me a definition that's not made up?
Most of them are just made up.
Name-
by random people.
So definitions are made up.
Not by just random people.
Yeah, do you know how they come up with those definitions, though?
How?
By observing the way that people use language, right? So we're in a debate. So in this context, we would be using what's called a formal operational definition, which means they operates in a certain way in this context. So because we're the people posing
Hey, Kenzie.
the stance, a trans woman is a woman, we're going to be defining woman.
So within this group, that's how you define it. But I'm talking about.
That's
for the
how I
world.
would define it in everyday life, personally.
That's how you personally would define it.
Yeah, could you tell me how you identify someone to be a woman in your everyday life? Because I guarantee it's not going to be the chromosomes, like you said earlier.
No female.
How do you identify that someone is a female in everyday life? Say you look over and you're saying to your friend, hey, look at that woman over there. She looks really good. How are you knowing that she's a woman?
I'm assuming they're a female
You're assuming they're a female based on what?
based on my observation.
Of what?
Their physical being.
Can you
Their
be specific?
appearance?
Yeah.
Okay, can you be specific, please?
Usually they have breasts. Usually they have no Adam's apple. Usually.
Everyone has an Adam's apple. It's just less pronounced in females.
So not everyone has one.
No, everyone has one. It's just less pronounced in females.
So if you see someone who is a male with like gynecomastia or whatever, you'd be like, that's a woman. They got breasts. They got the titties.
No.
Oh, okay. So it's more than just that, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Either
So
way,
what you do
these are just
is you
typical,
take.
Right.
Yeah.
These are just typical characteristics that you associate with females. These are not determining factors as to whether or not someone's female.
So can you tell what a male is when you're out in public?
A male?
Yeah.
In everyday life? Not absolute certainty.
Can you point out a male?
Not with absolute certainty.
Why are you pivoting around the answer? Can you just?
I'm answering you directly. Can I tell if someone is a male in everyday life? Not with absolute certainty.
Okay, I can't tell if someone is black with absolute certainty, but I usually can tell if they're black, right?
Okay.
Well, that's a little bit more difficult because
Why?
Race is a social category, but
You say that gender is a social category.
Yeah, but you're talking about sex. You asked me about
yes,
male.
but one's a social category around a phenotype.
Yeah,
which is different.
Either way, he's still talking about sex, which is different because in everyday experiences, I don't typically see people's sex characteristics, at least not their primary sex characteristics.
Yeah. So, Tana, the problem is that you're valuing these hyper-specific genetic characteristics such as chromosomes, when in reality, you do pay attention to the more superficial things and you take those into account more when it comes down to the way you think about sex. And you pay attention to those things because those things matter more to people. We use those to categorize ourselves. So why are you so obsessed with your particular definition when it really isn't that useful?
Well, it's not my particular definition.
It is.
Oxford, dictionary.com.
Oxford has more than one definition.
There's many credible sources.
Why, even if you do go with like the definition on Oxford Dictionary or Merriam-Webster or anything like that, why would your definition be superior or correct to ours?
It's not mine. That's what I said.
Why would the definition of your preference be superior to ours?
Yeah, I feel like you need to understand a dictionary isn't a source. It's like not an authoritative body. Definitions are prescriptive, language adapts. Also, all of the dictionaries you're going to name have more than one definition of the word woman.
So where do you usually go if you don't know what a word means?
Sure, if I don't know what a word means, I'm going to look in the dictionary. That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't respond to anything that's been said.
You just make up your own? Or do you go...
Oh, are you going to engage with anything that we just said?
Okay, I can ask you the same question. Why does your definition hold more weight than a
Tanner, it's not about, okay. When we use definitions, we're trying to find things that are functional and useful, that are telling us things that matter in our life. So when a dictionary is finding definitions, as Katie said, they're looking at the way people use words and they try to best approximate the way people are using words. So when we're saying that a woman or a man and their definition should be this and this, we're saying that these are much more functional for our day-to-day life. This is why we're trying to create a gender-sex distinction, and not just trying to create it, but trying to ensure that everyone else holds to that gender-sex distinction. Because when you conflate gender and sex, you make it very, very, very confusing to understand and to identify and to categorize all of these psychological and behavioral characteristics that are built around and associated with the male and the female sex, and all the identities that that holds. Because yes, the male and female sex, that is a thing, and it is a little bit more variable than that. But people aren't just their chromosomes, people aren't just their reproductive systems. There's much more to that. So if we add on a definition, this construct of gender, understand and respect it, those words are going to be much more useful, because then we can talk about people's psychology, we can talk about people's behavior, we can understand and address people's identity in day-to-day life. So why are you trying to reduce it down to just a sex definition?
Because that's an easier way.
Most trans people don't.
That is true.
Most trans people don't. It's actually a really small minority of transgender people that get bottom surgery.
So are you saying that those people are invalid?
No. What?
No. Tanner, sex and gender are distinct. That doesn't mean they're unrelated. Our concept of gender is built around sex. Gender was born from the sexual dimorphism that we find in human beings. So when someone who is transgender wants to get some gender affirmation or gender reassignment surgery or anything like that, it is to alleviate the dysphoria of feeling distinct from the people around them that have that same identity they have. People want to fit in. It is fulfilling to fit in. It is fulfilling in behavior and in appearance to fit in with the people that share your identity. If you see yourself as significantly different and you feel like you're expressing yourself significantly different from the other people, the other men, the other women around you, you're more likely to engage in ways that try and align yourself more with that group.
You're more likely to engage.
Whoa. Holy moly.
Me, I ask a question once he responds to you.
Yeah, sure. They are echoing. Let me see if I can. Oh, they're out of the app. Tanner, we can't hear you when you're out of the app.
Yeah, sometimes that does solve the echo. If you go to your home screen and you leave TikTok and then come back, it should take care of the echo.
The MAGA mobile.
All you gotta do is unmute. It shouldn't be this complicated. Got it for a second and then you mute it again.
Tanner, you're back in the app. Go click the button at the bottom that has a little microphone icon.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
What was the question?
Oh God, the what was my whole spiel that I just Candy just asked a question.
About the experience. Yeah, Tanner, do you wear dresses?
Tanner, unmute your mic. Respond.
Do you need a minute, bro? Like, what's happening?
I'm tempted to call this one. This is way too slow for me. Tanner, unmute your mic and talk into the microphone. Come back to the app. I don't know if you're like Googling shit to try and come up with something. Get off of Quora, get off of Reddit for your like transphobic arguments. Please, for the love of God.
Say ChatGPT.
He looked up gender in Google AI, and now he's just having cognitive dissonance.
Tanner, come back to the app. Stop running from the converse.
There we go.
Okay, all right. Jesus Christ, what a waste of time. Person is pro-rain. Poppy. Mike. Is this person asleep?
It's weird. He didn't start snoring until after you said hello to him, though.
Poppy Mike. Poppy Mike. Going once. Going twice. You're gone. All right.
I think trans people need help, for real. I don't think it's valid.
A lot of them do need help because they've been socially ostracized. They've been bullied. They haven't received the support they need.
Yeah, I'm talking about like mental problems. Like they need to see some type of, maybe a psychologist, a therapist.
I see a psychologist.
Maybe something in their life isn't going on, you know.
Adam, I see a psychologist. Now what?
You see, I don't know what it's like.
I
You
think
need more
men
help.
need help.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I like it's not.
No, they've never said anything about my gender.
I think it's some type of mental
Josh.
illness. You know what I mean? Some type of mental illness. They're not.
Okay, that's
Not
fine
okay.
because it actually used to be classified that way, and then they realized that didn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's a mental illness.
doesn't, though.
How are you born? Like, how do you want to change your gender? That's some type
It's
of.
not
sex,
being trans
whatever.
does not mean changing your gender.
Okay, whatever sex, whatever you want to call it. I don't
It doesn't
care.
mean changing the sex either. You're not changing anything.
Yes, you are. You're changing what you are. If you're a man, you want to be a woman. You're
bro,
changing God's image.
Adam, take a breath, bro.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Right. Are you under the impression that the word trans means transition?
What's
up, Demi?
You said what? Say that again.
Are you under the impression?
Yes, say that again. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Do you think that trans means transition? I'm gonna have a stroke.
Dude, just trans people not know how to operate the fucking phone.
Mm.
Y'all called me a boomer, and this is what we have.
So sorry. My thing's like glitching out. All right. You said, say it one more time. I'm very sorry.
Do you think that trans means transition?
Yeah, you're changing your
That's
sex. Gender,
incorrect.
whatever. But you're changing the way you are.
No,
Oh yeah, I forgot this
changing
little
God's image.
misconception they have. Jesus
But man, I didn't
Christ.
look up. Man, dude, tripping.
Dude. Yeah, no, go and look it up. Go and look up the word transgender.
All right, I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, go and do it. Actually, that would be great.
And look up the Latin root of the prefix trans. and see what the fuck that means.
All right.
Because it does not mean change.
What is the definition of trans? What does trans mean? All right. Denoting or relating to a person whose gender identity does
Denoting?
Yeah, whatever it is.
Denoting.
Denoting. I apologize, teacher. My bad. Denoting or relating to a person
You're
whose
skipping
gender
half in this
identity.
class. Sorry, go on.
Is not aligned with their sex registered at birth. Yeah, we know, right? See how nowhere in that does it say change or transition?
So, okay, why don't you tell me what trans is?
Well, it's what you just read.
Okay, well, just tell me what it means. I don't know what this shit means.
It means the person's gender identity doesn't align with their sex assigned at birth. So gender identity.
So you think, okay. So you're saying if let's say I'm born a male and I want to become a woman, I can just change it like that?
No. Once again, not changing. If you'd let me finish, gender identity develops for everyone around the ages of 3 and 7. Everybody.
So 3 and 7, you get to pick your own gender?
No, you don't get to pick it. It develops, right? We engage with the world around us. We have experiences.
It develops whenever you're in the womb. You either have a penis or a vagina.
That's talking about sex, not gender.
When we say gender and sex are different, what do you think we mean?
You either have a penis or a vagina. That's a sex.
Not even true, but when we're talking about sex and gender, what do you think we mean when we say they're separate?
Sex is when you have a penis or a vagina. You're the man or woman, and
I'm gonna lose my mind.
What you mean lose your mind?
Adam.
I just think it's a mental illness that people shake back.
Adam. What happens when a female is born without a vagina, or a male is born without a penis, or the individual is born with both of them?
Then something's wrong with. Well, I don't know about both of them. I'm gonna be real, but if you're not born with either one of them, there's some type of problem.
Adam, can you define vagina for me?
What?
Can you define vagina for me?
Are you you trying to say I get no vagina?
No. I just don't think you really know what it is. I don't think you know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
My body counts more to your age. You're telling me I don't know what it is?
That's great. Can you tell us what it is?
If you do know what it is, then define it for me.
What do you mean the lips? What do you want me to say? I don't know.
Oh my God!
First of all, no.
What do you mean no?
No, sir.
You're trying to tell me to explain what a vagina is.
Adam, I'll give you an easier question. How many holes are below the waist on a female?
How many? One? A vagina? What the man? What?
Whoa.
One?
Okay, you are definitely not ready for any of this conversation.
You piss, shit, and give birth out of the same hole. Rough.
Wait, man, y'all confusing the shit out of me, man. Wait, y'all, it's confusing me, dog. Hold on.
This is confusing?
You're confusing me. There's hold on.
And you want to come up here and tell individuals that they don't know what their gender is?
Wait, what'd you say?
And you don't even
19.
know how many holes are below the waist on a female. I think you failed. I think you failed biology, and you may want to go back.
You got it wrong even on a second try. Oh my God!
What you mean? There's two. There's the hole in the vagina and the hole whenever you use the bathroom.
Well, there's
just one. There's 3 holes
that you use. Yeah, there's 3 total. 2 when you use the bathroom. One is the urethra.
Okay.
One is the vaginal opening, and one is the anus.
All right. Appreciate it for educating me.
Hey, Carly.
Well, I just think it's so interesting that men like you come up here and talk about number one, it's clear you really haven't done any research on this topic, but then you identify. 1 second, you identify
I'm 19.
people.
Everyone, whoever keeps saying this.
Okay, great. Great. So you identify AFAB people that essentially it's just surrounded by a vagina, and you can't even conceptualize what that is because you just like, oh, that's where I put my dick. Like that's all you think. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
really
I really hope you
a
understand
mental
how
illness,
embarrassing. Well, no, it's a mental illness that you don't know what a vagina is. Sure. I just want to I hope you're aware how embarrassing it has been for you to come up here and for you to utter words. That's it.
Wait, hold up. Yeah, like I said again, I think it's a major mental illness that
what makes it a mental illness?
Adam, shut up. I do not give a shit what you think. You don't even know basic biology. Stop talking.
I have a question. Hang on. So the last college.
Hang on. Take a breath. You need to calm down, bro. Way too much energy.
All right. I have just one more question I want to be answered.
That's
please,
so great, but I want to address what you keep saying about mental illness first, because I did try and talk to you about this earlier. You said they need to go to a psychologist. Hi, I'm a trans person. I have regular therapy appointments, and I go and see a psychiatrist as well. None of them have told me that my gender identity is an issue, so who the fuck are you to tell me there is?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Whatever, I don't care. Just listen. I need to say one thing. So when I went to
you're such an idiot.
I'm such an idiot. Okay, I'm in college right now, and not too long ago, I had I think one of my friends was telling me about she's a girl. And they had I think it was a male. It was a male. He transformed to a female, and he won.
1 hour later.
I came up and I was immediately insulted. So, if that's the tone you said it in.
Oh, did I insult you? What did I say?
Well, I don't know what the species below me was saying, but I was insulted. So
I think they just referred to you as like a worse person than you were before, and you were already a pretty dumb, bad person. So, you people go assuming that she's accurate in what she's saying, then.
You people go on live looking for debates and then get offended about other people's opinions. That's laughable.
It's not about I'm offended. It's not about being offended by specific opinions. I'm offended when people are intellectually shitting on my doorstep when they're wrong. That's all that I care about. That's what I'm offended by. I'm offended by the fact that people have opinions with which they do not substantiate, and they affect the political climate we live in with those dumb opinions. That's what I care about. That's why I have these conversations, and because it's intellectually stimulating sometimes. It's not, unfortunately, it hasn't been intellectually stimulating. Maybe you'll change that. I have a feeling you won't. But you're free to try, maybe, although I don't know if you've done something specific that Demi's referring to that should mean I should be talking to
you. Obviously, they're not valid.
Obviously?
Yeah.
What makes it obvious?
Well, it depends what you mean by valid. You mean it's like a healthy thing to be? It's like normal?
It's not even what I meant by valid. Actually, not what I meant by valid either.
What do you mean by valid?
But I do agree that being trans is, or at least can be, both healthy and normal. Unfortunately, in this society, not the healthiest thing because of the way society treats trans people. But hopefully we can alleviate that in the future. When I talk about valid, I mean when someone who is trans man or trans woman, when they say that they are a particular gender, whether man or woman, that they are valid in the identity they ascribe themselves to. They're correct.
They're correct in the identity that they ascribe themselves to?
Yes.
Okay. Like an anorexic person ascribes the identity as being overweight?
No. One that's assuming a delusion. Where is the delusion with a trans person? Do you think that trans people think like let's say if it's a trans man, we'll say, do you think a trans man thinks they have a penis when they don't?
Well, I asked a question. I didn't think you really.
Yeah. I'm showing you the distinction between an eating disorder that's been brought about because of some self-delusion versus something like being trans. And the only way you could say that being trans is delusional if trans people literally thought they had different genitals than they had. Do you think that trans people think that?
You still haven't responded to my question.
I'm responding right now. Do you think trans people think that?
No, I asked if it's valid if an anorexic person identifies as being overweight. That was
anorexic people don't identify as being overweight. They simply feel like that they are much heavier than they are. And because of that, and because of that, that's a misconception. That is a delusion that they have. They need to receive help, especially since it results in behaviors and activities that are worse for them. And engaging in that is bad for them. The difference is we have the exact... whatever you mean by valid, no, it's not going to be valid there.
I'm going based off.
But when it comes to trans people, we see that ensuring that they live out their identity is actually better for them. We see that gender affirming care supports and improves mental conditions. Yes.
So why is there such a high self-unaliving rate?
Isn't it funny how much? My live is being. They must have gotten banned. Oh shit! Yeah, because I just got a flag on.
RC, people, if you're going to report guests, go directly to their profile. Don't do it from the live, because that gets everyone else on the live in trouble too. So if
does that mean I got to restart? What does that mean?
Really harmful, did it come up with a flag or anything?
It did, yeah, on my screen, yeah.
Yeah, probably restart. Did he react to your face though?
He didn't. I wanted to ask him about that. He was, every single time I talked to him, he's like, "You're such a wimp, critically. You're so pathetic. Show your face." And then now that I've shown my face, he was just completely silent.
One of the first lives I ever watched you in, he was not engaging with anything you said, and he was just like, "Turn your camera on, turn your camera on, turn your camera on."
He was obsessed. Well, I hope that he got off or whatever he was looking to do with my face.
Since I am a species now, I'm just going to make something up. I'm going to be a Drackle. I'm going to be part dragon and part jackal, and we'll go with I'm an Egyptian goddess. So that's my species.
Yeah. I like that,
That's the best
actually.
I can do.
Hell yeah. All right, well, and Katie, if you want to restart, do you want to stick with this topic? We could also try another topic.
You can move to something else if you want. I'm just about to take my meds, so I'll probably be awake for like another hour.
Okay, fair. All right. Well, unfortunate. I mean, the viewership isn't really going down, so I don't know. Maybe that doesn't really matter. But maybe it's just too much risk anyways.
Did you read it? Because if it was their flag, you don't get in trouble. But if it flagged the whole
it said
live,
that my live was flagged for a hate speech violation.
No, you got to restart.
Okay. All right. Well, everyone, feel free to follow me here and whatever. I'll try to do these every now and again, pretty regularly. And I'll probably be back on in a second. But thanks for hopping in, y'all.
See you soon.
Hey, Molly. Well, I thought I'd switch the conversation. Trans topic is a good topic, an important topic, but it can be pretty exhausting to run through all the definitional stuff again and again and again, and it is annoying how difficult it is for people to engage, honestly, with it. What's up, Elijah? Hey, Sarah. Hey, Ditto Jacks. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's see if we can get 5K likes, and maybe we'll get some opposition on this topic. Hey, Abby. What's up, Kelly? Welcome. Hey, that's cool. I feel like I should make this background smaller because my head is just in the way of the request if you disagree. Not that that shouldn't be too obvious overall. Vote blue. Based, Randy. Yes, absolutely. Y'all, please vote this election. I know it's tempting to kind of play into some of the excitement and the hype saying, Harris has got it. She's going to win no matter what. But it is unfortunately incredibly close. And it is terrible how close it is. Stupid how close it is. Does my voice sound different? Wait, how does my voice sound different, Poke? I'm not using my mic right now because I'm charging my fucking phone. And I keep on, it's so annoying. I keep on, with my headphones, I keep on getting an alert that these headphones are not proper. Oh, all right, let's see. But yes, please vote, y'all. It is insane how close it is. What's up, Cole? How's it going?
Fucking W.
Oh. Are they lagging? Am I? Oh. What's happening? Did they lag out? Did they glitch? For anyone else? What is happening? Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's see if we can get in more people. All right. I'm guessing, yeah, they lagged out. Am I clear, Katie? Shinny, how's it going? I should start asking age too. What's your age?
I'm 25.
25, cool. And what's your position on the background?
I'm pro-life.
Pro-life, okay. Could you tell me why you're pro-life?
I'm pro-life, and the reason why is because I think, I'm pro-life because I think everyone deserves a chance at life, and I don't think anyone should choose that for you. Anyone should choose if
you have exceptions to that, though, right?
Huh?
Like if someone's trying to kill me or something like that, like they don't get a chance at life, right?
Right. And before you say medical reasons or rape, it's statistically proven, it's been studies done since like the early 2000s that 90% of abortions aren't medically necessary.
Sure, most abortions are elective.
They're usually due to financial reasons, education, and things of that sort. Which in that case, you did have a choice. If you're pro-choice, you did have a choice. When you chose to have sex without protection, or even when you do choose protection because it's not 99% accurate and you're aware of that.
Yeah, what percent of abortions do you think occur when the partners were using protection?
Huh?
What percent of abortions occur, do you think, even when the partners had used protection?
I think they use protection and they still probably end up having a pregnancy because
it's not about them being irresponsible, right?
Huh? They are still responsible because it's educated that protection isn't 100%.
No, I meant as in even when they're being responsible, it can still result in a pregnancy because protection is 100%.
But let's be honest here as well. A lot of abortions are due to, how do I put this without it sounding crazy?
Yeah, you're going to say like, why aren't women keeping their legs closed? I know you're going to do that.
No, I'm not saying that because it's not just women, it's men too. I'm not.
Sure.
But I'm saying lots of abortions are, I don't know how to put that, but I'm going to say they're not married or they're not in a secure relationship because a ring doesn't always, but they're not in a secure relationship. So they're having sex without being
what do you mean by a secure relationship? Most abortions occur with someone who's in a relationship or who's in a relationship.
No, it's not true. That's not most abortions. But that's not my point. We're getting besides the point here. The point is you chose to have sex, whether it was protected or unprotected, because the only way to not 100% get pregnant is being absent from sex. So you chose to have sex. That was your choice. And then you get pregnant, and then you get pregnant, which is the result of your choice. And you're like, I can't do this. And you're choosing to murder the child.
That's fair. So, and we should establish that off the bat, right? So you do have exceptions, though, for like rape and incest and all that, right?
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Yes, you do have exceptions.
But
okay.
the reason why they're trying to end abortion is because the reasons aren't mostly because of that.
That's fine. I just want to know from
People are abusing, they're abusing the use of abortion.
That's fine. I just know we can get into that. I just want to know from you that you do think that medical exemptions and grape and all that should be
so if a married couple never wants
kids, should they stay celibate?
Shania, can I please? We can get into that. I just want a simple answer from you. You do believe in exceptions for medical, rape, and incest, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, let's dive into the actual conversation. I think it's pretty important to help understand it. There's two buckets you can separate the conversation into. One of them is when do rights begin? When do we introduce rights to things? We can, obviously in this case, we're talking about the human species. Does that happen at conception? When does that happen? And how do we determine that line? And the second is, how do we resolve the rights conflict that occurs? Because even when rights are introduced to a member of the human species, what happens when those rights butt up against someone else's rights? So in the case of abortion, even if you do grant the fetus rights at some point, how do you resolve that conflict? So I first want to hear from you. How are you granting rights to human beings? What gives you that determinant to say that human beings have rights?
Them being human. As soon as life is born,
what makes human beings have rights? As soon as it's born or conceived?
When it's conceived. As soon as the life starts is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So life begins at conception. So why is it that gives rights?
Is that not them being human? And humans deserve rights?
Why do human beings deserve rights?
I don't get what you're trying to ask.
What I'm saying is that there are reasons as to why we grant human beings rights. It's not superfluous. And people who don't understand those reasons have a degree of moral bankruptcy because they're just granting rights without understanding why it occurs. And if you don't understand why something occurs, it's much more easy to suspend that. And it's easy to also misapply that because I think it also comes to an issue with animals where we suspend those rights for animals when we shouldn't. Yeah, so I think the reason why we give human beings rights is because human beings generally have this innate perception capacity for desire. That human beings are able to think, perceive, feel, they're able to have differential states of desire. And because of that, we want to ensure that those desires are maximized. We value our own values, we value our desires and the fulfillment of our desires. So that's what gives us rights. So rights are obligations that others have towards us or what we have ourselves in order for our desires to be achieved. Now, this becomes complicated and problematic because this necessitates some type of consciousness, and it necessitates some type of observer to be seeing, to be feeling, to be thinking. Otherwise, those don't really exist. So it is difficult to, and you can't really grant rights prior to that happening in utero. So at least for me, it's most sensical to say, hey, up until a fetus has some of those characteristics, that seeing, that perceiving, those faculties of the brain, granting them rights doesn't seem to have any ground. And granting them rights is going to put someone else's rights at risk as we're trying to resolve that rights conflict. So for me, at least prior to about 20 weeks, I don't see any reason. There isn't sufficient evidence for me to grant any rights to them.
I have two questions. So my first question is the fetus growing and showing life not enough to show that they're wanting to live?
What do you mean by want?
They are constantly growing. They're constantly feeding, breathing, so they're living. Is that not enough?
You don't breathe until birth, just to be clear.
You breathe. I've been pregnant before, for one, so I understand this completely. We learned about it.
Well, you think the fetus breathes in the womb?
It's not breathing. They get oxygen, but getting oxygen is in the process of breathing.
That's purely through the umbilical cord.
Whatever.
Blood transferred there.
My point is, they're living. They're naturally living.
Why do we give plants rights? Plants are doing things that are growing and developing and thriving. Why don't we give plants rights?
Plants aren't the same as humans, and we know that.
I agree, but I'm asking, why do we not give plants rights?
Humans and plants, I'm not finna compare my baby to a plant.
Well, could you just answer the question?
I'm sorry.
But he's been asking you this for the past couple of minutes. The question is why? Why don't we give plants rights, but we give humans rights? What's the distinction?
Because humans are above plants and animals.
In what way?
We have we have more intelligence.
Not when we're
I don't want to spread my beliefs on you guys because I'm Christian, so I know God put animals and plants and stuff to serve us, but I don't want to put that out there to you guys. But that's my beliefs.
That's fine. Yeah, depending on.
So that's why I'm not
if
trying
your
to
beliefs
answer
are
the
going to be couched
question
in.
because I don't know if you guys believe that, and I don't want to put that on
We
you.
don't. No, I'm not a Christian, so that's going to probably change perception there. Yeah, if you believe that human beings have some innate divine value that's been granted by some supreme being, then we're going to have a whole different conversation because we don't believe in that supreme being.
Right, so that's why I don't want to get into that. So I want to get into my second part.
So you can engage in the secular argument, right? Can you engage in a secular argument with us? Cool.
So the second part is you were saying something about how, I can't remember exactly how you said it, but you were saying like, how does the baby's or the fetus rights interact with the woman's rights? Can you say that
I think
again?
we should, sure. I think we should stick. I said we could separate it to two buckets. We need to stick to one bucket at a time because they're going to give you different arguments to substantiate either one. First, I'm just trying to figure out how you grant rights. Because if you don't have any meaningful way to grant rights prior to sentience, which I don't think you can really do meaningfully, it's going to be much tougher to advocate for any restrictions on people ending the life of something that doesn't have rights in the first place. So that's why I was trying to get you to say, well, why is it that human beings have rights categorically because they're alive, but not trees?
But do humans have the right to murder?
Now you're talking about some moral allowance that people have. I think it is wrong for people to murder.
But you're giving them the right to by abortion.
So when I say so murder is an unjustified killing. That's the definition of murder. It's not just killing, period.
What's
Murder
justified about killing a living being?
Because killing something like killing a plant that doesn't have any rights associated with it is not wrong.
But a plant and a fetus is not the same thing.
They're not the same
conversation
thing.
we're trying to have with you.
They're not the same thing, but you're struggling to give me any attributes of the fetus that give it some type of superior moral value to that of a plant. Because if the fetus isn't thinking, feeling, perceiving, it doesn't have that consciousness, why are we granting it rights?
It's eating and it's breathing and growing. I'm confused.
Not breathing. Plants metabolize, plants eat, plants grow. Why aren't you giving the plants rights?
Because plants aren't babies.
Okay.
You're killing your own kind, and you're saying you're my kind, but you don't have any rights.
Yeah, I understand.
You are my race. You're not an animal. You're not a plant. You are my race, humankind, but you don't have any rights.
I understand that intuition you have. It's easy to see something that is part of or adjacent to us humans as beings that have consciousness, and it's easy to value those things because of the proximity. I understand that intuition you have.
It's not intuition. I can feel a baby growing inside me and connect it to me. Once again, I've been pregnant before, so I feel it's not intuition. It's anatomy. It's physical.
The point is that I need a justification for you why they have rights, and simply saying they're human being is a bit morally bankrupt, because just because they're part of the human species, or just because you're part of a group, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have all the attributes and all the characteristics of that group.
I watched the documentary about all the things that can go wrong during pregnancy. And they were saying that basically a fetus literally fights every day to live.
Yes, plants fight every day to live.
So you were saying desire.
Life fights to live.
Is a desire to live not a reason to give someone rights?
That's not indication of a desire to live. That's not indication of desire.
It's not fighting to live, not wanting to live.
No, because a want is going to be a desire, which indicates some kind of cognitive role.
Either you want to live or you don't. Cognition. So if they are fighting to live, that's showing they are wanting to live.
No, it doesn't, because want implies a cognitive process. If they do not have any cognition, they cannot have cognitive processes.
How do you know they don't have cognition?
Because they don't have a brain yet.
Yes, they do.
Why
The
are
brain
you
is one of the
mocking their
first things
accents?
to develop.
What?
The brain is one
No.
of the first things to develop.
When?
Nope.
Give me the
brain.
Okay.
Yeah. When does the brain even start developing? Like the first neuron.
Yeah. Can you give me that?
Let me show you.
Because I'll tell you, it's not conception. It's not conception, I'll tell you that much.
Let me show you.
Feel free to look it up.
Yeah, give me one moment. I'm gonna pull out my hospital report.
Did you pull up your hospital report?
Yes, because like I said, when I gave birth, they gave us the whole packet on all of this stuff. When I was going to my pregnancy appointments. Give me one moment to pull it up.
If you Googled, it'd probably be faster.
Google says the brain of a fetus begins to develop as early as 3 weeks after conception.
That's
Not
great.
conception.
So, not at conception.
Which is
And
a
when
pretty
it-
early
I didn't say
estimate.
at
It's more like
conception.
5 weeks.
I never
but-
said that. I
Well,
said the
this
brain
is
is one of the
your-
first things to develop. I never said the brain develops directly at conception.
Girl, I know. But the problem is that you're saying that the fact that from conception they are growing is indication that they want to live. But want is going to be cognition. And to have this
Well,
cognition.
for one, most abortions aren't done in the first 3 weeks. But okay,
no
that's a whole nother
abortions are
topic.
done in the first 3 weeks because people
Okay,
don't know.
then so you're saying if no abortions are done in the first 3 weeks, so when that
At
3
least very
weeks
few,
comes
yeah.
around and they have the abortion,
Shania,
brain
hold on,
is-
hold on. That's a distraction. The point being made by you was that we can show want in some growth or some desire to live. You said that was happening, and that happens at the start of conception.
No, I said the start of conception
You agreed. Yeah,
is
you
life.
agreed with us. You agreed
I
with
said
us.
the
that
start
some-
of conception
You
is
agreed
life.
with
You're
us. That's fine. That's
you're
fine.
changing my
That's
words.
fine.
No,
You're changing my words. You asked me when does life start. I said
that's
at
fine, Shania,
conception.
hold on.
No,
I never
we're talking about
said.
something different than that. We're talking about the fact that you have been saying that the growth, the continuous growth, right, is indication of want. This is not correct.
How is it not correct?
Because just because something is growing does not mean that it is experiencing any kind of desire. Do you think that plants have desires?
Yeah, to grow.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how to have a conversation. What is a desire?
Do animals have
Okay,
desires to
Shania,
live?
then we hold on.
So you're
then we
saying
don't
that
care.
animals don't have a desire to
No,
I asked
no,
you about plants.
No, because you're trying to compare a baby to a plant, and that's where I just can't. That's the
We're not
disconnection.
doing
Because that's
that. We're
insane.
girl, you
won't even compare a dog to a baby. So why are we comparing it to a
I
plant?
absolutely would, but animals have cognitive processes. Plants do not have cognitive processes.
Babies have cognitive processes.
Why are you mocking their accent? It's just kind of weird.
Great. Babies
I
have
think you're doing a good job
cognitive
of it.
processes after a certain point of development, but not from conception.
My point is
You
when
agree that
when someone goes and gets an abortion, that baby is living. So it's murder.
Okay, right, Jesus Christ.
And it's not okay.
The problem is we understand that it's living, but clearly, and you agree with us, life in and of itself is not sufficient enough of a criterion to say that something has rights. You are presumably fine with killing plants, because even though plants grow and they live and they're directed towards some type of flourishing, that doesn't automatically give them rights. So there must be something else there.
Plants is food. I don't eat a baby. We eat plants. We eat plants. I'm not comparing a plant to a baby. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
Okay.
The point of the comparison, Shania,
That
when we're
doesn't make
comparing,
any sense.
Shania,
Compare
Shania.
something you eat, a plant,
grants value, or the desire, the quote unquote desire, meaning the showing of growth, the showing of being directed towards some flourishing or whatever, that grants rights. More than just fetuses have that attribute. Plants have that attribute. So what is it that grants rights? Because it's not just life.
Why do I need rights to not be murdered?
So when we're talking, so what makes murder wrong, the unjustified killing of someone, is it is some violation of their rights. Upon that right.
So you're
when they
saying
kill
babies
you.
don't have the right to life?
I'm saying
Don't
that
have the
prior
right to
to,
live.
I'm saying that prior to having consciousness or a subjective experience, that placing rights upon that entity really to give rights to something or to assume something has rights when it does not have the cognitive processes or the subjective experience.
Okay, so you think the whole time, let me ask this question just to make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
Sure.
So a baby grows for 9 months. That whole 9 months, I'm just asking you, I'm not saying you're saying this, I'm asking you. That whole 9 months, do you feel they don't have rights?
No. No, they definitely get rights. And I, if you were listening to me earlier, no offense to you, it seems like you weren't listening. I said at about the 20-week mark, there are significant enough cognitive faculties present to mean it's likely they have some type of subjective experience that they can perceive the pain they're experiencing. And because of that, I would grant them rights. Now, that's just the rights. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that it now has rights over the mother. And we can have that conversation. Oh, thanks, Johnny. How's it going, Johnny? I've seen some of your lives. They're pretty fucking solid. That doesn't mean that we're necessarily getting rights over the mother. We're just getting to that step one of understanding when the fetus has rights. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Okay. So before 20 weeks, it's okay to kill them because they don't have any rights.
Yeah. I mean, depending what you mean by okay, but yeah, I would say there's no reason to assume it's some rights violation.
You're saying it's justified. So I can go get pregnant whenever I want. I can have sex whenever I want. And if I get pregnant, it's okay. As long as I don't reach 20 weeks, I can just kill them off. Yep.
Yeah, there's not any rights violation occurring there.
But what
you could
about
maybe make some vague arguments about
woman?
some disrespect of the human image that's occurring when you do that. But that's kind of like a vague utility-based argument against that. And I can understand maybe, being opposed to someone like excessively getting pregnant saying, oh, I love to kill the fetus inside of me. But guess what? That's not happening. And assuming that women are just
you can't say it's
going,
not happening.
it's not.
It's actually,
no, it's not.
is. There's status
Assuming,
made about it every day on
disrespectful.
Facebook.
It is
Let's be real.
disrespectful.
Oh my
It's
God,
disrespectful
Facebook
towards women to
statuses.
assume that they're simply going out and irresponsibly having a shit ton of sex and just being like, oh, I can get an abortion. I don't care.
That's literally
how it
what
goes.
they promote. That's what they promote.
No, it is not. No, it is
You
not.
know what's
Do you have any,
As a
Shania,
black
do you have
woman,
any
I get on y'all side. Y'all might not see it, but as a black woman in our community, that's literally what's promoted. 55% of abortions are black women, and that's what's
That's
promoted.
not true. That's not even a correct
I've done the
stat.
statistics. I've done the
Your
statistics.
stat is wrong. Your
Okay.
stat is wrong. It's like
Look it
about
up.
20. It's about 27 to 30%.
Look
And
it
while
up.
it is true that black women are overrepresented in abortions, that's probably because black women tend to have less income. That black women, because of systemic racism and gender issues and everything like that, they tend to be lower
Having
income,
less income
which
is
means
not
that
an
they have,
excuse
which
to have
means
casual
that,
sex and get pregnant.
that means they have
Having
less
low income
access.
is not an excuse to
That
get
means that
pregnant and kill
that
your
means
baby.
that means they have less access to regular contraceptions. Okay, that's the important thing.
Can you please just stop interrupting people, right?
I was talking first, but okay.
No, you really weren't.
Okay, anyway, so the next part, this is the part I really want to get into because that's the part I was confused about.
But you haven't really responded to that first part, like how you're generating some granting of rights.
We're never going to get on the same page about that because with me being a Christian, God grants life
Unfortunately, yeah.
at being conceived. We're never going to be on the same page about that, and that's
So then-
okay.
That's
But
fine. Then let's
my
take it. Then
belief.
let's take. Do you believe in a separation of church and state?
I'm sorry, you say that again? It's my Wi-Fi.
You believe in a separation of church and state,
Church and state?
meaning that your Christian beliefs should not dictate policy.
Policy of everyone or my policy?
Governmental policy. Policy by the government. I mean, the government gets to use its monopoly on violence to restrict people, infringe on their rights, whatever. Do you think that Christian beliefs or Christian ideals, ones that do not have associated secular support, do you think that those should dictate laws and policy?
What do you mean by associated secular support?
Okay, so like there's a Christian ideal that murder is wrong, all right? Now, that while that is a Christian ideal, it's also a secular ideal. So I've got no problem with that ideal influencing policy and us making murder illegal. The point that I'm making is that something like God-given rights happening at conception, while that might be a Christian belief, even though I'm going to be honest to you, early church fathers were not opposed to abortion before what's called the quickening or the movement of a child, the felt movement.
I go by
or
God
the movement.
too, so I don't care about that stuff.
Okay. Sorry, did not mean to get on a tangent because apparently that's a lot. The point that I'm making, what I'm saying is that should the Bible or should your Christian beliefs influence policy?
I think so, but of course everybody not going to think that.
Wait, you think that? So you think that we should make governmental policy based on biblical beliefs?
Yeah, of course I believe. Why wouldn't I believe that? Why wouldn't I believe that everyone should follow God? What type of question was that?
Would you be okay with like an Islamic religion, the Islamic religion influencing political beliefs?
No, I wouldn't. But you asked for mine.
So
religion.
how are you determining how are you determining which religion is appropriate to influence politics?
I would go based off my religion that I believe.
So if there were to be a Muslim here in the U.S. that says, I think that I should vote based on my religion, are you going to tell them they're wrong?
Yeah.
How do we determine, that's why I asked you, how do we determine which one of you is correct? Which one of you has the religion that should influence politics?
There's no way to determine it. Everyone's going to have their own
Wait,
thing.
hold on. That's the issue, is that religious beliefs are simultaneously mutually exclusive, and there isn't any meaningful shared way to determine which religious beliefs are more accurate than others. And because of that, that's why there's been this precedent in the US
There is a way. That's where you messed up.
Hold on.
There is a way, but everyone's going to deny that. No one's going to come to an agreement.
You can say that, but we can have the whole God conversation, and I promise it's not going to look good for you coming out of that conversation. The point is that there's no way to meaningfully determine which religion should influence politics, and that's why America has traditionally been a very secular state. If you look even back at the writings of the original founding fathers, they definitely emphasized the importance of ensuring that there was no national religion, because a national religion would be difficult to conjure up. And then setting the boundaries for what would constitute that religion is incredibly difficult, and it would also result in the lack of religious freedom for people in the U.S. So why is it that you're okay with placing those restrictions on people when you can't even justify a framework for your own religion being held in politics?
I can justify it, but that doesn't mean everybody's going to accept it.
Okay. You didn't engage with anything that I said, which makes this a pretty unproductive conversation. But it sounds like you are, to some extent, fascistic, because you do believe in traditional elements like religion influencing politics. I think that fascism is bad.
I just don't think we should kill babies just because we
to some
can.
extent.
That's all I'm saying. I think it's wrong to kill a baby because you decided to have sex and be irresponsible or responsible, whichever way. You had sex, you got pregnant, and now you're going to go kill that baby and not give them a chance at life. So you're choosing yourself over that baby. When choosing yourself over that baby, you could choose that baby and you're choosing both of you because you both come out alive. Okay. When you choose yourself, you're killing the baby and putting yourself ahead of that baby.
When you're using that type of language, you're just trying to appeal to the emotional associations people have with babies without actually making any real argument.
People like to sugarcoat it by saying abortion is murder. People try to
emotional generalizations.
It's a child. It's a human.
I need to finish my sentence, please. Shania, the problem is when you're just engaging this emotional argumentation, simply saying you're killing a baby, you're not doing any of the necessary moral legwork to say what I'm doing or whatever is wrong, or my advocacy for abortion is wrong, or that abortion under the conditions that I've stated is wrong. vaguely gesturing at killing babies is not doing it. Shania, do you know how to unmute
A
yourself?
fetus is a baby.
You can say that.
You try
You can
to
say that, but you're just doing emotional gesturing.
Sugarcoat it all you want, but abortion is killing life, so that's murder.
Shania, have you given me a condition
a
for which...
fetus is a baby.
Shania, have you given me an argument as to why rights begin at conception?
I told you before, a baby given, we're not going to be on the same part as that, because I'm going to easily say that God gives life.
Then that's the problem, is that your argument is fundamentally religious. And the issue is religion doesn't have any good external validation that we can collectively agree upon as a society. That is why traditionally America has been a more secular institution, and why it should continue to be that way. Because there's nothing that you have that would put your religion over that of Buddhism or Islam or any other religion.
Can I ask you a question? I'm her husband. Can I ask you a question?
How's it going? Yeah, how can I refer to you?
Yeah, Dre. My name is Dre.
Dre, good to meet you.
So you're asking a question of basically why, when do they get these rights, or why do they deserve their rights?
Yeah.
So why do you deserve rights as a human?
Sure, because I'm a sentient conscious being. I have differential states of desirability, and those states of desirability means that I have values, and those values being met or not being met changes my well-being.
Okay, now
and that's something that we as a human species inherently value. We value our own desires. We value our own well-being.
Right. Well, you're saying we as if this is a common knowledge, but people are born without the ability to understand or have consciousness for themselves. Do they not deserve human rights?
You're talking about people that are born brain dead?
No, people that are born that are not able to understand the reality around them.
Fetus, you don't understand that yet.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I don't understand what you mean. People that are born without the ability to understand what?
That's not his metric for rights. His metric is just sentience, just having a subjective experience. And the only way to not be sentient is to be brain dead.
So
basically brain dead, yeah.
You're basically saying subjectively you believe that we should have rights. But you're not making a claim. You're just saying that you think we should. You're basically saying
when rights are just rights are just a description of the obligations that we need to give to somebody in order for them to achieve their desires. That's why we have the right to life. People with subjective experiences, they have that will to continue living. So we grant them that right to life, and we stack on a bunch of other rights in order to ensure that we as a society have a collective project to ensure that our collective desires are fulfilled.
Okay, so
so rights are a description.
So let me ask you this. What is a sentient being that has the rights to subjective rights to their life? What are they before they are a 25-year-old thinker? What are they at the beginning of their life?
Don't care.
I don't understand your question. I'm not going to lie to you.
What is
He's just saying that it's an embryo at some point. We don't care.
So I don't understand your point then. You're
because we give rights when they have sentience, not just because they might at some point have sentience.
By logic, they can't have sentience if you kill them. You're not making a point.
No, you're not making a point.
I don't know how
sir.
That defeats our.
If they don't have rights until if under our view they don't have rights until they are sentient.
Go ahead.
If under our view they do not have rights until they are sentient, it doesn't matter that they have to be an embryo at some point before they have sentience. That makes no difference to our point.
But you're claiming that once they reach this certain level of sentience that they deserve these rights. Is it not proven in every single embryo that grows up and becomes a sentient being that they will have that?
No.
Yes, that is part of the.
That's
part of the.
Completely inaccurate. By the way, no, absolutely not. Actually, if you look in IVF trials, it's an extremely rare occurrence for fertilized eggs to even implant. Never mind develop all the way to a healthy pregnancy.
In typical circumstances, only about 30% of embryos ever make it to end of gestation.
Okay,
but Shani, here's the problem. I think you're vaguely, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're vaguely gesturing at some potentially potentiality argument, which means that even if something doesn't have it currently, that we should treat it a certain way because it's the potential to have that valued.
Let's not base
that valued characteristic. But here's the problem. There's a couple issues with that. Let's say that I took a tree. Let's say that I had a serum. I took a tree and I had the serum that would, after I injected the serum into the tree, it would become conscious, it would become sentient after a certain amount of time.
That's never happened, right? That's my point. That's what I was about to get at. I'm not telling you to make a baseless claim. You've seen
it's a hypothetical.
Okay, but you've seen in every sense of natural pregnancy that the result is going to be a baby that grows up to be a sentient creature. You've seen that every time.
Yeah, but the point hold on, that's fine. But the point is that potentiality doesn't really matter, and we can illustrate that through a hypothetical. The hypothetical that I was trying to give you was if there is. Hold on, let me finish. Please let me finish this point. The hypothetical that I was trying to give you, and I want to hear your response to this hypothetical. That if we have a tree and we have some serum that, when injected into the tree, would in a few months cause it to become sentient. If at some point during that period I were to take an antidote, inject it back into the tree, and stop the development of that sentient being, would that be wrong?
You're taking something by nature that does not have the way you're taking something by nature that doesn't have sentient design to now it does, and then you're taking it away again. That's not how that works.
I don't know what that matters to Mike. Can you answer the question?
Sentient design? What?
You're taking something that is.
You're comparing.
You're saying that fetuses have some innate capacity. Whether or not that capacity for sentience is natural or has been artificially conducted. Why does that matter?
Well, because number one, you can't artificially do that, right? That's
Giving a hypothetical is not making a claim in any way, first of all.
Oh my God.
You can't prove.
All hypotheticals are just for bad argumentation.
What does that benefit you if you can't experiment that hypothetical? Why even involve that into a situation?
Right. Do you know what we're engaging in right now? Do you know what we're engaging in right now?
Yes, but I'm giving you a natural occurrence that you can.
Sorry, can you respond? What are we engaging in?
You're engaging in a debate about pro-choice versus pro-life.
So in a debate, we use hypotheticals, okay? Do you know why?
Yeah, I know the reason why I'm saying that is baseless.
Okay, tell me.
You're trying to make a hypothetical theory based off of a point that you can't prove.
No, can you tell me what the purpose of the hypothetical is?
To make a claim.
It's not to make a claim, first of all. Absolutely not.
To prove that there's a theory of possibility.
Nope, not to prove anything.
So what? What's the point then?
So hypotheticals are used to test the logic that you're giving us. So when you give us something, you give us your stance.
Please test this logic. Test the logic of you giving trees sentient knowledge.
No, that's the hypothetical. The hypothetical is to test your logic. So
I'm not giving you a hypothetical. I'm giving you a natural occurrence.
I know. We're giving you the hypothetical to test your logic. So your logic that you've presented us with is embryos become sentient, so give rights to embryos. So we're giving you a hypothetical where something else will become sentient. Does that mean that we give it rights before it is sentient?
No, because you're giving me an example of something that naturally I cannot observe, number one. So why would I even make a claim of yes or no, something that I can't even observe?
Right, you're just not engaging. You don't understand debate.
Hold on, what I tell you, that babies become sentient, plants would never become sentient. So why are we comparing?
It's called the hypothetical.
It's not.
I just explained the purposes of.
Okay, hold on. Let's just follow. If it is a hypothetical, that's fine. But you're saying something that it's going completely against the natural process of what we're explaining. We're not saying should trees have tree rights that they shouldn't be cut down by a lumberjack. No, we're not saying that. Trees and babies are two separate things.
Oh my God. We know that trees and babies are two separate things. That's why it's a hypothetical, and I just explained the purpose of a hypothetical to you, and you're still able to engage with it.
I understand what you're asking me, but it's the same way. If I ask you this question, right?
Can I just ask you, I need to ask something because we need to understand what's happening. Why is it wrong to unalive someone?
Because morally, you taking somebody else's life goes against what you're designed to do. It's morally wrong.
Why? I'm asking you why it's morally wrong.
It's objectively wrong.
Why?
You're causing somebody else harm and you're destroying their life or taking away.
Why is that bad?
It's written on your heart. It's a law of morality. You can't.
Why? Like, based on what?
I just told you it's based off of objective morality.
Which is based off of what?
Can you define objective morality?
Can you?
Yeah. Truth
Really?
that's outside of you and what you believe, but it's objective.
No, so objective would be mind independent, right?
So objective is not me, it's everyone. It's above.
No, it's not everyone. That's not what objective means either.
Okay, well then you can define it and I'll just back up with the definition.
I literally just told you. Did you hear it?
Okay, fine. That's different from what you're claiming. You're claiming subjective, mine is objective. Regardless of
Can you prove it?
Can you prove subjectiveness? No, you can't. I don't understand.
Well, we can talk about that. The only way that we can perceive morals is through having a mind, right? So that's already going to be mind dependent. So you're making a claim that it's mind independent, through which you can only perceive with your mind. So it'd be kind of more on you to prove that it's mind independent, that exists outside of our minds.
It's not more on anyone. Do you believe murder is wrong? That's the question that you're asking.
Well, murder is wrong by definition.
Okay. Why is murder wrong by definition?
Because it's unjustified, unaliving.
Murder just means wrong killing, basically.
Who's to say that it's not justified by what you perceive?
Because that's the definition of murder.
So where does this definition come from? Who?
Oh my God! This is just ridiculous.
You generate it socially.
Like, you do understand that murder is different than just unaliving, right?
It seems
I'm aware of this. I'm saying that you don't have a base to stand on to make this claim because you don't believe in objective morality.
No, that's not even true.
What?
Also,
how can you justify your claim without having objective?
Also, even if we were to believe in objective morality, simply believing in objective morality is not going to get you to the point of murder being wrong.
Yeah, even
you're taking a meta-ethical theory and you're trying.
Sorry, just even if you had objective morality, the idea that you know which version of objective morality is correct is absurd.
You don't have to, it's not a guessing game. You know it already. It's naturally something that you know morally. It's something that's on your heart already. It's not something that you have to question about. You know it. It's something in your nature.
Okay, then why are we disagreeing right now?
We're not. You just can't make it.
We're disagreeing. I think that abortion is justified. You think it's unjustified. But you're saying that we know this on our hearts.
Explain to me how you can justify abortion without even knowing how you can justify what's right and what's wrong with murder. If I kill somebody that tries to rob me...
Murder is by definition unjustified.
No, it's not. If somebody can rob my house right now and try to kill my family, I can murder them.
What's the definition?
That not be wrong.
No, that's not murder, because murder by definition is unjustified unaliving.
So who determines if it's unjustified?
Typically, the legal system. But in a debate, we're going to have that conversation around logically whether or not this was justified. That's why we have to use hypotheticals to be able to test the logical standard that you're giving us.
Okay, and so let's use a hypothetical, right? The reason that Adolf Hitler killed Jews was because he had his reason, his subjective reason. Is that considered to be murder? Who defines that as murder? Just because we agree that it's not, that reason does not mean that it's justified. He believes that it is. So what truth trumps his?
So when we're talking about, we can get into the whole, and this is going to divert pretty heavily from the pro-choice conversation. But if you want to get into subjective and objective morality, yes, morality is subjective. The whole idea of objective morality is inherently absurd. Even if you do believe in God's morality, that is also subjective morality. Just to be clear, it's just subjective to God, and you give preferential deference over to God's sense of morality. So either way, whether or not you believe in God, morality is going to be subjective. That's just how shit works. Now, I don't think that God exists, so morality is just going to be based upon each person's subjective perspective. I am under no obligation to respect other people's moral perspectives. I have my moral perspective. I have reasons as to why I think my moral perspective is valuable. And I can give those reasons for sure, but that's the point that I'm making. And I don't know. And you have not given any evidence for something like objective morality.
Right, but you're not. All you're saying is, well, what I believe is true, but you're not saying what defines that truth. You're saying I can give reasons why it's true, but we can both, me and you both agree that somebody else's subjective truth impeding on yours is by definition immoral because they're causing you to do something that you don't even want to do. Or
yes, that is against my values. The meta-ethical conversation, I just do not think you are going to be equipped for this, but
we can present our moral positions and then find out which is logical, right? Which is what we want to do in an abortion debate, but you seem to have an issue with that.
Well, no, I have an issue with you going against my claim, but you can't sustain a claim with objective truth.
What's your claim?
My claim is that abortion is murder, and murder is unjustified.
Well, murder by definition is unjustified unaliving.
Okay.
Do you think it's justified since a fetus isn't?
So we don't find abortion to be murder.
Okay. If I kill a human at the age of 20 years old, is that murder for no reason?
For no reason, yes.
Okay. If I kill a human by definition, this is not an embryo of a dolphin, an embryo of a dog, an embryo of a snake. This is a human embryo. If I kill that human embryo at the age of 5 days, is that not still murder?
No, I would say it's justified.
Okay, where is the justification in that?
Yeah, the justification is that it's utilizing another person's bodily resources without their consent.
Okay, without their consent, they can't consent. That's
and that's aside
I'm not
from
asking for the embryo's consent. I'm not asking for the embryo's consent. The pregnant person's consent.
The embryo can't ask the pregnant person for consent. Number one, and you're aware of that.
I'm losing my mind. I'm not saying it should ask. I'm saying that the pregnant person's body is being utilized when they do not want it to be utilized.
Okay, so
but they chose for it to be utilized.
Hold on. So
you do not choose to become pregnant.
Yes, when you have sex, you do choose the option.
No, you do not.
The possibility to get pregnant.
You do not choose whenever you engage in activity. Whenever you engage in activity, there's particular risks. You do not choose for all the risks that result in that activity.
So are you saying
that
Are you saying that pregnancy should only occur if it's 100%, if it's in 100% alignment with what you want to happen?
What? No, dude.
No. So we're saying that we're saying
that you can't choose whether or not this occurs. You don't have control over whether or not it occurs.
Okay, you don't have control over whether or not it occurs. So what is your claim? If it occurs without you wanting it to occur, which is what you're saying, then it should only occur whenever you think it should.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm saying that abortion is justified if the person did not want this to occur nor does not want to sustain
this. I'm talking about abortion. I'm talking about the pregnancy occurring and it going through. You're talking about abortion, which is not what I just asked you.
Oh my fucking God. I
asked you.
You asked me what I was saying, and I told you what I'm saying. What the fuck do you mean?
You're bringing up abortion, and I'm not
This
talking
entire
about
conversation is about abortion.
Okay, you can divert what I asked you or act like I didn't ask you
what is this conversation about?
If you answer the question, then you'll get the answer that I'm trying to tell you. Right.
If I answer the question, I'll get the answer that you're trying to tell me.
If you answer the question, you'll get the question I'm trying to ask you. Sorry. What I asked you was, should pregnancy only happen full term, no abortion involved, when you feel like it should happen?
Should pregnancy only happen full term?
Should it happen naturally, the way that it would naturally happen without you stopping?
Pregnancy can happen whenever you want it to happen. And when you are pregnant and you do not want to be pregnant, you have the right to end that pregnancy. That's all that's being said.
You're just asking me, should a full-term pregnancy only occur when a person wants it to? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I think that if someone does not want to carry a pregnancy to full term, they should not be forced to.
Okay, what's the result of a pregnancy?
A baby. What's your point?
What's the result of a baby? 10 years from that baby being born.
What is
an older person?
Okay. So if I kill a 10-year-old...
And then a result from them is an older person?
If I kill a 10-year-old because I don't want him anymore in my life, I'm his dad, right?
No, because the 10-year-old would have rights because he's sentient.
When does he gain these rights?
When he becomes sentient.
So
I told you. Were you listening when I gave you the specific week?
No, I wasn't. I haven't been up here.
Okay. I told you. I told your wife, Shania, about 20 weeks.
Okay. I have a 1-year-old. He wasn't technically sentient until probably like a month or two ago.
No, that's not true because as Crickley just told you, sentience develops around 20 to 24 weeks.
So you're saying that define sentient, please, for me.
Ability to have a subjective experience.
So he's able to have a subjective experience before do you remember being 1 year old?
Being able to remember is irrelevant. I could get an amnesia tomorrow. That doesn't mean that I didn't experience things.
Yes, and infant amnesia is a very specific condition. It just means that long-term memories are not stored during infancy. That has nothing to do with whether or not you are sentient.
So we can prove that babies at 20 weeks are sentient?
Yes.
How? Please show me that.
I can pull it up real quick. We find the specific neurological conditions that are necessary to arise in some coordination of brain functions to result in a conscious experience. So if you want to get the specific stuff, I can pull those up.
Please.
Sure.
I mean, I can say it's going to be the complexity of the neurons. So the amount, meaning it would have to be 10 to the 6th per cubic millimeter of the brain, right? And then
you're defining it by like science, but you can't scientifically define consciousness.
Yes, you're asking for proof of sentience. How would you suppose I give that proof to you other than science?
You can't. That's the thing.
I'm giving it to you right now.
You're trying to show me how you can try to rationalize what that means, but you can't prove that baby's conscious. There's no way you can.
Sure. If you want to look at this paper, one of its capacity for sentience acquired during human fetal development, it talks about that it is concluded that basic neuronal substrate required to transmit somatosensory information develops by mid-gestation. However, the functional capacity of the neural circuitry is limited by the immaturity of the system. What this basically means is that at mid-gestation, there are the structures in place for some type of sentience or some type of central experience to be occurring. Now, it might not occur till later, depending on the complexity of the circuitry and a lot of other factors, but those are when the structures those are when the structures generally occur, and because of that, we try to put a line there because it's well evidenced. Right. Or I think we should put a line there because it's well evidenced.
There's a possibility, though, that these things are structured as you just stated, and that the person's still not conscious. It's very possible. So if you still kill them, they had sentience basically, or the ability to have sentience very soon, but you still killed them.
It doesn't matter if they have the ability to have it very soon. Don't care.
Yes, it's the same thing. And by the way, you didn't engage with that hypothetical. I wish you did because it illustrates the absurdity of your point. I brought you that tree consciousness serum hypothetical, and I'm curious why you're not willing to answer whether or not you would think it'd be wrong to give that soon-to-be sentient tree an antidote. Would that be wrong?
Because that wouldn't occur naturally.
The natural doesn't matter. The point of the hypothetical is to test your principles. Can you answer, please?
Right. My principle is that this is something that naturally happens, so you shouldn't stop it. Not only should you not stop it.
Can I get a simple answer about the tree?
Why do you want me to answer about a tree?
I already explained the purpose of hypotheticals. At this point, you're just refusing to engage.
But there's much more value in using human anatomy and what we understand about
the problem is there are contaminating factors when you're talking, because the human being is what's under contention right now and when it gets rights, and you have strong preferences to the human being, to the human aesthetic. So whenever I'm going to offer you hypotheticals around human beings, that's what's under contention, and you also have a lot more contaminating biases there. The point for me bringing in a tree is a tree doesn't have those aesthetic elements, doesn't have those contaminants that might affect the way you answer the hypothetical. It just has the condition that you say is important when it comes to granting rights, that being potential sentience. So when I give you the potential sentience tree without those contaminating factors, it should be easy for you to answer if your principle really holds true.
Okay, well, I'm not following you on that. I don't see the point in that, so I'll let that go.
Okay.
What I will do is I'll go ahead and address the first, because this is the first claim I want to make as well, or I guess the second claim I want to make. The statement there says, if it's not your body, it's not your choice. By definition, you guys are bypassing that statement.
Oh my God. No, we're not. No, we're not, because you're removing something from your body.
It doesn't matter. That what you're removing is of a body of someone else.
Don't care. It's in my body. I can remove it.
It's not. Read what that says. If it's not your body, it's not your choice.
Can you name me any other circumstance when somebody can put their body in my body and I don't have the right to remove it?
Me naming you a circumstance doesn't change what I'm saying. You trying to explain how?
I know what that says. If it's not your body, it's not your choice. And the choice that we're talking about is whether or not someone has the right to remain inside my body.
Right.
So it is not anyone else's choice as to what remains in my body.
Just to reply to that, King James did not.
Oh my God! Stop playing whatever audio you're playing.
That's another fallacy.
That's not me. What is that?
Oh, is there contamination from another live? Okay.
Reeve just said it just became more popular and more widely used, but it wasn't banned. We still have it.
Scroll out and scroll back in.
Yeah. Exit the app or like leave the app temporarily and then come back in.
Longinus, forgive it.
Okay. Is it still doing it?
Not now.
Okay. I don't know what.
Answer Katie's question.
Okay. Sorry. Ask the question again.
Right. The statement that you're talking about is saying if it's not your body, it's not your choice as to what remains inside my body. So is the fetus another body? Yes, but it's inside mine.
Okay.
So what we're talking about is whether or not something remains inside my body.
So that should be the question.
What?
The question shouldn't be if it's not your body, it's not your choice, because what you're saying is you're choosing to, by removing it from your body, it's causing the baby to die.
Yep. And it's not your choice as to what remains inside my body. That's what that statement is saying.
We're not saying it's our choice. We're saying it's not your choice either.
You're saying it's not my choice as to what remains inside my body. So can you give me another scenario?
No, I don't.
Can you give me another scenario?
I don't need to give you another scenario. I need to give you the scenario that it's at hand.
No, I would like another one. I'm the one asking this question, right? Can you please give me another scenario?
I have to make a point.
Can you please give me another scenario where someone is allowed to use my body and be inside my body against my will?
So you're comparing a fetus that has to grow and develop inside of you naturally to a full adult human, or what, a child that would
anything, any other human being. When is it appropriate for another human being to be inside my body against my will?
Of course, you both have rights at that point, and they're
well, according to you, the fetus has rights from conception. So can you give me another scenario where a human being can be inside my body against my will?
The opposite of what you're saying.
Can you answer my question, please, sir?
I can't, because you're going to have to take the rights away from you, and that person is going over your rights.
Right, exactly. You would have to take my rights away to have somebody remain inside my body against my will, right?
But this is talking about...
Right, so during pregnancy, why are you taking my rights away in order to have the fetus remain in my body?
What rights are being taken from you?
The right to exclude others from my body.
So we're talking about a process that you're taking into your hand.
Specifically, this would be the right to bodily integrity, by the way. So if you are forcing me to remain pregnant, you are taking away my right to bodily integrity.
So we're not forcing you to remain pregnant. We're just saying that you can't choose that body stops living.
Therefore, that would be forcing me to remain pregnant.
If that's the result, then that's what the result would be.
Exactly. So you're taking my rights away.
But no, we're not. We're taking away.
Yes, you are. You're specifically taking away the rights to bodily integrity. You actually already agreed to this. You already agreed to this.
Can I ask you the question, and then I'll give you my point based off of the question?
First of all, you already agreed to this, first of all.
Can I ask you the question, and then that'll be my point would be in the question?
Sure.
If it's wrong for Adolf Hitler to kill somebody, and we make a law saying murder is wrong, you should not kill this person, he has human rights. So does the person that he wants to kill. If you call it me taking away his rights by making a law that he can't murder that person, then so be
That's
it.
not a right. There is no right to unalive, but bodily integrity is a right. I think we both agree on.
If bodily integrity is a right, so is a person being murdered.
Do you know what bodily integrity is?
Yes, you having the right to your own body.
That's not what bodily integrity is.
Explain it then.
Bodily integrity is the right to keep your body whole and intact and to exclude all others.
That's what I just said, but okay.
That's not what you said at all.
Pregnant is a natural occurrence, a part of
Right, okay, anyway.
Do you think that that is a right that we should have?
Yes, when it's pertaining to any other human being that already...
Okay, so you're just special pleading.
No, I'm not.
That's literally what special pleading is.
Any other human being on the face of the earth that is natural, that is a human that does not require your body, that goes over your own rights to enter into your body, that would be them asserting their force onto you, trying to get something from you for whatever reason.
When the fetus is inside me and I do not want it there, it is now infringing on my bodily integrity. What gives it special rights to do this?
So we have to ask this is a double negative question, because if you say that the result of you having your bodily integrity rights taken away, you have to also answer to the fact that if you do remove this fetus, you're going to take away its right to live.
Yeah. The same way that if somebody is raping me, they are infringing on my bodily integrity, and I have the right to do whatever I need to remove them.
What's the outcome of you're acting like the outcome of you going term and having a fetus is going to be traumatic and it's going to cause harm to you?
Yes, being pregnant against your will is traumatic.
You chose to be pregnant.
When you no longer want to be pregnant, if you didn't want to be pregnant in the first place...
If I no longer wanted to be a father, is that right? No. If I no longer want to be a father to my child, I get imprisonment.
I don't,
in jail.
dude, don't fucking... This has nothing to do with it. If I didn't even want to get pregnant in the first place, right? I used every contraceptive possible, right? Then I never wanted to be pregnant. So yes, being pregnant against your will, being forced to remain pregnant against your will is traumatic.
You're aware that the only way you can't be pregnant is if you don't have sex. So you choosing to have sex, you're knowing that you're going to possibly be pregnant.
Yep.
So that's your fault. That's your choice.
Right. So when I go to a house party, I know that I might possibly be SA'd. Is that my choice?
No, absolutely not. You're trying to flip the burden. No,
the standards that we used are the same. The premises that we used are the same.
No, they're not at all.
They are.
You having sex and consenting to sex and knowing the outcome and it being something that you want to do, but just having a possible side effect that you don't want, that's you choosing to make a decision that you want to do and still doing it.
Yep, exactly, right? So when I go to a party, I know that a possible outcome is being SA'd, but I still want to go to the party and I still go. Am I choosing to be SA'd?
By definition, SA'd is going against your rights.
Right. But under your premise, let me lay it out. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
What law is it illegal to be pregnant?
Interrupting me.
What law is it illegal to be pregnant?
Are we for real appealing to authority in like the weirdest way right now?
Is it illegal to be pregnant?
Can you let me finish speaking?
You can't answer the question?
Because that's not a claim that I made. I never said that being pregnant was illegal.
Being SA'd is illegal. Being pregnant is not. So what's your point?
Is the reason the SA is wrong because it's illegal?
Yes.
That's why it's wrong?
It's illegal because it's immoral.
Right. So it doesn't matter whether or not it's legal. That's nothing to do with what I was saying. Can you let me finish fucking speaking?
Okay.
Amazing. So your premise was you want to engage in a behavior, you are aware of a possible outcome that you do not want, but you still engage in that behavior. Therefore, you have to have the outcome, right?
No, that's not the claim.
That's literally what you said about pregnancy.
Let me redefine the claim. So that was the point of me cutting you off, quote unquote. So if you know that you can be pregnant and you choose to have sex, we have to first define what is the outcome here. Is the outcome going to be anybody infringing on your rights? Is the outcome going to be anybody taking over your body without you wanting them to?
Yes.
No, you're defining it that way. Pregnancy is not illegal.
If you do not want to be pregnant, then yes, that is the outcome.
If I don't want to be a father, ma'am, and I choose not to father my child.
There is literally nothing that can go anywhere with this person.
Because you're not making a claim. You're saying what you feel. Where's the foundation in that?
Oh my God, you are.
Dre, the problem is you're not willing to engage with any.
I am applying the exact same premises to another scenario, and you are refusing to engage with it. This is moronic.
Oh, do you drop them?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Okay, well, maybe you say you dropped them, or maybe they ran and left. Yeah, if you can't engage with hypotheticals, we can't engage in any deconstruction of argumentation. It's pointless. So, yeah, that was pretty pathetic. Oh, they're back. Do I do it?
Oh my God.
No.
Or not?
Even Siggy's only been here for like 5 minutes, and Siggy's like, no.
Okay, all right,
I'm
well.
not loading in anyway.
Someone called N is really
okay.
upset.
Hello. Are all of you guys pro-sentience?
Pro-sentience?
Yeah, I guess.
Meaning we think that... Meaning that we think rights occur at sentience?
Yeah. Do you view sentience as a necessary condition for rights?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, great. So I heard Katie mention something around 20 weeks gestation for sentience. I just want to make sure we're on the same page for sentience. Have you read any recent literature that points to it happening around 12 weeks?
I have, depending on what literature you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
So do you have like a specific explanation as to why like you wouldn't be more conservative about that?
From what I've seen of the literature, if you're talking about the same thing, it's talking about a reaction to stimuli, which I don't think is a good indicator of sentience.
Okay.
Yeah, when we're talking about sentience, we're talking about some type of central processing. The idea of nocioception, which generally that literature tries to apply to some conscious experience, I just don't think matters. So something like an ant can have nocioception, which is that understanding or that stimulus of pain. But that doesn't necessarily mean there's central processing that recognizes that, and there's actually a conscious experience associated with it.
Okay, so
I'm assuming you're talking about the derby shower stuff, right?
No, I'm not necessarily.
Oh, do you have new stuff?
I might. I can give you the PMID if you're open to that. Because I'm verbatim reading thalamocortical brain structures, which I'd hope you'd agree is what the parts for sentience.
Yeah, that's one of the theories, is that thalamocortical projections through the cortical subplate are one of the significant factors that would allow for at least the structure for something like sentience. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and would that be sufficient enough for you?
Possibly. I need to dive back into the literature. It's been a while since I've had this conversation. If you want to send me specific information on what you think is a good analysis of it, sure, go for it.
Okay, so if sentience is necessary, do you guys have some sort of conjuncts or disjuncts? Just curious.
For?
Like between past, present, and future sentience.
Oh, yeah, there's generally like a past and present. Obviously depends on the situation, but yeah, that's generally the case.
So like a conjunct between past and present with like a disjunct of future, or do you just completely disregard future?
Yeah, I don't think, aside from like a utility concern, yeah, I don't think future really matters.
Okay, so like if I were to give you like a burning building scenario in which like we had a being that doesn't have present sentience, won't have it in the future, but did have it in the past, versus a being that doesn't have present sentience, didn't have it in the past, but would have it 10 minutes in the future, you would pick essentially this dead, empty vessel with no soul?
So you're saying, so I would say I wouldn't necessarily just be for the conjunct. I think that something like past in and of itself, if there might be, I might do a conjunct of past and future as well, a conjunct of either past or present, or a conjunct of past and future.
That's fine. If you haven't really had time to really think about the conjuncts or disjuncts, then that's okay. I guess. The future, but I mean that would essentially say that they would save like a brain dead patient over a fetus that's going to be sentient in 5 minutes, and that doesn't really intuitively track.
Sure, that's why there might be a conjunct of past and future, because there might be someone who's currently, however we would measure that, not sentient. But one thing we care about is the actualization of our desires, of our interests, and our values. So if there's someone who has generated and has historically established interests or desires or values or whatever, while those might be suspended, how we would measure that temporarily. If there's the ability to achieve those in the future, that might be something we'd care about too. Sure.
Okay, that's fine, but that's like some sort of pro-life conclusion that essentially, like, you would. Well, how not? How does that not follow?
No, that's why. Like, that element of the past is usually pretty necessary, pretty important. If there's just a future, it doesn't really matter as much. So when it comes down to like a pre-sentience fetus, it doesn't have any of those past experiences, any of that buildup, any of those values established that we would care about.
Okay, I mean, I don't really. I mean, so do you? I'm not trying to be like a smart ass. I'm just genuinely curious if you know like the difference between a conjunct and a disjunct.
Conjunct meaning the conjunct is both required, disjunct is either or.
Yeah. So like if you have like some sort of conjunct between like past and future, like where does present fit in?
What is present? So a present sentience would probably in and of itself be sufficient to some extent. Past and present might be sufficient.
What's necessary? Is present necessary for you? Or past?
Past seems to be like a pretty essential part of it. Present also might be fine in and of itself.
Okay. So like, is future sufficient?
No, future alone is not sufficient. That's kind of the whole point of the pro-choice side, is future alone in any type of thought experiment just doesn't seem to hold water.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So I guess I was also confused because like,
do you value future alone? I'm curious.
No, not at all.
What do you value then?
I would value like a present and future with like some sort of disjunctive past. But I guess. Okay. I'm just confused.
So you would be pro. So you'd be. So are you? You're pro sentience, right?
I mean, like, I'm sympathetic to sentience. I can understand like how the pro-choicer would view sentience as like, what can constitute like someone being a moral agent or not. But I don't think that.
No, not a moral agent. A moral agent is a whole different thing.
Well, I again don't see how
moral agent is when someone has the mental capability of determining whether or not an action is right or wrong.
Okay, well, rights-bearing individual.
Sure.
Does that work better? Okay, so I am just confused because also bodily integrity was mentioned. So
those are the two primary arguments. It's a more complex stance, and it's a lot more arbitrary in figuring out weighing the principles of a rights contradiction between two beings. It's tough to do. At least with thought experiments, I really struggle to see any restrictions that would be justified being placed. I certainly think it's immoral after sentience to get an abortion. But in terms of the legality, that's a lot more complex for me.
So, like, you think it would be essentially immoral after sentience for a woman to get an abortion?
Yeah.
So she would be like forced to sustain pregnancy under your worldview after sentience?
No, I very clearly said the morality and legality are separated there. So even though past sentience, it would be immoral to do, I struggle to find a legal justification for maintaining that pregnancy. Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I really don't like address laws that much in the conversation.
Are you really? So for me, the entire conversation centers around, I care about the pragmatic consequence. Yes, the pragmatic consequences of this are the most important thing. If you believe that abortion is wrong, I don't really care that much. I care about whether or not you're advocating for it to be illegal, because that actually results in real life consequences for people. Believing it's wrong can have some real life consequences in like general circles, but
okay.
no,
So morally, do you think abortion before sentience is wrong? Just curious.
Not really. I mean, there's some like vague arguments for like so there's some depreciation of the human aesthetic that occurs, but it's kind of vague. I just don't really care that much. You might find it distasteful or somewhat wrong, but it's not wrong in any meaningful way to me.
How do you like how does your view account for like protecting the presentient fetus against like SA and things like that, you know, all the reductios that
yeah, that'd be part of that, in the same way that like what's a good example? It would be at the very least distasteful, and I'd probably argue it'd be wrong to like create a perfectly lifelike depiction of a child and then to essay it or something like that, like a robot. I'd probably just call that wrong, only because it's acting in ways and it's propagating behaviors that are so antithetical to a successful human experience. Or why it'd be wrong to like create a game that is that has the option to like essay a child or something like that. There's multiple examples where there's no rights violation going on, but it's still wrong to engage, I think, in that behavior. Those are a little bit tricky to cash out, but that's basically it.
Would that like explanation follow for abortion? Like you don't necessarily think anybody's being violated, but you think that the act itself that's happening is wrong?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily. It depends. Like if you were to just get like a standard abortion, don't really think it's wrong in any meaningful way. But you know, some pro-lifers will bring up the reductios of, what if you like took like the 10-week-old fetus and then you like took a knife and then you fucking stabbed the hell out of it, and like, okay, maybe that's a little bit, that's grotesque, that's weird, you might even want to call that wrong or something, and there might be good justification for it. I think that aesthetic interests actually do hold a bit of weight. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. In the same way that like AI, what I said before, in the same way that like AICP, I think is wrong or whatever. So yeah.
For aesthetic purposes, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting you.
Yeah, I think that there are actions that we take that have an aesthetic reflection that has real world consequences, and that makes that action wrong. And I think we have aesthetic interests we want to uphold. Basically.
I honestly don't think that like aesthetics is like what's gonna like determine whether something's like grotesque or not.
I think it does, certainly.
Like, I mean, essentially,
or it's a big factor. Maybe not the only thing, but it's a big factor, sure.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree that it's a factor. I've never actually had a conversation with anybody about aesthetics, so I'm not super well versed in stuff like that. But I guess what I'm getting at is like, if it's aesthetically displeasing, like essentially, like there's an ick factor there, and I think that we should unpack why.
Yes, I'd agree. Yeah. And I think we unpack why, and in unpacking why, we realize that there are evolutionary advantages to these ick factors, as you describe them, that when we engage in ways that indulge in actions that hold aesthetic similarities to actions that really are harmful, that results in more problems for us as a society. So yeah, the examples that I gave before, I can recall them again, but obviously if we were to let those types of actions propagate a shit ton, it'd be bad for society. And we're really getting into the weeds here, but if you want to get into my normative ethical position, it's something like rule util or whatever, which is, just in my opinion, a more concrete version of threshold deontology. But I think that's a pretty good argument for some injunction on actions that have a negative aesthetic base to them.
Yeah, I mean, I usually do talk about normative ethics, but I'm just curious about your pragmatic view. Just if you could like briefly sum it up.
On what?
I guess like what are the implications? Like, do you what essentially would like ground the obligation or like positive rights after sentience, and then like what would be, or like, are you for induction or removal after sentience, or like what's your stance on all of these things?
Well, obviously, post viability, I'm for induction and removal. Obviously, between sentience and viability, I think that I don't see any reason to restrict abortion as of now. So yeah, that's generally what I have. But yeah, obviously, post viability, induction certainly. What you're asking, and it's fine. By the way, it's fine. I think it's an intellectually stimulating conversation. But you're asking a lot of questions, but you're not really offering up your stance that much.
I mean, I'm more than happy to offer my position. I guess I'm just confused on the way that you run sentience, because I've just never encountered someone that runs it the way that you do. So I'm just curious.
Thank you, I guess. Or not. It might be an insult. Either way.
Well, I guess that was a neutral statement. But yeah, it's not a bad thing. I was just curious. That's it.
Well, it seems like, is there a reason why you haven't answered specifically if you're like pro-sentience? I'm guessing you're pro-life and you just don't want to admit you're pro-life.
Well, I am pro-life. I have no issue admitting that.
Oh, okay. I asked you if you're pro-sentience and you're like, I don't know.
Did you? I was saying that I was like, I mean, I can understand like the sentience view, you know, but I don't think that sentience like should be a necessary condition for like granting rights and stuff like that.
How do you think rights occur? Are you religious?
I'm agnostic. I'm in between. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. How do you think that rights occur? Just out of curiosity.
I just like follow this thing of like granting rights to like rational animals. I'm okay with that.
From a species perspective, I'm guessing.
Like a specific species? No.
No. As in, like you engage in some like species categorization for what you grant rights to and not. You don't do it based upon the individual. You don't measure every single individual and say, "Do you have rationality? And if you do, we'll give you rights."
No. I just like take like an inductive like case from like a generality standpoint. I don't
know what that means.
Like I wouldn't measure each individual person to like form like a decision on whether they get rights or not. I would just make an inductive case based on like the type of beings that they are.
So and whether or not they belong to that species.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Okay. So why does group association grant rights? That's essentially what you're arguing, is because this species seems to have some characteristics that give it some higher rationality or something. And because you belong to that species, or you belong to that group, you ought to be treated as if you have that characteristic. I think that's a little fallacious.
Can you explain how?
Sure. And we can do it with another example like age or whatever. So I belong to a species where everyone has the capacity to reach 18 years old. If I was not 18, I do not therefore think that I should be treated as if I were to reach 18. I think it'd be irrational to say that people that are not 18, just because they belong to a species that has 18-year-olds should be treated if they're 18, it would result in a lot of problems. In the same way, belonging to a group or a species which can produce rational beings, to say that as if they should be treated as if they were a rational being, I think that's also fallacious.
Wait, what exact fallacy would that like be?
It'd be something like a constitution fallacy, something like that.
A constitution fallacy?
Constitution fallacy. Yeah, like just because like taking one part of something's constitution, and there's maybe it's not constitution, there's a term, I can look it up in a second, and taking that and extracting it to the whole, that's a fallacy. What is that? There's a whole like wall. Is a wall a brick because the wall is made up of bricks? Something like that. It's something similar to that. Using not just a minority, but but some part of a group taking a part of that group and saying that because they're part of that group, that whatever attribute they are represents the whole.
Well, I don't think that would apply if we took like the vast majority of cases and formed like some sort of inductive reasoning. Like we used inductive reasoning to form like an opinion on that. I don't think that would be a compositional fallacy.
It's not an inductive thing. It's not some assumption. It's not some assumption that that we have an unknown portion of a group, and inductively we're saying from that unknown portion, we're going to take the known portion and extrapolate inductively that that unknown portion has set characteristics. That's not what's happening. We understand that some human beings are not rational. They do not have sentience. They don't have that rationality, or whatever you want to call it. They don't have that. So taking one part of the group, the rational human beings, and planting that characteristic onto all the others seems to be like a composition fallacy. Because we know that some people are not rational, right?
Right. So I would just essentially say that like I would have reason to believe that this group is also rational unless proven otherwise. I don't see how that's fallacious.
Wait, it is, because we know it's the case. Do you think that all human beings are rational?
I think, yeah, they all have the tendency to be, yeah.
I don't know what tendency means. Are they all rational or not?
I mean, it's not black and white like that, but I mean, I can't literally...
Can you define rationality for me?
Like, define rationality or the ability to rationalize?
Just define rationality.
I would say like some sort of like capacity or ability to like understand complex concepts.
Okay. So if there's a person that is significantly mentally disabled to the point where they have the mental capacity of like a cat, they wouldn't be rational, right?
Wait. Well, so, I mean, I want to be clear that even though they don't have those properties, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have the tendency to be that.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, like, well, can you just ask like a clarifying question, like, so that I can try to answer?
I just know what you mean by tendency, because it seems like you're just doing some implicit group association thing.
Wait, so if we had this like person that was like a vegetable and like had the mental age of like, I don't know, a 6-month-old, like they weren't like gaining anything or whatever the case may be, this doesn't mean that they're not the type of being that can have these things or will have these things in the future.
Well, now you're talking about in the future. If you want to say that this type of being might have something like that in the future, yes, it might have something like that in the future. But we're talking about whether or not it has an attribute as it is.
I mean, like, yeah, they don't have that attribute right now, but that's not going to be what's going to like dictate whether I strip them of rights or not for me.
Well, that's the problem, is now it seems like you're jumping to some potentiality argument, which you can if you want to. But now if we're talking about potentiality, we have some intuition pumps for that kind of make the potentiality seem a little bit absurd to me. So I can't tell if you're arguing based upon potentiality or group alignment. Which one?
So I don't necessarily try to argue from potentiality. I'll try to veer away from that. All I was doing is essentially saying thank you for letting me know so that I can stay on topic. I don't know how that's like.
I'm just trying to get at whatever like philosophical basis you have for the advent of rights of conception. That's all. And it feels like you are filling me in on ideas to some extent that you might be sympathetic to, but you're not really giving me a straightforward, coherent answer. Which, I mean, if you just want to play around for a while, I guess we can. But
well, I mean, I've never had I'm not used to having pragmatic conversations, so
is that loud? I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just literally winging it here. I literally rarely address pragmatic conversations, so.
Okay. All right. I like pragmatic conversation. I mean, pragmatic is what happens to people's lives. And I think, and a lot of people as well, and hell, I even used to do this, and I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing to do, but a lot of people play in theory land. They just like engaging in ideas and try to keep it analytically coherent. But learning to apply all these ideas to reality is important, because I think we all value the way it impacts people's lives. Or at least most of us do. So I think doing that is pretty important. And you do agree that a lot of these ideas do influence the way legislation acts and gets passed, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But there's just like, some parts of pragmatics and law that gets really gray. So
I agree. But that's part of the challenge. That's part of the responsibility of healthy civic engagement, is to say there are some gray areas, and engaging with those as responsibility and as earnestly as possible ensures that people live better lives.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested in having more pragmatic conversations, especially with you, because like you're pretty respectful and stuff like that, and you seem to know what you're talking about. So I'm gonna think.
I used to more. I haven't had an abortion conversation in a while. So if you want to get into all the literature, all the specific stuff, it'll probably take a bit of time if you want to get super in deep.
Okay, well, that's fine. Do you go live like regularly?
This is my third live. I probably want to. Although honestly, a lot of my lives, I kind of want to, at least until the election, center them around Harris and Trump, because I think that's kind of the most critical issue, especially with how close this election is. Are you voting for Harris? Who are you voting for?
I'm not voting for anybody this election.
What? What state do you live in? I'm assuming you're in the U.S.
Yeah, I am in the U.S. I live on the West Coast. I won't say my exact state.
Oh, then you're probably not a significant player.
I'm in a red state. Lord. But yeah, no. And then chat literally stopped crashing out. He's respectful, so I'm being respectful. That's how you talk. Anyway,
Do they want you to be disrespectful?
I guess they were expecting me to pipe up, but it's like, you're respectful, so I have no reason to.
Okay. I generally reciprocate the energy that's given, either directly or indirectly. So,
yeah. Okay, well, I will be back once I, do some more stuff about my pragmatic implications, and I'll be back. But
yeah, sure. Just quick final question. When you say you don't have conversations on the pragmatics, what are you just doing? Like analytic philosophy for people's positions?
Well, no. I mean, usually the types of discussions I find myself in by coincidence are just normative ethics. Like, that's pretty much it. I mean, I've had some people approach me with pragmatic conversations, but they're horrible about it, and it's been a literal screaming match. So it's like I couldn't even have like any productive conversation like pragmatically with any of them. So,
well, normative ethics can certainly supplement the pragmatic, and it generally does. So, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah,
you do this every day. Are you on TikTok a lot?
Yeah, I am. I'm on here pretty often.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Solid. So you are certainly pro-life. You're not just like.
I'm not debating just to debate. No, like I actually am pro-life when I get off of here.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. When you feel like it, you feel free to come back up and have a conversation. And I'd like to challenge, like, specifically your views. It feels like, at least in this conversation, you haven't clearly represented your views. Which, okay, fair, but that's generally what helps a conversation be productive.
Yeah. Well, I will absolutely be back.
Thanks,
with
Abby.
Some strong pragmatic implications. But thank you for having me up, and thank you everybody for the gifts. I forgot to thank people for the gifts. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having a conversation. Just N? Is that your name? Just N?
Yeah, you can just call me N or Nico.
Nico. All right. Thanks. Hey, you have a good one. All right. Siggy, are you still here?
Barely, but yeah.
Have you talked to them before? You mentioned them.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to N. I've seen them in more recently. I think in her left spaces. Yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
but I haven't debated them yet.
Let's see. Oh, is this a person you're mentioning, Siggy?
Yeah, NLT.
Yo.
Hi, Kate.
What up?
NLT.
Critically.
Natural law theory?
Yeah, natural law. A lot of people wanted us to have a conversation, so.
Yeah, Siggy mentioned you. Natural law. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess.
I might even be taking notes for this. I've not heard of a natural law argument for, at least not a meaningful one.
Yeah. I'm curious about your conversation that you were having with them previously, something about sentience. What do you take sentience to be?
Some subjective experience.
Some what?
Subjective experience.
Okay. So what type of experience are you talking about?
There's kind of like a brute intuition here where we're just talking about, we kind of take our experience of taking in any sensory information or processing anything like that. And that's generally what we call subjective experience. We don't really know what the width or breadth of it is. We just associate it with certain neurological structures and certain neurological functions. So that's generally what I mean.
It's not precisely what I'm asking. So, I mean, this conversation can either go one of two ways. When I'm talking about sentience, and you can, tell me if you agree or disagree with this, but I just take sentience to be the capacity to have like phenomenally conscious experiences. And I guess there's two clarifications that can be made here. First, an experience is phenomenal if and only if there's some what it is like fact about the experience that you're having. Those are the types of phenomenal experiences that I'm referencing. Or you can be talking about phenomenal experience with respect to some kind of valence, right? Maybe some positive or negative valence.
How are you distinguishing between like phenomenal experience or phenomenal consciousness?
How am I distinguishing between what?
Like, because consciousness to me is just some phenomenal occurrence. Is phenomenal in its nature. So what do you mean by phenomenal consciousness?
Well, that's what I just explained. So in order for an experience to be phenomenal, there has to be some what it is like fact about the experience. And phenomenal experiences are felt.
Isn't that just all? Isn't that
first person experience?
Why isn't that just consciousness as is?
Well, generally, I think that there's some forms of consciousness. So I take it as, maybe you don't think that there's a distinction between sentience and consciousness, but I think that conscious experiences are a specific type of experience, although not all conscious experiences are phenomenal.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
that seems to have a more specific definition of phenomenal than I would expect.
Yeah, there's experiences that aren't phenomenal, but this is why it's important to clarify in what sense do you mean when you talk about experiences.
Sure. And I'm fine with, I know that's commonly used, like the like definition, like it is like to be something or it is like to experience that. I'm fine with that. That works too.
Okay. So when you talk about experiences, you're talking about phenomenally conscious experiences, right?
Yes, probably. Assuming that I understand your definition.
Okay, and do you care about valence at all in your moral calculus or no?
Valence. I don't know if I know that term. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's the types of experiences with valence, and valence is just experiences that feel good or bad, things like pain, fear, joy.
Sure, yeah, like differential states of pleasure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so pain is something that's morally significant in your moral calculus?
Yes. Moral calculus for me is going to be heavily built around more or less desirable experiences.
Oh, so you're like, you operate off some kind of desire-based theory whenever you're talking about money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we probably have some strong meta-ethical disagreements there, but I guess that's not really super relevant.
What's your, that sounds, what would be your meta-ethical? That sounds more like normative ethical, but what would be your meta-ethical stance there?
Wait, what sounds like normative ethical? What do you mean?
When I'm talking about something being wrong, I'm generally talking about some pain, pleasure, or some more or less desirable experience type things.
No, that's not what I was talking about. When I said we have strong meta-ethical disagreements, that's with respect to the fact that whenever you say something is wrong, ultimately you're just saying that it is out of accordance with your own desires or something, right?
Oh, I'm assuming you're a moral objectivist then. Yeah, I'm
a moral realist. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, so
is that going to be should we have that conversation or?
Nah, I mean, we can. Well, I want to talk right now about your view on sentience and talking about the fact that you take sentience to have some kind of phenomenal experience or whatever the case may be. So, do you take it that, say, for example, newborn babies have phenomenally conscious experiences?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you explain that for me?
Sure. It seems like really past, and we can dive into the literature if you want to. It seems like the other guest brought up some literature that was trying to say to the contrary, but it seems like with the least literature I've reviewed, it's likely that some type of sentient experience happens all the way at like around 20 weeks or something along those lines. And by the time the newborn, 40 weeks plus, yeah, they're going to definitely have those faculties present and those associated, neurological elements. So. Yeah,
well, just to be clear, right? Like, there's a distinction between having some certain set of faculties that are present such that you can deploy a conscious experience and having actually, having like phenomenally conscious experiences. So when I'm asking you to demonstrate the fact that newborn babies have phenomenally conscious experiences, I'm asking you to demonstrate to me in what sense does like a newborn baby have like a what it is like fact about the experiences that they're undergoing?
In the same sense we do.
Yeah.
In the same sense we do, yeah. In the same way that, I mean, if depending on what you're asking right now, we could say, I don't know, if you're asking right now if there's like some way to hurdle like the philosophical zombie issue, not really, but we're just taking inferential information based upon the fact that we ourselves have some type of phenomenally conscious experience. We understand that it's associated with certain neurological factors, neurological elements. We use inference to extrapolate that back to a particular point. Newborn infants are past that point, so the inference there is they have some type of conscious experience or phenomenal consciousness.
I don't know if this really works because you're almost treating sentience as if it's some kind of static, but obviously that's not the case, right? I don't think that you think
necessarily.
Well, yeah, because you're saying that
something can be a continuum while having a meaningful starting point. Sure.
Yeah, so I'm saying that like when you say that, well, look, we have this sort of, this inductive case that we can make from our own experiences, and we can sort of infer that like maybe newborn babies are more likely than not to be having phenomenal experiences. And the support for that claim, or I guess the support for the inductive case there, it's just the fact that certain neuroscientific analysis point to, this possibility of phenomenal experiences arising from a set of, neural facts.
Yes.
That doesn't actually point me to the facts that like newborn babies are having phenomenally conscious experiences.
It is. I mean, that's the inferential case. I mean, if you just want to reject that inferential case, you're going to appeal to some like philosophical zombie stuff, then it's just not going to be a productive conversation because I don't really know that anyone else is conscious outside of myself. But given that, and given that's a couple of presuppositions that there are people conscious outside of myself, there's reasons for them being conscious. Those reasons are associated with certain neurological conditions, neurological structures, and we're just making an inferential case from there. I'm confused about why this is wrong.
Sorry.
Why do you think this is wrong?
I'm not making a claim that it's wrong, but when you said that you made an interesting claim there. You said that we're going to get into a conversation about P zombies, and then you mentioned something immediately after that. You said that we won't really know anybody outside of ourselves exists. What does that have to do with P zombies?
No, being conscious. You don't really know that anyone outside. That's the P zombie problem, is that you don't really have any way of demonstrating outside of anyone from yourself that they're conscious. How do you know they're not just like well-oiled machines that imitate all the features of consciousness?
You're talking about solipsism, brother.
Yes, that is. Well, not that. No, philosophical zombie is how do you know there's any or solipsism is how do you know there's any reality outside yourself. The P zombie issue is that how do you know that other beings are conscious outside of yourself? How do you know that you're not the only conscious person?
No, you're talking about two different things. So solipsism is just this idea that you can't really know if there's any other minds outside of yourself that exist, and P zombies are entities.
No. There's no solipsism. No, hold on. No. Okay. Solipsism is whether or not there's any reality outside of your mind. The P zombie thing is whether or not. No. You said whether or not there's other minds outside of yourself.
Wait, what? Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying so you understand like what I'm saying. So that's what solipsism deals with, and the P zombie thought experiment is essentially this idea that there are these sorts of entities that look and act exactly in ways that we do, except they're not having conscious experiences, right?
Yes, that's the P zombie issue. Solipsism is a broader category about any reality outside of your mind and a rejection of that.
Okay, great. So do you take it that like P zombies are logically impossible or something?
No, I just think it's a presupposition that we have that where I reject the P zombie thing. I have no way to say that it isn't the case, but I just presuppositionally reject that.
Wait, so just to be clear, you do not in fact affirm that there's a logical contradiction in P-zombies existing?
I don't think. Wait, you think? I do not think there's any logical contradiction in P-zombies. No.
Okay, so if we found out, for example, that your mother was a P-zombie and I took out a pew pew and blew her across the head, did I do something wrong there?
Yes.
What is the exponent for what, like how I did something wrong? What's the exponanda?
Yes, because assuming the philosophical zombie issue is, again, I'm going to be questioning whether or not that's real. If you did something wrong, it's going to be against my preferences and my values. So that's what I'll say.
Wait, sorry, just to be clear, do you think that if I kick a rock down a hill, I've done something wrong?
Not necessarily.
Why didn't
if you
I
hurt someone
wrong?
or you do something that's opposed to my values, then it's going to be wrong, yeah.
But why didn't I do something wrong by kicking the rock down the hill?
Because you didn't do anything necessarily that is opposed to my values.
Okay, so when you say wrong things, they're just the types of things that are inconsistent with your values?
Yeah, that's what I mean, you said that the problem is going to be there's some philosophical metaethical difference. Yeah, that's going to be the problem, is I'm a moral subjectivist.
That's actually not what I said. I said that we are going to have strong metaethical disagreements. I never said that it was a problem. That's not what I said. You said that. But just to be clear,
well, it will be ultimately. Yes.
Do you think that like a rock do you think somebody can do something to a rock? Do you think there's a possible world where, you can do something wrong or harm a rock or anything like that?
No. Unless you're talking about a possible world where rocks are conscious. Maybe there is a possible world where rocks are conscious. Then sure.
Right. So the thing that makes it such that there's no possible world where you could actually do something wrong to a rock is simply because it doesn't possess this property of having experiences, right?
Yes, that is the value that I have.
Okay, so
that a value that represents human beings in general. So.
Right. So then if it's the case then that your mother, who is in fact a P-zombie, doesn't have this property of having experiences, in what world have I done something wrong by blowing her across the head?
If you're talking about some like rights violation, because when I come up with
rights violation.
It is because there's a difference between here's a good example. Let's say here's a good example. So let's say I didn't offer rights to cats, which I do, but let's say I didn't offer rights to cats. Now, I still may have a cat that I care about. If you kill my cat, there might not be any rights violation occurring there, but you're doing something that harms me. So that's why I would say you'd be doing something wrong.
Wait,
does that make sense?
No, it didn't, because just to be clear, right? When you say
do you want me to restate it?
No, I understood, but it just didn't make sense. So when you say there's a rights violation, that's already presuming that your mother, who's a P-zombie, had rights to begin with in the first place. But presumably,
assuming that my mom is a P-zombie, there's no rights violation occurring when you kill them.
Bro,
yes.
Can I finish?
Yeah, you can finish, but it seems like you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm perfectly comprehending everything that you're saying. I just like to finish my statements, right? So that presumably you don't take it that, these sort of objects in the world that don't possess this property of experiences are the types of things that are captured by, the community of people who have rights, right?
Yeah, they're not rights-bearing individuals.
Yeah. So then if it's the case that your mother doesn't have this property of experiences, who's a P-zombie, does she have rights?
No.
So it would not be wrong for me to unalive your mother, who's a P-zombie.
There'd be no rights violation. It might still be wrong to unalive her because I care about her.
Wait, sorry.
Do you think that moral wrongs only occur when you violate someone's rights?
No, that's what you said as a response to mine.
No. What it sounds like you're saying is that unless a rights violation occurs, that there's no wrongdoing happening. I reject that. Rights violation is a type of wrongdoing, but there are wrongdoings that transcend rights violations. I don't think a rights violation to lie, but guess what? I think it's also wrong to lie.
Yeah. So just to be clear, right?
So I don't understand your contention then.
Yeah. So just to be clear, right? When I gave you the case of your mother being a P-zombie, and I asked you what the exponanda was for why it was wrong for me to blow her head blow her head off or whatever, you said you began your statement by saying, well, if you're talking, wait, let me finish.
Sure.
You began your statement by saying, well, if you're talking about a rights violation, that's why we started talking about rights violations in the first place, because you introduced that into the conversation. But when I was asking you about what makes it wrong for me to unalive a P-zombie who's your mother, you said that the thing that makes it wrong is the fact that, or you at least you were implying that the thing that makes it wrong is because of the fact either that you care about your mother or that there was some rights violation that occurred, right?
Care about, yes. Assuming that we were able to determine that some people are philosophical zombies, there might be other reasons to say it's wrong to kill them. The aesthetic reasons I talked briefly about with N, or the fact that I care about that person, so killing them would affect me in some negative way. There are multiple ways in which that could be wrong, but no, it wouldn't be a rights violation then, because the rights violation is indexed to whether or not that person has phenomenal consciousness.
Okay. So just to be clear, you still think that. So you think just caring about something is sufficient enough for you to do something wrong to something that doesn't possess this?
Yeah, man. If you cut down a tree in my yard and I care a shit ton about that tree, that's wrong.
Okay, so then for the pro-lifer, then if they were to present an argument like, I don't know, I care about the zygotes, and so therefore it's wrong to kill them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I say that wouldn't be sufficient because we're talking about the care for that. So we're talking about the care for someone else versus the protection of one's bodily integrity. So like if you cared about, if you cared about some like tree that's growing on my body and you're like, oh man, I really love that tree. It's the prettiest tree I've ever fucking seen. All right, I think that's a precious tree. That might be meaningful to you and it might be valuable to some extent to protect that, but it's also on my body. I'm going to take it off my body. I think I have the right to take it off my body. I think extrapolating this universally means that if we were to prioritize the care of trees on people's bodies, they're going to have a shit ton of people complaining about their tree being on the body, and a few people happy that we get these pretty trees taking up people's bodies. So
just to be
that's
clear,
why. So I don't think it's going to be sufficient to say that a pro-lifer caring about a fetus is going to overwhelm the interests of the person in protecting their bodily integrity.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? You just said that the thing that makes it sufficient enough for it to be wrong for me to unalive your mother, who's a pea zombie, is simply because you care about her, and that is good enough for it to for me to be in the wrong.
Yeah, sure. Now maybe if we discovered that my mom was a pea zombie,
I have to be able to finish.
Okay, sure, finish.
So you said that was simply sufficient enough, and then I said, okay, well, look, what if the pro-lifer says the same thing? Now you're saying, well, look, no, it's not the same, because now you're talking about whether or not the mother's interests are involved and such. So if the mother has an interest and says, look, I care about this fetus and it would be wrong for the doctor to unalive it, she is justified in doing so?
She's justified in unaliving it?
No, she's justified.
No women should be compelled to get an abortion. If a woman cares about the fetus inside her body, it would absolutely be wrong for a doctor to go and kill that fetus, because one, not only does she care about the fetus, but two, that is a violation of her own bodily integrity. When it comes down to the mother issue, why I wanted to interrupt you earlier was we could make the case that it would be okay to kill my mom, even though I cared about my mom, given she's a philosophical zombie. If she was like inside your body, if she was like planted inside your body, if she was violating your bodily integrity, and you're like, hey, we discovered this person's a philosophical zombie, yes, absolutely, go ahead. So my care certainly does not supersede your right to your bodily integrity.
Okay, so you think that in the case of the mother, the fact that you care about the fetus, or the fact that maybe a small group of people, or maybe let's say even if it was like 45% of society actually cared about zygotes and fetuses or embryos or whatever the case may be, that wouldn't be sufficient to override the considerations for the mother's bodily autonomy and integrity?
Yeah, and I think we can do this like from a pragmatic perspective too. Like I think, say a lot of people care about a fetus, that might be valuable to some extent for them, results in a significant number of people having their bodily integrity violated. So that's why I would reject that dynamic. So,
and are you saying that pregnancy is the violation? Okay, what's the argument that pregnancy is a bodily autonomy violation?
Bodily integrity violation, because something is occupying the inside of your body without your consent.
Consent to what?
Consent to occupy your body.
What do you take consent to be?
Consent is an agreement to a condition or something like that. I'll give you a better definition. I feel like there's probably a better definition that I could give for that.
Okay, let's go with, because that was a bad definition what you just gave me. So maybe
permission for something to happen or an agreement to do something. That's probably close enough.
Permission for something to happen or an agreement to do something? Okay, so presumably there's these sort of certain conditions that have to be satisfied such that you can actually agree with something, right?
Yes.
What are those conditions that have to be satisfied such that you can agree with something?
I mean, general like mental assent to. I mean, you have to be in mental agreement with it. I mean, it seems like you're just asking me to further define consent at that point.
Mental agreement?
Yes.
That seems extraordinarily vague. I need a more specific condition.
Is there a reason why consent and my definition of consent is insufficient for understanding whether or not someone is agreeing to a pregnancy?
Well, yeah, because I don't think you can agree to a pregnancy. I just think that's like a very confusing language. Sort of agents that are present that also have like some sort of cognitive profile to be able to understand the agreement that they're actually engaging in. But I don't take it that you take it that the fetus is
sure. Sure, if you want to use a more precise definition of consent that involves two actors, yeah, that's fine. If you just want to use it, well, like if you want to just against your desires, if we want to use a more broader term because you prefer for the two moral agents, I'm fine with that.
So just to be clear then, is that a concession that the mother cannot in fact agree to pregnancy?
Consent to, you mean? Consent to pregnancy?
Well, by consent, you just mean an agreement. So yeah.
It seems like I'm confused because it seems like you wanted to operate off of your definition for consent. And if we're just going off of your definition, meaning two actors are required, then yeah, I would eject the term consent and I would use something like a word agreement.
Well, I don't think agreement works for your case either.
Or allowing to, something like that.
Allowing to? That's an even worse definition. Like, would you say that if a six... Well, hold on. Let's test out your definition of consent for a second. So consent means allowing to for critically. So if a 16-year-old allowed a 45-year-old man to have sex with her.
Okay, so implicit in an understanding of consent is the ability to consent, or the and we have a specific set of criteria that someone has to have some type of cognitive faculties available to them or some mental maturity so that when they are agreeing to something, they are aware of the conditions of it, they are aware of the possible outcomes. So that should have been obvious. It feels a little bad of faith to assume that wouldn't be present, but okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you're saying that's bad faith because I'm just going strictly off the information that you're giving me. You said that consent means the type of thing that you agree with or anything that you agree to, right?
Sure. And when we're talking about consent specifically in the context of things like sexual dynamics, we're going to have a lot of extra baggage put on there that ensures that when we're talking about agreement, that agreement has certain preconditions, such as mental maturity and so forth, which is fine.
That's what I asked you for earlier.
Yes.
What are those conditions for?
Sure. So, and for that agreement, in the case of pregnancy, we're assuming that the person has the mental maturity to do that. Like, because I think even if a child was mentally in agreement with pregnancy, they don't have the maturity to do so. So children inherently cannot agree to pregnancy or anything like that.
I didn't talk about pregnancy. What are you talking about? Why'd you just start talking about children agreeing to pregnancy? Nobody brought that up.
I was expanding upon what you said earlier because you specifically brought up kids and things like a sexual relationship with an adult. And I would say, no, they can't consent to that because the agreement there has other preconditions.
Okay. So, and those preconditions would be what? That they have a certain mental maturity.
Yeah, they have some type of mental maturity available to them where they can understand the outcomes, the consequences of the action, therefore allowing them to do it.
Well, I mean, this sounds to me like what happens when people engage in sex, creating babies that they know are going to depend on them. It doesn't sound like what goes on during pregnancy. It sounds like what goes on before you get pregnant.
That's shifting over. If you're talking about sex, in order to be able to consent to sex, you need to have some awareness of the possible outcomes, the dangers, the results, whatever, the mental maturity. But that's a different conversation.
Wait, hold on. No. What I'm saying is your analysis of consent doesn't seem to fit in pregnancy. It seems to fit in what happens before you get pregnant.
No, I think they're different conversations. So when we're talking about so I think that the consent that we're talking about or the agreement that we're talking about when it comes to sex is going to be slightly different than when it comes to pregnancy. But in both circumstances, I do think it requires some amount of mental maturity.
That's just the question, by the way. That like precisely what's being investigated is whether or not there is such a thing as an agreement during pregnancy.
Sure. And the point is because we should contextualize this. The whole point about it is whether or not there is some bodily integrity violation occurring in pregnancy, which means that someone's composition, the constitution of their body, is being infringed upon without their consent or without their desire.
You're just restating the premise that's being investigated.
But this interrogation, as far as it's gone so far, really hasn't forwarded whether or not you think pregnancy against someone's will is some bodily integrity violation. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I don't think that pregnancy fits under your own semantic analysis of what it means for somebody either to be able to consent or to be violated. That's the problem on the table for you right now. Do you disagree that pregnancy without someone's will or whatever term you want to use is a bodily integrity violation? Yeah, I mean, I just like the sort of way that you're phrasing the question just seems a little bit bad faith and question begging a little bit, because I don't think pregnancy is the type of thing that you can will. I don't think you can will the gestational process of your baby inside of your womb. Let me finish. I don't think you can will your baby to gestate inside of your womb. I don't think you can agree.
I agree. Yes.
I don't think that you can, agree to your baby gestating in your womb. I think the only thing that you can do during pregnancy, in fact, is either allow the process to occur or you terminate the process. That's the only thing that you can do.
Yes. And that allowance or that termination is going to be based upon your desires. So, and because we're trying to separate something like a pregnancy you desire and a pregnancy you don't desire, because a pregnancy you desire, similar to sex that you desire and that you consent to, is a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a fantastic thing. It's a way that we propagate life, and it's pretty significantly different from a pregnancy you don't desire, because that means things are happening to your body that are pretty invasive, and potentially incredibly harmful, that you did not desire to occur.
Okay, so just to be clear, what you mean to say is that she doesn't desire for this pregnancy to occur, not that she isn't consenting to the pregnancy occurring.
Sure. If you want to use a more precise definition, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, fantastic. So you think that this desire that this mother has overrides the prima facie considerations of maybe, let's say, the harm of death to the fetus?
I don't think the prima facie considerations like the harm of death hold any weight if there aren't any rights present. So harm to me is going to assume some type of consciousness, some type of sentience, some type of phenomenal consciousness, you'd like to say. So yeah, to me, there's just not going to be any harm.
Oh, okay. So then just go ahead and provide me your semantic analysis of harm.
Yeah, harm is going to be changing the state of the differential state of desirability that somebody experienced to a less desirable.
So you're taking like a desire-based theory of harm, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you give an argument for that?
That's just my stance. That's my moral stance. What do you mean give an argument for that?
Like, what's the argument that harm necessitates desire?
That's my moral stance, that from my experience and from what I witness, any instance of harm that we talk about is a result of someone experiencing something that they don't desire.
Do you have an argument or no? Like when I'm asking for an argument, I'm asking for a set of premises that favors a conclusion.
You're asking me an argument for like my normative ethical stance?
No, I'm asking for an argument for your concept of harm.
So that's my definition for it. When you say an argument for a definition, that's how I'm defining harm.
Well, just to be clear, you understand that there are various different theories of harm. One of them that you're endorsing.
Sure. If you So if you want to use a different definition, or if you agree with a different definition,
it's not about definitions. It's actually about your stance about. No, it's not. It's actually about your view of harm, which is that. When you talk about harm, which it seems like, these sort of desire-based theories of harm purport that, the only sort of things that can be harmed are the types of things that have at least some relevant psychological profile. This is the sort of theory that
yes. And that's why it's going to account better within an understanding of sentience. So harm to something that is not sentience. Obviously, depending on how we would apply it. I mean, you can say roughly like you harm plants, but we're talking about like a much broader definition of harm. When we're talking about a moral harm, causing harm to something in a way that is wrong, we're talking about inflicting a less desirable state of existence upon something.
So just to be clear, and I want to say this very explicitly. You don't think that you can be harmed unless you have a psychological profile, correct?
No, Yeah, if there's no associated psychological profile. Yeah, it should say there's no moral harm. If you're going to talk about a broader definition of harm, like to plants, then yeah, it could say you can be harmed, or whatever that is can be harmed. But that's going to be a broader definition.
So you think if I step on a plant that I've harmed it?
From a broader definition, yes. Which means you're disrupting its typical functions or something like that. There's probably a few different definitions of harm that we could look at that are broad enough to cash it out to something like plants. But I'm talking more specifically about a moral harm.
Okay, so you think that a moral harm are the only sort of things that are indexed to things that have a psychological profile. Okay, so let's test that out for a second. So let's say that I just gave you a case where, I don't know, you have this doctor, this scientist who comes up with this technology such that he can produce a woman. And for the first 24 hours of her existence, she's not going to have a psychological profile, but she will develop a psychological profile post the 24-hour period. Okay.
So you're talking about you develop a non-sentient human organism. That's what you're saying, right?
So it's
but soon to be sentient.
It's a non-sentient human organism that will be sentient in 24 hours. Okay. Now, if this man, say, were to have sex with her body and unalive her before the 24 hours was up, do you think he did something harmful to her if she woke up and never found out?
I think he did something wrong. Whether or not it was actually harmful to her, that's a bit more complex of a question. We would have to look as to whether or not the experience caused any effects on their body, or they had to experience those effects on their body. That would be harmful to them. Assuming no effects are experienced, then there wouldn't be that specific type of moral harm. But I would still say that person did something morally wrong, specifically because I have those aesthetic preferences or interests that I mentioned earlier.
Just to be clear, so if a man produced a non-sentient woman who was going to wake up in 24 hours and had sex with her, he didn't actually harm her. Is that what you said?
I don't know. It depends. There might not be harm. There might be harm there. The question is whether or not there's a moral wrong that occurred.
No.
And yes, there is a moral wrong that occurred.
Look, the question is about whether he harmed her is the question.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So he did harm her?
I don't know. It depends on the conditions.
What conditions?
Assuming assuming there is literally no impact on them, yeah, there's going to be no harm there.
Wait, so when you say impact, you mean like if there's no physical intrusion, like if there's no like physical like marks or anything like that, no marks on her body left, stuff like that?
No, any type of, it could be psychological, it could be physical, it could be anything.
So, okay, so if he has sex with her body and he doesn't leave any body marks and she never finds out about this when she wakes up, he didn't actually...
There's no psychological impressions, right?
So he didn't harm her?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't say there would be any harm, no.
Sorry, you don't think that he's harming her?
If the point of this is to try and do some unintuitive pump, it's not really going to work because I already said what he did was very wrong. So what's your point here?
Well, I mean,
if I have a more precise definition of harm that actually looks at the impacts to individuals with some phenomenal consciousness or some psychological profiles, that's going to be more precise. But if we're just talking about general instances of wrongdoing, it's going to extend far beyond that.
Yeah, so the reason why it's important to bring up these sort of like reductios to demonstrate your position and its absurdity is because this is what's wrong with adopting like a desire-based theory of harm, is that you can actually account for these sorts of cases where somebody isn't immediately... Let me finish.
When you say account for, what do you mean?
Let me finish. When I say account for, I'm just talking about some sort of explanation of the data. That's all I mean.
No, when you say account to what? What are you accounting to?
I said account for. That's what I said.
Yeah, because what you're saying, it sounds like you're trying to implicitly imply that they're going to be excluded from the moral position that I have, or something along those lines.
Oh no!
If I'm constricting my moral position in a particular area when it comes to harm, to look for specific cause-effect instances, that's going to be very different from my entire moral dynamic, which is going to include other things like utility concerns or aesthetic concerns or things like that. So why does this create a problem?
Okay. I don't even know what that was responding to, but the point there is that I'm not sure if like these sort of...
Because you're trying to do an intuition pump when I say it doesn't harm them, because you're trying to connect it to as if I'm saying nothing wrong is occurring.
Why are you cutting me off? You can't.
Sure, go ahead.
We've been having a good faith conversation this whole time, right?
We have. And I do want to get to your NLT thing, because that was the whole thing why I say you talk to me, is the NLT thing.
Yeah, that's fine. You can question me about my NLT stance after this. That's completely fine. But yeah, I mean, I just like this is sort of the reason why I think that sort of like view about harm is just extremely counterintuitive. Unless you do think.
Why is it counterintuitive?
Yeah, because I think most people probably have the intuition that the woman in that case was in fact harmed by by what the man did to her.
Yeah, but that's a semantic play, because most people inherently associate harm and wrongdoing, and they kind of equate them as being the same thing. I don't think it's necessarily as precise or productive to do so. I think that harm is going to be a subcategory of wrongdoing, specifically when you're looking at the impact of people or on the psychological profiles of people, as you wanted to put it. So I just don't think it's really productive at all. Because again, your intuition pump, I would still consider to be wrong. So,
you think my intuition pump is wrong?
As in your intuition pump, I don't think is accomplishing what you want it to do, unless you're just trying to do some bad faith thing.
And what exactly do you think I'm trying to accomplish that isn't being accomplished?
You're trying to say that underneath my moral framework, especially that I'm not going to be able to condemn the instance that you brought up. But I can. So it doesn't really matter to the broader issue and the broader way that I'm approaching something like the abortion conversation.
Okay, if that's the case, then you're just confused on what the intent of the reductio is supposed to do, right? Because the point isn't supposed to show that you can't account for the fact that there's something wrong that's happening there, but whether or not you actually think the woman is being harmed in a morally relevant way. And
the intent of the reductio is to show that my definition of harm is counterintuitive, right?
Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying. So the point, I'll just repeat what I said so we can actually further the conversation. You can question my stance about NLT if you want or whatever, but the point of the reductio there was simply to demonstrate whether or not your sort of theory can actually account for the fact that the woman in that case was actually harmed. And you say that she wasn't harmed in a morally relevant way, but you think that there's something still wrong that happened there. And by wrong, you're just talking about the fact that this is something that is out of accordance with your desires. That's all you mean, correct?
Well, all of when it comes to my moral theories in accordance with my desires, I'm a moral subjectivist. If you want to dive into more of that conversation, we can. So whether or not it's moral harm, it's a type of harm that's moral, or whether or not it's just any type of moral wrongdoing, it's all going to be indexed to my values. So that's an irrelevant point, period. But yeah, no, I think the primary thing is you're trying to get people's implicit association between wrongdoing and harm, where people see them as synonymous sometimes, and the intuition pump was to make it seem like my definition of harm is allowing for or interpreting your circumstance as morally permissible. But
well, I don't like, it seems like you're sort of contriving this conversation in a way that isn't actually accurately representing what's been happening, because just to be clear, nobody here has made this sort of conflation of harm and wrongness. Nobody's made that sort of conflation at all. But so I'm not sure why you're pointing out the distinction.
When you said specifically that it is counterintuitive. Sure.
You're trying to point out this distinction between harm and wrong when that wasn't even brought up on the table as a contention or a critique at all, right? The point of the sort of reductio there was just to demonstrate the fact that your sort of theory about harm doesn't actually account for these sorts of cases, which might bring your sort of theory into question on whether or not you actually are encapsulating.
It doesn't need, that's the thing, is it doesn't need to account for those cases if a general theory of wrong accounts for said cases, because people are concerned and are correctly intuitively against the cases that you brought up. And there are valid reasons for being against the cases you brought up. Whether or not those reasons fit within a harm framework doesn't matter as long as they're validated by something. And as long as my moral framework validates concerns about the intuition pump that you brought up, it should not be counterintuitive for people as long as they understand the position.
Okay, so you're saying that you can still account for people's intuition in this case, insofar as you can demonstrate that something wrong still happened there, correct?
Yeah, because people feel like the situation is wrong, and they should feel like the situation is wrong.
Okay, yeah, I agree. So what's the exponanda for, like, what's the wrong maker here? Why is it wrong?
The wrong maker here is there's going to be an aesthetic preference we have towards the treatment of human life, and that treatment towards human life that is opposed to or that is associated with actions that degrade human well-being is going to be seen as negative. So in the same way that...
Except for the abortion.
In the same way... Yeah. By the way, and I even said myself, if you were listening to the conversation earlier with N, that if you were to like unalive a fetus, especially in a way that's particularly grotesque, that you're doing something beyond what is necessary in order to regain the bodily integrity of the mother, like you're to take out the fetus and stab it, you'd be engaging in some type of behavior that violates those aesthetic preferences that I see value in us upholding.
Wait, so just to be clear, you don't think, okay, so you think the thing that makes it wrong in the woman case is the fact that you unalive her in this very grotesque way?
I thought we were talking about an SA case, not the unaliving.
Well,
if it comes to like the fetus in the womb,
he essayed and unalived her was what I said previously.
Oh, I thought you just said essay. What? No, you literally said he essayed her and then she woke up. Would there be any wrongdoing? So no, you were talking about.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
Okay. So it was just essay, but any type of. I would do it similar with. I brought up the case earlier, like in a video game or something like that. Would it be okay to create a video game where you can essay a child or something, or hell, even essay an adult? And it's like, probably not. And I think it's actually good that we discourage that type of behavior. Yeah, Bree, I know. I was just talking about how these conversations get really abstract, and we're really in the abstract right now.
Why?
Whereas I tend to prefer the pragmatic, and I see why came with this direction.
Okay. So the thing that makes it wrong, I'm just trying to get a clear picture on what makes it wrong in this case. So the thing
what makes what wrong?
The essay. You're saying that the thing that makes it wrong for the man to essay the woman is because of what?
Yeah, because it's in violation of some aesthetic preferences that I have, and I think that we as a society collectively have, in order to respect elements of the human condition, the human body, and it's also difficult because assuming the person does wake up, there is a whole type of social consciousness around what happened that could create a lot of problems for them as is. So it's kind of a tough thing to weigh as is. But yeah, no, I think those aesthetic things are really, really valuable in the same way that society would see it'd be wrong for you to create like a life-sized perfectly childlike child S doll and to do shit with it. Yeah, I think, do you think that's wrong? I think you would probably share in my intuition there, right?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay. And I think everyone does, because I think that, especially because I'm like a rural utilitarian. I'm a little bit fuzzy on my specific normative ethical framework, but it's something like rural utilitarianism. And I think that identifying those utility behaviors and the associated aesthetic issues with them is really important for a successful society. So that's just my general position.
And then when you say like these sort of preferences and desire talk, I assume that you take desires themselves to be some sort of semantic primitive, right?
Yeah, they seem to be like pretty fundamental overall.
Okay. So generally when I think about the sort of conceptual scheme of goodness and badness and these sorts of concepts, generally they're indexed to some kind of conducive goal or some sort of betterment, unless maybe you take some sort of romantic view, I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, I think differential states of desirability kind of automatically assume there's some broader goal in mind. Not always, but it's kind of implicit in there.
Okay, so in your case, what is the conducitivity? What is that indexed to?
What is of what?
What is okay, so we just agreed then that the conceptual scheme of goodness generally talks about a conducive goal or some sort of betterment, correct? So to what goal do your preferences aim toward?
To what goal? It's kind of fuzzy and vague. We kind of just, as human beings, experience differential states of desirability. Philosophers talk about the eudaimonia, this general abstract ideal situation that seems to maximize all of our preferences. That's generally what we're working towards. I think that's a pretty fine explanation of those goals, the whole eudaimonia thing, although I don't necessarily agree to all of Aristotle's ideas around that. But
so you think preferences aim towards eudaimonia,
or something similar to that? Yeah, we have the ability to conceptualize of different worlds, of hypotheticals, of instances we could be in the future, and I think we kind of generate ideals in our minds, and our preferences orient us towards those ideals or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This seems like really strange because that's not how Eudaimonian ethics typically talk about morality. But
that is true. It's a bastardization, but I'm just referring. I thought it'd be helpful to illustrate my general understanding of it.
Well, because you're not any realist in any sense, right? And a lot of Udemy ethics tends to be like realist in nature. So I'm unclear why you're using
that is true. I just think I used it simply as an illustrator to help kind of understand where my general head is when it comes to.
But you're not a realist, so why are you talking about Udemy and ethics?
Because I think the general concept helps illustrate how we're oriented towards ends or something.
But you think that the ends to which things like aim toward is simply the fulfillment of your own desires.
Yes.
Right. So it's not it's not conducive towards eudaimonia. It's whether or not it satisfies like some set of desires or preferences that you have.
It's some state of maximal fulfillment of desires.
Okay, just to be clear, by the way, before I ask, are you a cognitivist or non-cog?
Ooh, that's gonna get back into I gotta refresh myself on all the meta.
Well, so cognitivists essentially believe that moral statements are in fact truth apps, and non-cognitivists don't.
Oh yeah, cognitivist. I've kind of gone back and forth between cog and non-cog. The error theory was appealing to me for a little bit, but
come on,
God, this is getting so fucking abstract. I would say more cognitivist. I think that we can, from some like hypothetical imperative, that we can analyze moral statements derived from people's interests and desires, and those seem to be truth apps. So.
Okay, so you think that the truth of moral statements is just simply based on whether or not they're conducive towards your desires. So if something fulfills my desires, then it is true that it's a morally good action.
It indexed to your that's kind of tautologically true. There's a good clarification to make, though. I think that we have a hierarchy of desires. So I think that we weigh desires differently. We have more superficial and more deep or more meaningful desires. So something could be in accordance with a more superficial desire, but that desire is out of accordance with a more meaningful, deeper desire. In that case, I think that we make preferences, or the ideal situation is preferential towards the more fundamental desires. So not always, but yeah, generally I would say I would agree with that.
Yes. I mean, look, like I understand the hierarchical structure of desires and such. I mean, I think that's talk, but you would say that the thing that makes it such that an action is morally good is insofar as it's conducive towards your most deepest fundamental desire, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so if there was a world where like all of the agents in that world had this preference and this deep desire to say, grape little babies for fun, would that be a morally good action?
No.
Why?
Because I'm opposed to graping little babies for fun.
But would it be good for them?
I don't know what good for them means. Like good to them? Yes, you just clarified yourself that they themselves have that preference. I'm a moral. I don't know. You're kind of presupposing some moral objectivism here, or some broader thing. I've told you multiple times I'm a moral subjectivist. Being a moral subjectivist doesn't mean I have to agree with other people's moral values. When I'm talking about what is right and wrong, that's indexed to my values.
But it would be good to them, right?
Sure. You literally just said it would be good to them.
So it's good to them that they're in this world where they're graping babies for fun, and that's good.
Yeah, you literally said that to them they have a preference for that. Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just find that...
Do you want to talk about it? Because you said you're a moral, and this will probably actually get into the NLT thing, but you said that you're a moral objectivist, and I'm assuming you have some natural law theory of objectivism.
Yeah. So we can talk about my stance now. So natural law theory is essentially this sort of metaphysical thesis. It's also a normative thesis, but essentially it's just
it's kind of everything. It's very vague to me, but...
Well, it's not vague. It's just very systematic. But, of course, I have like some metaphysics in the background whenever I make these sorts of claims about abortion and such. But essentially the idea, you've kind of referenced like Udemy and ethics already. But the sort
Are
of
you an Aristotelian?
Yeah, I'm something like an Aristotelian, yeah.
Okay,
so
fair.
The general idea, I mean, natural law itself inherently is derivative, right? So I operate under either some kind of derivationist or inclinationist account, which is just to say that
inclinationist. You'll have to describe what that means.
Yeah, so derivationism and inclinationism are essentially just this idea that we can actually understand goodness with respect to metaphysical observation of things given their act and potencies, right? Now, act and potency are, we can get into like the deep metaphysics if you'd like, but essentially act and potency are just metaphysically necessary substrates of objects in the world.
Yeah. when you differentiate act and potency, how?
Yeah, so a thing's act is essentially its act of being, and its potency is what it can change.
Yeah.
Its ability to be able to change into something.
Yeah. I'm assuming you get like the whole essence from the potency and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From all that talk. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have Discord? I mean, we can continue this conversation. It seems like it's compelling to some of the people in the comments. But I am kind of in agreement that I talked to Anna as well, that I tend to prefer the more practical side of more pragmatic side of the abortion conversation. Whereas if we're getting into like the nuances of of metaphysics, it's just going to be really, really heady for a long period of time.
I mean, I thought you were going to critique my stance, but if you want to move it to Discord somewhere, we definitely can. I can send you my Discord and we can have a more extensive conversation about my view anytime.
We can, yeah. I mean, because the problem is if you're going to, if your stance is going to contain a lot of metaethical or normative ethical or metaphysical presuppositions that are so far outside of what I agree with, critiquing that stance means I'm going to be having to look at all those different philosophical layers and pressing it on each and every one of them. And it's just going to take, and again, it generally goes from bottom up. So it's going to take a while to.
I understand. I completely sympathize what you're saying. I mean, look, I also host lives myself. I always try to veer away from this, the sort of sophisticated metaphysical conversations, because most people generally don't have an interest in, having those sorts of conversations. So I can sympathize with what you're saying for sure. But yeah, I mean, I still have questions about your view that I'm a little bit unsatisfied about, especially when you talk about your desire-based theory of harm and also just desire talk in general. It seems unsatisfactory to me. So whenever we get on that Discord call, we can certainly, finish out our conversation about that.
Yeah, because I don't see, assuming, because it seems like you have very precise, maybe not very accessible ways of formulating some NLT theory, which means that it might take me a bit of time to understand it depending on how you formulate it. I'm very technical about the way that I use my language. So yeah. Okay. All right. I don't know. Do you have a Discord server? Or do you have a Discord or something like that? I'll follow you.
I can probably text you. I think you follow me there, so I can text you on there. I can text you in the DM, send you my Discord. You can add me and join servers, whatever.
Okay. Hey, fair enough. That'll probably make it a lot easier. Because it gets pretty heady for me at least. Especially since I care about this because also the election is coming up and other things. So I'm more concerned about engaging in ways that'll be meaningful for people there.
By the way, maybe I'll just save that for later on Discord or something. But yeah, I'll send you my Discord. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before I drop and let somebody else come up?
Not particularly.
Okay.
So we can have a conversation there. Thanks for engaging. You were, all things considered, for the most part, good faith, so I appreciate that, and keeping it chill and civil. So
yeah, you seem like a relatively decent guy. It seems like you know what you're talking about. You got good traction on your life. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You're an awesome guy.
Cool. Hey, take care, man.
Yeah, you too. Safe.
All right. Sorry that I got in the weeds, y'all. Unfortunately, when it comes to moral conversations, they, depending on how sophisticated people's arguments are, get pretty fucking heady. Siggy, I even underestimated how Phil, bro, and heady things were when you mentioned him, but...
I told you.
Did you? Yeah.
Yes.
Fair. All right. Well... you could have informed me more about. I mean, maybe you couldn't have, just because it's all over the place about the NLT.
Oh, it's my fault.
NLT stuff. Right. It is your fault. Yeah. Well, surprisingly though, I'm surprised that the viewership actually stayed pretty strong, given how heady things got with things. But all right. Well, I don't know how much longer. It's 1:00. How much longer I want to go at this? I guess this guest has been here for a while, so I'll try and we'll see.
I don't know if they're going to load in. Also, I messaged you the 12-week article that everyone's using.
Yeah, that's the Derbyshire stuff, right?
No.
Isn't it? I wrote down a critique of the Derbyshire stuff, and I don't remember where I put it. Yeah, this is the Derbyshire article. Yeah.
Yeah, it left and now it's made.
Oh, this guest is not loading in. Okay. Do I kind of knock out Flo? What do I need to get? Oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. Siggy, the Flo dude.
Julian,
yeah, my bad. my bad. I need to get Julian up here for the Flo conversation. I had a conversation, maybe it's changed. I had a conversation with him about Flo a while ago. Bro, the whole animalism.
Yeah.
What a headache to deal with.
You've already debated Glock on Flo.
I have debated Glock a couple different times. I said animalism, Pluto. Shut the fuck up. No, I didn't call Glock a dude. I was talking about Julian.
Oh, and Julian appears.
King Julian. Julian, how are you doing? Did Julian appear?
Yeah, Julian appeared.
Julian, they were slandering you.
Julian, you're so mean.
Also, maybe that slander is warranted. The fuck is your bio?
What?
No, I was talking to Julian. Julian, what the fuck is your bio? You internet troll. Julian, I need a response. Oh, Julian's in the request.
Wait, who was saying? I'm sure only nice things were said about me. But
no, I was joking. Nobody was slandering you. I said maybe they should though. Why did your bio say pro-Palestinian and pro-Zio?
Because that's what I am.
Okay.
Is there a problem with that?
Yes, obviously. Do you actually have a position on it, or are you just fucking around and trolling?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a LARPy bio, but I'm pro a two-state solution, so
okay,
you know.
All right.
That's like the pro-Zio comes from I do support the state of Israel. And
nobody cares about that type of Zio, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of fun.
Nobody. When people are talking against Zios, they're not talking about like generally people that want some general amount of Israel to exist. They're talking about the general colonial project. Oh, okay.
But why are you still trying to restrict the fetus's rights?
Hey.
True. Hey, Glock. I can only call you Glock, right?
Yes.
No, that's Queen to you.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm here to just
been
be
a while.
Julian's bodyguard, just in case he needs. Just kidding.
Fair.
So Siggy Stardust, have you changed your mind at all and become less of a troll?
A troll?
Why would you call Siggy a troll? That's disrespectful.
I mean, if you support, the deaths of thousands of babies every year, I'm just going to assume you're a troll.
No, I haven't changed my position.
So it says, if it's not your body, it's not your choice.
Julian, I don't know if I want to have this conversation with you right now.
Well, what about the fetus's body? What about their choice?
So true. Oh my god.
And also, you haven't considered
Julian,
yet
are you
that
still pro-life?
I literally just published a paper defending the pro-life view, so
You should send it to me.
I didn't tell you, by the way, but Chandler told me, so congratulations.
Is it under what journal is it under?
Journal of Medical Ethics.
Oh, cool shit. No shot.
But I've been defending women's
Would it
rights
dox
in
you
the
if
womb.
I looked it up?
Well, wait, it's published in the upcoming journal.
What
so
edition?
It's not,
Oh, it's not out yet? Oh, okay.
yeah, you'll have to
All right.
wait for the release.
Why don't you send it to me? You can send it to me. Oh, what's up, Dean? How's it going?
Are you still on Discord? I don't know. Well,
I am.
Dean,
Are
I
we
know
still
that
friends
you're
on
too
there?
good to talk to us now because you're famous and all, but you know, I mean,
Don't be cringe, man, please.
I'm just joking.
Relax,
I'm just joking.
Julian, relax. Oh my god. Landon. No, but how y'all been? It's been a while since I talked to y'all.
Yeah, I know you just got out of your 9-month conversion therapy. I'm very proud of you.
11-month
you've come
conversion
back.
therapy, actually. I'm now a straight man. Thank you for that recommendation, Julian.
You're welcome. Now you've come back to TikTok changed and normal and...
Oh, the normal. Aren't you also a half gay, or am I tripping?
Well, I mean...
You're tripping. You're tripping.
Am I?
You're
Oh,
tripping,
okay.
you know.
All right. I don't know why I thought that. My bad. Unfortunately, I'm still half gay, so...
Well, that's fine because there's another half there, you know.
True.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Amen.
So what's going on? Are you guys debating or
because
what?
he's been, you know.
I know that I know a debate with Julian is going to go to the whole animalism thing most likely, and I don't know if I have the headache.
I actually don't know if
capacity for that.
Julian actually doesn't ascribe to animalism, if I'm correct.
Anymore?
Well, I am an animalist, but I mean, I don't think I need it anymore to at least defend myself.
You've transcended. Oh my god, good, because it was a bad argument.
What? No, animalism is still correct, but I mean,
it's not.
I don't need it, you know.
Glock, are you still, if you don't mind me asking, religious?
Of course.
Okay, fair.
Staunchly.
And you just got back from the club? Wow.
Of course. Drinking
Yeah,
water.
the club at church. I mean,
deviant. Oh, from
Catholics
Bible
do great.
club. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Dean said my name. Oh my gosh, someone with 1 million followers said my name. Wait.
Dean, be for real.
Dude, I'm such a fan. Wait.
The integrity of this live might have. Oh my god, Lucario too.
Well, one thing I will say that's positive about Dean is I saw him make a fool out of Charlie Kirk on that one little
True
table thing.
Thank God.
It was very funny.
Dean, do you think after the election you're gonna try some different topics? I was wondering. Old gang is back together. I was gonna make a joke about. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
No, we just need Tyler Blutman in the live.
Oh my god. This live is becoming. I'm getting PTSD or something. This is a lot.
And unfortunately, Tyler Blutman got fired from his job at Walmart, so now he's back on TikTok
Oh
debating.
my god. Also, isn't. Okay, cool shit, Dan. Isn't he doing? No, never mind.
OnlyFans,
But no, yeah, I
yeah,
remember Tyler Blutman. I think was my first debate on TikTok, and it was.
I'm sorry for you.
Oh no, it was great. I tunneled him. It was on some moral, some ethical position that he had. No, I tunneled him, so that was a lot of fun. And I wasn't even that good at debating at that point.
Can you guys not slander my goat, please? This is like.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, Tyler's your goat? Okay.
He was actually my dasher today, Glock. I mean, of course, no slander.
Did you tip him well?
Of course, I know he needs the money more than I do, so yeah.
Okay.
He got published before you did, Julian.
All right.
Yeah, I saw his paper, yeah.
It was called Cause of Obligation. I don't know if you read it.
I don't know if that's the original argument by Tyler Blutman, by the way. You know.
Unironically, it is, but you're not ready. Okay, we're killing the live. So, what are you guys gonna do?
Yeah,
I might call it for the evening potentially.
We
It's
literally
1:30.
got Dean debates in the chat, and you're saying that we can't get a live going.
That is true. No, Dean would actually have to come up here in order to invite in the excellent, electorally empowered people who are going to vote for Harris.
Let's vote for Donald Trump. Woo, woo, woo.
Okay.
Trump in the chat.
Trump in the chat, guys.
You're getting dropped if you.
I don't think anyone's gonna vote for Trump because I am.
Are you? Would you actually, Glock?
Of course, I'm actually going to. Of course.
Are you actually?
Yeah, you can kick me.
Oh,
I'm
that's
going to.
unfortunate. That is very unfortunate.
You're not ready to hear this, but Trump has said a lot of funny things in the presidential debate. So
That is true. That is the best reason to vote for him, for sure. In fact, him being funny is the only reason to vote for him, and it's superseded by all the other reasons of him being a dogshit person, so...
Siggy, what is your take on this? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, what's your take on American politics, Siggy?
Oh, I hate it all. But,
Siggy loves Americans.
So much. So much.
You're telling me we can't get Dean debates up here, though? Really? We're waiting.
He can come up if he wants to, but it is 1:30.
Okay, and he's
I've been
live
on
on
live.
TikTok. You know, it's.
I know, but I've been on live for 6 hours now. My brain
I mean,
hurts.
then 7 can't hurt, right?
Especially since... Oh yeah, and Julian, I had a long... Oh, did you see I'll come up soon? That'd be cool. I haven't actually talked to... But Dean has to apologize to me specifically for what he said.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh, you know the controversy.
Yeah, Dean has a lot of people to apologize, especially my community, because I heard, and you know, some things.
Did you say that was funny? Wow. Kitty is supposed to be a wonderful supporter of the queer community, and you said that was funny. Unbelievable.
Why are you pro-life? Because I support women in and outside of the room. Yeah.
Wow. You have the points down.
I love that. Jordan, you can't just kick me out of the black community like that. I mean, you know, Siggy, am I welcome in any community that you're in? Because I heard that.
You heard what? I don't think so.
Yeah, I heard your spaces didn't like me anymore.
Julian, the problem is you're edgy, okay, and edgy in a way that's probably disrespectful. So you should work on being a good boy more, or something.
Well, I am. You know how much I service the communities.
Julian, you have Discord brain. It is bad for you.
I've literally helped marginalized communities on here. You don't know this, but
I'm tensing for the joke that's happening.
Well, I've been defending a lot of people who have been canceled lately. Against a lot of things. And Amdir has helped me do that, so shout out to my boy Amdir. If you know him, Amdir01. He's really helped me
Oh
do
no.
those things.
Oh no. Oh no. I might have to kick you too.
For what? Siggy will attest to my good character. Go ahead.
Let's see, Oh, it's Lucario. Lucario's the more ethical Julian.
Meaning he holds more wrong views than me? Okay, well, I mean, that's probably true.
I don't even know if I have as many views.
Thank you, Glock, for claiming me. See?
I'm so sorry. You guys can hear my notifications. It's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, we can hear that.
Oh, Lucario's on his evil art? How? What? Okay,
No,
I guess I
Lucario's on
do.
his based arc. You said you're exploring leftism. So based.
Oh, wait. Oh my
so
gosh.
based.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, thank you for the kiss for me.
So wait, are you gonna exploring leftism? So you're gay now, Lucario?
I've been gay since day one. Like, not like, hold on. I'm not even like making a joke. I'm just saying I'm not.
This feels more like
I'm not complete.
Hey, Priscilla.
The Discord brain is contagious, but no, I'm not like completely straight. Yo, thank you for
I knew that, but like I knew you'd turn gay after you were turning a leftist. That was kind of a given, but yeah, I mean, it's happened to a lot of people. Like, don't worry, you'll grow out of it. It's just a phase.
Or maybe
it will last your whole life. But
well, maybe the phenomena you're observing is that leftism has given people the self-confidence to identify as, not completely straight.
Based.
Hell yeah. Well, no, actually, what I'm really identifying is a phase people go through for their whole lives. So, I mean... Wait, can you guys stop using the clown emoji? I like to be referred to by the king emoji.
Yeah.
But, you're familiar with...
Alright, jokes aside, Julian, when Dean says he can hop on in about 5 minutes, when he does, you're trying to 2v2 Dean and critically.
I don't mind it. In fact, because Dean is so big now,
I don't think we're doing that.
No.
I don't really... Anyway, I want to talk to Dean because he's all big now. I didn't even realize until I checked his profile recently, but, he's...
Yes. The Harris advocacy. So fucking based.
Even like just a few weeks.
Are you voting for Harris, Lucario?
Oh, I'm not voting. No.
What do you mean you're not voting?
I don't know enough about politics. I just
not voting is violence.
Listen, Julian, you're about to be dropped.
Well, I'm explaining to him the issue with not violence is violence. You ever heard the famous quote?
See, this is what I mean. Is Discord brain is like permanently being in this sardonic attitude about everything.
No, I'm totally in agreement with you critically. So,
bruh. But yeah, I
feel like even minimal education about anything should equip you to vote for Harris, man.
I don't know. One, I haven't just taken the time to register to vote yet, and two, something about me,
it's pretty easy to do.
Yeah. But still, something about me, just growing up in like a Trump household for so long, and my little knowledge about politics. Right now, I'm kind of leaning towards, Kamala's policies just based on the evidence that I've seen, but I don't feel like I could defend that view. And there's just something internal about me to the point where if I don't feel like I can confidently defend a view, I just kind of remain quiet about it, which might be harmful. I'm willing to acknowledge
I think
that.
it is.
Wow, you're harming us. Wow. This is
Julian,
not okay, Lucario.
About to get banned.
For what? I'm literally agreeing with you and you're trying to ban me? For what? This is not okay behavior, Lucario. You're harming women, you're harming minorities, and if you don't vote, just...
Thank you. No, but Lucario... oh, that's so much better. But no, I mean, I understand that, but I think it's part of the Discord brain where you feel like you're constantly on watch and you feel like if any position you have, if you're not able to defend to the full extent, you can't have it or you can't actualize it in any meaningful way. It is totally okay to...
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's definitely my exposure to criticism, which has increased my critical thinking a lot. And there are definitely some downsides to it. I don't really know if the interaction was, I guess, worth it, but I still value like my critical thinking. I'm still able to talk about things, whether I vote or not.
Holy shit.
What's up? Oh, but yeah, whether I vote or not, I'm appreciative of my ability to be curious about things and be able to talk about them in a way where maybe I can influence a whole bunch of other people to rethink to themselves. And not only maybe change their positions on where they're going to vote, but also just be more confident in the positions that they previously held. And I think that's a power I'd gladly trade for my one vote, or maybe my confidence.
Get it live. What's up, Dean?
Hey. I just made myself a really good drink. That's what I was spending my time doing while I was listening in.
Guys, in the chat, can you zip up your pants when you're done?
Okay, all right, Julian.
You've been on thin ice for so long, bro.
Only Julian would think about other men's pants unzipped. Come on, buddy.
Well, under
As
your view,
he should.
and that's perfectly fine, right? Are you saying there's something wrong with that?
Oh, fuck no. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, consensually, of course, but...
Yes. That is true. Nadine, I saw the podcast, or at least clips from the podcast you went on. That seemed like a ride.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. Emily was just like, and I mean this, like, this isn't me just being extra. I legitimately think that Emily was a sociopath.
I think that it's pretty easy for sociopaths to align with a more conservative worldview.
Yeah. Oh, the nice blonde lady you were talking to?
Julian, bro, you're so on thin ice, bro.
She was insane.
Yeah.
No, she kind of ate with that. She's like, I don't care. You know, she like bit the bullet on reductios, and she's like, oh, you're not gonna trap me with these ones.
But wait, Dean, do you actually think she's a sociopath, or do you think she's just more like performative for media?
No, dude, she was the same way off camera.
Oh, for real?
No, yeah, no, she was like actually just like a very uncomfortable presence that I think is genuinely sociopathic.
She was so funny though.
At least you're able to like somewhat, conceal your uncomfortability. Unlike with Nick Fuentes, you look like you were pretty uncomfortable the whole time.
I haven't seen that conversation. How was that?
He got dunked on when it came to like anything of relevance, but of course the Groypers think he won because he said Hitler was good.
Yeah, that whole Groyper group. When I did stuff with PragerU, I'm trying to think. There were some people that were in PragerU that like were pretty big in that whole Groyper movement. I'm trying to remember the names, but yeah, they are some pretty pathetic people.
Very, very, very pathetic. Incredibly.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that was a bold thing to do.
Wait, I have a question for you critically. If the majority of people voted for slavery, would you support slavery?
No, Julian, I would not do it.
Wow. See how
also,
easy that is?
The whole thing is even. I mean, obviously, you could have done it just to show how absurd she was, but she literally said if everyone in a state supported slavery, which is inherently impossible, which is kind of hilarious. So.
Well, I think that means really meant to say like the vast majority of people, but
yeah. Too much product in the hair. How dare you? Disrespectful.
I mean, I don't see an issue with her response. That's democracy. I mean, if you're mad, you're mad. I cope.
I actually, the more I think about it, the more like I don't like democracy. But like, for the most part, I think it's okay.
Canceled. Clipped. Banned.
Canceled. And I'm guessing the reason you don't like democracy as a white man is that there's minorities and women voting.
No, that was crazy.
Julian, I might drop you if you don't stop trolling.
I don't know. A lot of the issues that I've been finding with democracy, it's just like it could create like so many inefficiencies for just achieving like a higher standard of well-being for a lot of people. But in like application, like there's just nothing that's better. Blitz actually said it pretty good in the chat. Democracy is the worst form of government except all the others.
Is that Churchill's quote? Which fuck Churchill, but I think that's Churchill's quote, right?
I don't know whose quote that is, but I like it.
Dean, I actually haven't heard of your economic views since you were kind of more on Michael Huber's kind of view about libertarianism.
Oh yeah, I used to be a libertarian. That was cringe.
Yeah.
We all had that phase. But, yeah.
I don't know. I'm like a social democrat. I like the idea of like having good safety nets. Capitalism is not inherently bad.
Demon. I'm teasing.
Can we kick this guy off the panel? That's really harmful to certain groups.
Okay, Julian, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, interestingly enough, and I think that's because there's been a shift from progressives to move away from the capitalist conversation because they're really struggling. Progressives are struggling to find a foothold in critiquing capitalism in a way that creates any substantial movement on the ground. Because ultimately, people don't know how to deal with it and deal with the issues in capitalism, and it's pretty unfortunate because there are some pretty significant issues that are struggling to be addressed. But I think people who are anti-capitalist are struggling to not only develop coherent alternatives, but also, more importantly, to get the grassroots work going. And one of the reasons is because I think capitalism is pretty good at satiating at least a majority of people, even if that satiation is pretty pathetic. So
yeah, and I've also become like more sympathetic to socialism, but I still think that capitalism is most based.
Also, Dean, one of my mutuals on TikTok says he wants to box you. You might know him.
Who's your mutual?
Bryce Hall. We've been following each other for a little while. No, you can check. No, you can check. Y'all think I'm playing. We go way back.
Wait, was that an actual thing?
Well, then he ran.
Oh, did he run? What happened? Yeah.
Well, he kind of backed out.
No, yeah, I like that you put stuff on the line there. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, I was ready for it. I think I just like ate him up with one of my responses like too badly, because I made a post and I was just straight up like, Bryce Hall's gonna beat me in the ring, and I'm gonna beat him in the debate. And then like that just kind of like took everything from him. And then like he thought that he could do something.
That is good.
By saying like, he'd like break my jaw, so I won't be able to debate. And then like I ate him up on Twitter. I said some shit like, just give me a pen and a paper and your ass is still cooked. And then like after that, he backed out. Yeah.
Honestly, it was savage. Like that was savage.
As one, Dr. Blitz has been. Oh, Dr. Blitz is up here. I'm such a huge fan of Dr. Blitz as well.
Really? Why would you ever say that?
Bro's just fangirling now.
Julian has a permanent sarcastic voice, and it actually triggers me.
Well, I'm being serious. He's literally solved issues in quantum mechanics. I mean, how can I not be a fan? I mean,
I can't tell if it's sarcasm.
I'm actually a pretty big Blitz fan. I watch all of his videos.
That means so much.
Oh, Blitz is great.
Enough with the glazing. It's too early for this shit.
Every single one.
Yeah, I've actually seen your videos on the STEM FYP as well. It was just pretty good.
I would hope so. That's where they belong.
Oh yeah, but unfortunately, I think you being probably critically, I think you guys are all pro-choice, right? Well, me and Julian have some criticisms of that.
Oh no!
Oh no! Terrible.
Do we want to hash that at
1 a.m.
8:45 in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta go watch some of the boys. But you know what I will say? Your theory of personal identity is shit, right? Start critically thinking some more. Read a book.
Critically thinking? What?
He's saying think like me, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what all of you guys have in common. You all think like each other. That's why none of you would ever win a debate against Charlie.
One of my friends, my mutual in here, is so triggered because anytime she's like in a classroom and she hears like a professor or something like that say critically, it like she thinks of the TikTok stuff and she fucking hates me now. So it's unfortunate.
Good reason, honestly, with good reason.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie, it used to be like one of my biggest pet peeves when no hate, but like when names like critically on a debate platform and Sanvi's ex, verbal reasoning, I was like,
I forgot. Oh my god, Sanvi and her. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD flashbacks.
No, now. I just mostly.
Terrifying.
Like as much as all of the personal things that went down, it's just the usernames that got to me the most. That's like going into
I know UFC, I've got a corny ass username. I know. Shut the fuck up.
Up. Guy who punches really hard in a UFC.
It's so bad.
Guy who critically thinks.
Smart man.
Is there anything left of the debate?
Smart guy 45.
Is there anything left of like the debate community anymore? Like the super like niched like Phil Bro community.
Yeah, they're on Discord. There's a server called
It's all retweeted to there. Yeah.
No, they didn't. They started on Discord. They graced TikTok with their presence and went back.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know the ones I mean, maybe a lot of them don't even debate much anymore. I mean, Amder and I basically quit.
Which is probably a good thing because I don't think much of what was being done there was productive at all.
It was.
No, definitely not.
No.
That's why productive does not belong anywhere near that space.
Yeah,
that's why I like the more empirical stuff. Honestly,
I don't know. I feel like it gave me like some baseline like reasoning skills that I was able to like implement within more productive conversations.
See, that's what philosophy is useful for. Philosophy is useful for teaching people how to think. It's not like the actual conversation is completely useless.
But can you teach a pig how to fly? No.
Can you teach an elephant how to swim?
If we didn't
I could. Probably no one on the panel could.
But let's be honest, if any of us like never went on Discord and got grilled by Pro Bros, we wouldn't be able to think about these questions in the multiplicity of modal scopes. And so now I actually can say you can teach a pig to fly.
No, the only result is now I know what modal means. That's all. Modality and modal. Exactly. That's all. That's the only result that came from all that.
You've unlocked so much more potential with that.
Yeah.
Is it actualized potential?
Yeah, and I also taught a 15-year-old modal logic, so I mean, I guess you could.
Yeah, okay, unironically though, I will say there's a rise in anime debaters. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but they're getting more popular.
They're so annoying.
Like people who debate anime, or?
They're so
Yeah, like
annoying.
Dean and Blitz, I've seen them, yeah.
Dean, what's your anime position?
I've never been
the best anime.
I've never been into that shit.
Wow.
Never. I've tried so many. I think I watched Pokemon when I was younger.
All right, that doesn't count, bro.
Have you seen the Studio Ghibli movies? Because even if you're not into anime, you got to watch and like those.
My sister talks about them, but
those are just straight up good. They're just good films.
They're phenomenal.
Anime.
They're like Japan's Pixar, but twice as good. Like our Pixar is great, but like.
And the thing is,
Pixar is kind of 3D. That one's like emphasizes its like non-3D elements.
Studio Ghibli movies feel meaningful.
Damn, dude, Catholic.
No, I mean, but there's nothing like watching a 20-on-1.
But there's nothing watching.
I don't know.
Oh, Dean, you're echoing.
Free time, but
I'll fix it.
Okay.
I wanted to ask critically, what's your schedule like when you do TikTok debates?
This is my third debate, Priscilla. I kind of just did it because because people weren't letting me up on their lives, so I wasn't able to contribute that much, and also I thought I might as well since I don't really care as much about privacy as I used to. So I don't know. Maybe I'll make it a regular thing. Maybe not. There is really no meaningful schedule.
What changed?
Hit me up because I want to do a collab with just you. Obviously, I'll host and I'll have you on the panel.
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to join one of your panels. It'd be fun.
Kick my co-hosts who are gonna be crying and whining and screaming as to why is this guy on the live and not me?
Based, yes, I needed that. I remember back in the day, I used to get. I got so much preferential treatment for being brought up into lives. It was so nice. Oh my god!
Is that how you got to 10,000 followers?
Yes.
I always wondered that.
Well, yeah. I guess it's because you have a very respectful way of dog walking MAGA, and the guys or my co-hosts that I have right now, I love them to death, but they start screaming and yelling and acting like fucking animals, and I've already told those fuckers.
That's what brings in the crowds, though.
No, it doesn't, because it turns into a screaming match.
It absolutely does bring in the crowds. Like that's how you get viewers. Just have screaming matches.
Yes, but that's not the point. The point is to dog walk MAGA, not bring in. People want to come on here and have these people screaming over each other, and that's not what I want. I want a productive conversation, calm and zen, to where we can actually, get somewhere.
You want a productive conversation, but you're talking to MAGA folks?
There are MAGA out there that can actually have a productive conversation.
But they wouldn't go under the title MAGA.
I think the question is, what is a productive conversation? Because this is probably Dean's model, is the productivity of a conversation is being able to lay out the opponent's points well and make them look embarrassed. It's not really about convincing the other person at all. So
Exactly, and that's where I want to lean more towards. I mean, I was telling critically when
you want to lean more towards convincing people, or
no, not convincing people at all. No, everybody's made up their minds. But when I first started the show, I would always ask every MAGA, can you set a Republican policy that proves any Republicans care about anybody but the wealthy? I have a list of over 3,700 Republican dumbfucks that can't cite a policy.
Priscilla, you want to know something funny?
Yes.
How long have you been doing those streams?
Well, those streams probably about, I would say, not even 2 years.
Yeah, I remember 2 years ago. It was probably when you had just first started. I wasn't MAGA at the time, but I did try to give you a Republican policy, and I failed.
I highly doubt that. You're not on the list.
I definitely am. I'm definitely on the list because I vividly remember the moment.
Well, I'm going to have to check my Mac because I write everybody's screen name down.
You're literally write Dean, if you get caught being a fake MAGA, you're kicked out of our party.
Well, no, I wasn't MAGA, and I also wasn't a Republican, but I just gave it my best shot.
Do you remember the policy?
No, I don't think. I think I didn't give you one, and then I left.
I'll check. You know what? I'll check the list because this was about way over a year ago, and I'll just type in your name, Dean, and if it pops up, yo, bro, what's going on? So you're on the Republican dumbfuck list.
Imagine why is he wants to be on the list so bad?
Well, I think I just saw your live and I was like, hey man, like this has to be wrong. There has to be at least one Republican policy.
No, there is. There's 19.
Turns out there doesn't have to be one actually.
Oh, there's 19.
Yeah, there's 19. There's 3.
Even if it only supports the rich, what's the issue with that? I get more money.
Well, to be clear, there's over 3,700, and I think about Ethan has the rest of the tally because I was just sick for a while. But yeah, there's 18 or 19 good Republican policies that benefit anybody but the wealthy. Just an FYI.
Well, when you say 18 or 19, are these people who cited good Republican policies, or are these actual individual policies?
These are individual policies, but out of the 19 policies, it was about 5 people that cited the policies. So they were just and the policies surrounded about mainly veteran health care, and that's basically it. So, but yeah, there's good policies. We actually vet the policies. We read the entire pieces of legislation. And my guy Jay is my policy guy. He sifts through it, and we bring it up for a vote, and if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
That's crazy Dean, that you have a legislation guy.
Yeah, well, that would be Jay. So he's really good when it comes to policy. But Dean, I'm going to check to see if you are on my list, my guy.
Do it.
You wrote down their names, not just like marked off tallies?
No, I literally wrote down their names. You know what? Let me pull out my Mac so I can search his name.
Oh my god.
If it makes you feel any better, Dean, if I made a liberal dumbfuck list, I'd put you on number 1.
That's so sweet.
No one laughed, and I love that.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Dean, what was your list back then?
I should probably kick Julian anyways, because they're a little controversial.
Well, kicking the only black person on the panel is not going to be a good look for you, so I suggest...
Don't care, just did it.
Turns out critically is actually racist.
Also, I'm half black.
What's that? What's that, Priscilla?
What was your... I was talking to Dean. What's your name? Is it Dean?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, let's see if you are on the list. Just DAN, no periods or anything like that?
Yeah, try that. And I mean, if it doesn't pop up, it's not
like
worth it.
Like a period.
Control F, not finding anything.
Yeah, there's no Dean with a period, but did you go back then by another name?
Yeah, I've always went by Dean. I don't know, like maybe it was like some other like weird name or something at the time. I don't know, but I remember it.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I'll keep searching, but you're not on my list. But if you are, you're gonna have to cite me a Republican policy that proves Republicans care about anybody but the wealthy.
I think I've made the concession to the view that they don't.
All right, you're off the list. Okay, cool.
Based. Do y'all think, are y'all on board the poll switch that a lot of people think that it's gone over to Trump, or no?
Yeah, I am.
I'm certainly worried about it.
Yeah.
Can someone elaborate that for me, please?
There's been a poll shift relatively recently. It is important to note that a lot of the polls that have come out that have caused this aggregate shift are more Republican leaning, but it is significant enough of a shift, unfortunately, to, I think, slightly put it in the swing states in Trump's court, which is rough.
Jovan, oh my god, I missed you. Where have you been?
Why?
I miss you.
What's up,
Where
Jovan?
have you been?
I'm live every day.
Really? I don't
Yeah.
see you
Like
live.
all the time. Do you multi-stream, Javon?
Yeah, to like 4 platforms at once.
I was gonna say because your format changed a few months back, so I wasn't
Yeah,
sure
I
if you started
only do
multi-streaming.
1v1s now.
Yeah, no, I mean
I don't
that's
do
cool. I was just
playoffs.
talking about the actual literal format.
Oh yeah, yeah. I gotta, you gotta stay evolving.
I've never done the multi-stream thing because I always thought that it kind of rips apart the viewer base. You know, like if you're going live on like say TikTok and Twitch, you'll have people that will want to go from TikTok to Twitch, and then it will kind of reduce the overall amount of viewership.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I get most of my debates from YouTube anyway.
And to be fair, TikTok is also much more gracious when it comes to views, but less so when it comes to income.
On the other hand, TikTok is also going to be gone in 3 months. So
I make way more money off of TikTok.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, the 538 has Trump at 52 times out of 100.
I don't believe polls ever since what happened in 2016. Polls mean nothing to me anymore.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out how much their adjustment methods have changed. I don't know. We'll see.
Just critically, real quickly, I don't want to stray away too much, but since Dean has an extremely large platform, I am running for Congress in Louisiana. So I wanted to see if, I don't know, you can just throw it out there. Yeah. So I'm running against...
It was Los Angeles in your profile.
No, it's L.A., Louisiana.
LA is also Los Angeles.
Yeah, I'll tell my Louisiana friends to vote for you.
Yeah, well, it has to be people who reside in the 3rd district. I would just encourage them to vote. I wouldn't encourage them to vote for me. That's the only thing I would say. So if you click the link in my bio, it has like my website and anything.
Why can't I like tell them to vote for you?
Because I prefer for people to look at my own platform and make their own decisions. But if you want to tell them, hey, go for it. But if you do have people who are running, who reside in the 3rd district in Louisiana, I would greatly appreciate it if you and Parker. Early voting starts October 18th through the 29th, I believe. And I'm running against Clay Higgins, who literally called Asians the most disgusting human beings on earth, so forth. I don't know if you guys want to Google Clay Higgins.
Jesus.
That's awful.
And he called for all of the unaliving of Muslims. He's just a disgusting human being. He made national news for that. I don't know if anybody wants to Google him.
His name does sound familiar, yeah.
Yeah,
hopefully you win.
Well, I'm not going to win, but it would be nice to get like more votes. But after that, I'm going to run for office again and so forth because I've run for office before. But I don't want to take up too much of Critically's life, but I just wanted to shout that out there.
I mean, it's a pretty chill conversation alive right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, is Louisiana is like one of the most red states, isn't it?
Yes.
No, you'd never catch my ass in Louisiana.
Watch. So critically, Google Clay Higgins, and the stuff that you will find is going to horrify you. So he calls for the unaliving of all Muslims. He's for like Agenda 47, mass deportation. He's full theocracy. He's just been in so many scandals.
Well, I'm gonna hop off here and go give the girlfriend a call. It was nice to talk to you.
Dean, wait, Dean. Dean.
What's up, man?
Well, you've been ducking me for a year, dog.
Ducking like what?
I messaged you a year ago. We were supposed to debate capitalism and communism.
Oh.
Zero response, Dean.
Oh, I don't think I care about debating like economic models that much anymore.
That's crazy.
I probably like did a little bit a year ago because I was in a social and political philosophy course, but
that means I win. I won everybody.
Instant concession. There you go.
That's the concession.
No, I'm still ducking. I'm still ducking. It's not over yet.
At least we got it on record.
I like how the person in the comment section is like, "No, you scared Dean away." I'm sorry.
Just let him go.
Nah, you're good.
To his girlfriend.
Good night,
What
guys.
up? It was good catching up, Dean. You have a go, man.
Yeah, use one, man. Peace out, guys.
Jawan, I swear I never see you live. Maybe it's because you go live when I go live, one or the other.
I mean, I only go live for like 3 or 4 hours a day.
Okay.
Only. Imagine that being only 3 or 4 hours a day.
Is it early in the morning?
It depends. I don't have a set schedule usually. Just because like I'm doing a bunch of other shit right now. Like I'm filming like 3 documentaries right now.
Really?
That's cool.
I don't have a set schedule because I'm usually off doing other shit.
What kind of documentaries, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm doing one on like book bans and censorship here in Florida.
Okay.
We're doing one on reproductive rights. And then we're doing other on like trans healthcare and trans rights.
Oh shit! Well, you're in the perfect state.
Yeah. That's why. I mean, that's half the reason I moved to Florida. I debated because of this. I debated a school board member in a county near me, like a really heavy Trump school board member. And oh boy,
Oh, you're echoing.
I got it. All I did was try to wipe off something off my screen, and there we go. But yeah,
What's up, Law?
It's been pretty crazy. But all my stuff is posted to YouTube. So if anybody ever wants to watch my shit, it's all there. We're about to hit 19,000 subs.
I don't know if I've
Law,
seen
you're
Hey, congrats.
I don't know if I've seen a full
good shit.
YouTube video, but I did really like when the thumbnails you put where it was like girl meets communism, and then you had like the girls
That
from
video
Girl
is
Meets
at 100 and almost 140,000 views.
They were like hiding from Karl Marx with like some shades on.
Oh,
It was
Priscilla,
so
your
funny.
mic is messing up a bit.
Is that Julian?
Yeah, it's me, Julian.
Oh, okay. I figured I was not Julian. That's not who I was talking about. Is that Lucario?
Yeah,
I get my Phil bros mixed up.
Yeah, we're all just like the same person.
Yeah,
Lucario is the superior Phil, bro.
Am I supposed to be talking to Lucario about special relativity? I think somebody said something about that.
Special relativity?
Yeah.
Unless you know this one person, unless I can't remember her name, but no, I don't think we've ever set that up.
Well, somebody in the comments mentioned it like 30 minutes ago or something.
Why would you do that? I know nothing about special relativity.
That's fair.
You
Most
get
people
dunked
don't.
on by Blitz.
Someone in the
Blitz, have you done a
comments-
flat Earth
Oh,
live recently?
I'll debate on God's existence, unironically.
I was on modern day debates on one like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a nightmare. The flat earthers have retreated. They've retreated into their own circles. They don't venture out of their echo chambers anymore. So even though I'll do like a joint live where I have like 3 different topics up, like maybe 5 or 10% of the people come up and want to talk about flat Earth, which is a shame.
Wait, Blitz, I put out a YouTube video when I debated Q-Top. And it's so funny because the end of the video, I left it in because you came up right after me and asked if he was flat Earth. So I left it in the video. It's so funny.
That's my favorite thing to do to Q-Top is just to go, because he's a clout chaser at heart, and I have like 300,000 followers or whatever. And so he'll see me, like one of his mods will see me in the guest box and be like, oh, this guy has a bunch of people. Let's bring him up when he's doing politics. And then I'll just be like, hey, so do you still think the Earth is flat? And then he'll be like, yeah. And then all of his Republican followers will just like distance. They'll be like, what the fuck? Why is this guy crazy?
Okay. When I debated him, he had asked me how he measured GDP. So I was like, well, which way are you talking? Because there's 3 ways to do so. And he was like, no, there's not. What are you talking about? I'm like, there are 3 different methods to measure GDP. And he went on this big thing about how it's not true. Then he debated Jones like less than a month later. and was clowning on Jones like, "Oh, Jones, you don't know the 3 different methods to measure GDP?" And I was like, "Is this?
I hate that.
Like, is this real
I hate
life
that for you?"
Good night, Priscilla. Good talking.
Oh, later,
Night.
Priscilla.
Good night. Good night, Javon. Love y'all.
Later.
But yeah, that shit was crazy.
He's a little cow. It's fine.
Wait, who's this? Sorry, I was changing my stuff.
Q-Top.
Oh my god, I was just in a conversation with him.
Yeah, I saw
for
that.
Such
That was like
a
9
long
hours ago.
period. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
like 9 hours ago. Yeah, I was there, awake.
I only caught the part where Jamal just like refused to reveal the age of his spouse.
She's like 19.
Unhinged.
Jamal, she was 19 when Jamal was like 42, if I'm remembering correctly.
Wait, is Jamal
I think he
like a creep?
Yes.
Oh,
I mean,
that
yeah,
makes
if
me
you're
so
like
much
42-year-old
more
dating a
sad.
19-year-old, yes.
That makes me so sad.
Probably.
It's like analytically true.
Jamal also lied about his age for the longest time. He was telling people he was in his 20s until that video came out of him.
I remember that.
Which,
He used
to
to
be
tell me.
fair, I was gonna say his voice and the way he speaks sounds like he's younger. Like he does not sound mature at
Black
all.
don't crack. That means voices too.
Okay. No, but even his like the way he spoke was immature.
Well, that might just tell you
We
something
know
about
until
his
that video
personality.
came out of him being like. First of all, the video. I was like, Jamal didn't deserve what happened to him in the video. But when that came,
Yeah, the police brutality stuff.
yeah, where he was like tossed out of a car by police and like illegally detained. He's still got a big paycheck coming to him. That lawsuit hasn't gone through yet. He gonna make money.
One of the good things about being, left leaning is that you can care about people even if they disagree with you.
True.
Oh my god, true. Sometimes.
Yeah, I guess it depends a little bit.
Where's the video news? It's I don't remember what it's called online. But it's on YouTube. It was done by one of those like cop watch channels that like analyze police brutality, and then this guy interviewed Jamal, and that's how we all like that was how Jamal's face got like we didn't know what he looked like until that video. He looks young too. He doesn't look 40.
Weird, yeah. But he doesn't act 40 either, so Lucario, I love your horny ass notifications.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm trying to make September.
But no, yeah, like I said this in the live too. I think a lot of people, because of their religious affiliation, when they're tested on some of the moral issues in the Bible, instead of like disconnecting or renegotiating with the Bible, they just like automatically accept a more like evil moral position, and it's insane.
I don't know why they just don't go. I don't understand why they don't just go. Yeah, the Bible is just stories to guide you based on like the time period you're in. It would
Because
just
then they can't believe the Earth is 6,000 years old, for example.
Well, yeah, but or just give up on biblical inerrancy. Just say, yes, the Bible is God's word, but there are elements of the Bible which were written and don't reflect the nature of God. And using our own connection to the Holy Spirit, we can negotiate with the Bible and figure out, well, what is from God and what is not from God. It'd be so easy to do. And a lot of people do it. A lot of Methodists do that pretty well, but for some reason...
I had some guy on my live earlier stressed out because I said I didn't believe in God. And he's like, well, what about, I was like, I don't really believe that Jesus did anything magical. And he's like, well, what about the 500 people that saw him? I'm like, yeah, some guy just dressed up like Jesus. It's like, it's
honestly, more atheist type debaters need to get on board with the Christianity as a conspiracy theory argument, because it's so funny. It
is funny. I think
it makes Christians the most reasonable people, because they're like, how could you believe such a giant conspiracy? And then you ask them, is climate change real? They're like, no, it's a giant conspiracy. Like,
I just tell them Paul lied. I'm like, Paul lied. It's real simple.
Yeah, I just.
Well, I mean, the whole like myth making idea is like it's not. I mean, it's a little bit nuanced and complicated, but like I feel like it's not that hard to illustrate how through a game of telephone or something like that, especially when there are interests of a people group. It's pretty easy to have stories expand and grow and develop and evolve over time, where there's no lying occurring.
The conspiracy theory, it's funny. It's complete. It's like somebody came up with it in 1995. It was a Russian polemic that came up with it in 1995. But like, the idea is that you can just, and it was in response to the minimal facts for Christ. that argument. And the basic gist is you can just accept all the facts, and then you can just spin a narrative about how the Romans wanted to quell the Jewish resistance, and that explains all of the facts. You just have a few you have a few people that are working from the inside, and how are you going to account for that?
What's that? There's an equation that talks about the likelihood of a conspiracy being leaked. The more people are involved.
It was some study from I don't know, 10 years ago or something. I don't know if it has a name, but yeah, there's a nice relationship there that's been well studied.
Yeah,
the moon's not real though.
True.
It is. It's just made of cheese.
Not only do I think Christians,
I gotta rewatch Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah, stuff like that. But I think if Christians, encompassed hyperbole in their concept of God, and I think they would be able to avoid a lot of logical issues, such as being able to lift a rock so heavy or create a rock so heavy you can't lift it.
When you say engage in hyperbole, what do you mean?
When if they're familiar with hyperbole, then I don't think it would be unreasonable to assume, let's say hypothetically, there was a God and he told you he's all powerful. Just given the time, people aren't very analytic. So if he tells you he's all powerful, well, you could take some time to think about what he means by that. And then maybe he doesn't mean he's logically powerful, and he can do all the logically possible things, but he can just do, or maybe he'd be more of a deity describing himself as a god using hyperbole, which isn't.
My theory is God's
honestly
a thief, and he's farming our souls to feed to a higher eldritch being. Hence why they always call him a shepherd, and we're his flock. And then he wants our souls to be as pure as possible. That's why sin exists.
Sheep in a flock of sheep. Do you eat the sheep? I thought you just sheared the sheep.
Exists.
I guess that's true.
You do both.
Yeah. But I do. I have been working on this argument.
Giving up the omniquality is present probably the most substantial chunk of critiques against that type of God. And if you just turn that from all to maximal and clarify what maximal means, you get rid of so many issues.
Clarifying what maximal means though is really tricky, because you have to play around so many hypotheticals, and it ends up being really ad hoc.
But I will say I do use one of the omni properties in my logical proof for God. I don't know if you guys want to go over it. But
do you actually believe in God, or
is it omni-based?
Could God create a wang that he himself could not jack?
Yeah.
Based. Holy shit.
Is that equivalent to?
I thought you were agnostic, or am I tripping?
No, I'm personally.
You said you're personally atheist.
Yeah, I'm currently agnostic on which brand of the Abrahamic God that I believe in, but I'm agnostic on whether things like philosophy or logic are able to prove God. And so normally I just, withhold judgment, I would take an atheist side for the course of a dialect. But, I do have a 9-premise argument. I don't know if anyone wants to contend it.
No, you asked me before. No.
What about?
I think you said the first premise, and I'm absolutely not.
I don't know. Tell me the first premise, and I'll tell you if I want to keep going. How about that?
It's pretty easy. I'm sure you're all familiar with the first half of the argument is something you'll probably be familiar with. Is premise 1: if there's no logical contradiction in God existing, then God exists in some logically possible world.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think I roughly know where this is going then, right?
Okay.
I mean, this is this a modal argument? Is that where you're going with this?
No, bastardized
exactly
ontological argument, basically.
Yeah.
We're talking about logically possible worlds. It sounds like it's a modal ontological argument.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of modality involved. But it gets more interesting in the second half of the argument. So I'll just read off the. You said what?
Are there dongs involved?
No, I don't.
Less interesting then.
Disappointing.
I'll just lay out the premises and
Did
let's
Jesus
see
hang dong?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who
he rode 2 asses.
Is?
Nope.
Jesus Magellan Crunch?
Nope.
Damn.
Sounds like a cereal brand or something.
Well, he was
alright.
the
Lucario really wants to get the premises out. Why don't we just let it happen?
Exactly. But yeah,
if I wanted to get the premises out.
But very briefly, I will demonstrate the logical necessity of God, and I do it as such. Premise 1, if there's no logical contradiction in God existing, then God exists in some logically possible world. Premise 2, there is no logical contradiction in God existing, therefore God exists in some logically possible world. I want to preface that this logically possible world doesn't necessarily have to be this one. It could just be a conceptual thing, or you might not even, believe in the existence, the modal existence of other logically possible worlds, but within the hypothetical domain, this inference would follow. Premise 3, if God existed in world X, then God's epistemological attitudes towards a proposition being true are in world X are biconditional with that proposition being true in world X. And just let me know when I get to a premise.
I didn't capture that.
Could you repeat it but make it more entertaining?
This is God knows all things in the world in which God. That premise was basically God knows everything in the world that God exists in.
Exactly. And then premise 4, the proposition this sentence is false.
Sorry,
the
Kristen.
truth value. You said what?
I said sorry, Kristen. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, premise 4, the proposition this sentence is false has the truth value of T and F, true and falseness, which entails a proposition in conjunction with the negation of the proposition. That's going to be pretty contentious. For a lot of people, I don't know if we have any contentious here, but conclusion number 2 is that world X is God's epistemological domain contains a proposition in conjunction with the negation of the proposition. Premise 5, if God's epistemological domain corresponds to reality, then nomological restrictions apply reconciliation for the proposition in conjunction with the negation of the proposition. Premise 6, this sentence is false.
Critically's face.
You said what?
Critically's face journey he's going on right now is great.
But
start from the beginning, but make it entertaining.
The funny thing is, Lucario has already admitted that there's problems to this argument. But I think he has himself stated that it's so convoluted that understanding, discovering the problems takes too much time.
Okay, Lucario couldn't make it entertaining, so the voice in the back of your head is going to read out the argument for you, and I'll do it in a very exact.
Just reading the argument in a different voice.
Purpose 1, if there's no logical contradiction in God existing, then God exists in a logically possible world. Purpose 2, there is no logical contradiction in God existing.
That was worse.
Oh my
that
God.
was worse, Lucario.
That was way worse.
It was much worse.
Multiplied my headache.
Wait, I have a universe question for Blitz.
Okay.
I have
wait.
a legit science question.
Oh, wait, do you guys actually disagree with premise 5, though? I'm curious.
Lucario, none of us understand what premise 5 is.
Was premise 5 the one about the dongs?
No. What the hell?
You said premise 5 faster than I've ever heard someone talk before.
No, okay. Premise
If you were
5.
to put this in text format, it'd probably take me 10 minutes to read everything and understand it. So saying it verbally at 2:18 in the morning,
I can send it to you on Discord if you want.
If you want to.
No, okay. I'll shoot it out. I don't think you'll.
Moose, bang.
Okay, so Lucario, there is one issue that
me personally, I wouldn't take that.
There was one issue I found with the first 4 or 5 premises or so, namely that you came to the conclusion that God is able to hold a logical contradiction, or God has knowledge of a logical contradiction, and then you also said that in the first premise, if there is no logical contradiction, or if God existing if there's no logical contradiction in God existing, then God exists in some possible world. So there's tension between those two.
I don't think there's tension because those
I just reject the possibility of God, of anything, any agent holding beliefs about a logical contradiction, and now you struggle, right?
That there's no contradiction within the proposition.
Lucario, your signal is terrible.
That there's no contradiction within the proposition.
Oh God.
But
Hey,
I think it should be better. But yeah, so with the proposition that God exists, there's no proposition there that negates itself, and so we can evaluate what would entail from it, and considering God's nature, and then we'll also take it like a synthetic fact. So we can throw in a synthetic fact to get some other inference there. But once we use the synthetic fact that the proposition this sentence is false has some sort of truth values to it.
I will unalive myself, Lucario.
This is so boring.
I'll send you the video.
Bro,
just make sure to write his name in the unaliving letter, so then they blame him.
No, do like
exactly
Y and record tapes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a tape. tape 11.
You're all 13 of my reasons.
Which premise was a reason?
Exactly. You're all 9 of my reasons. All 9 of those premises were 9 of my reasons.
But yeah, just send it to me on Discord because I'm actually curious what the argument is. But just send it to me in Discord so that Jovan can ask his universe question.
Yeah, my science question is more entertaining.
Wait, I don't have your Discord. You should.
I'm literally in Danny's Discord server.
I'm not in Danny's Discord. I didn't.
Why aren't you in Danny's?
Does Danny has a Discord server?
I didn't know that.
Too many Discords.
The philosophy hose Discord server.
Oh yeah, I was trolling. Okay, it was a joke. It was completely a joke. But one of my friends is a moderator
here or something.
Okay. Okay. Can you please click the link in my bio and join the philosophy server that I have? That'll be so much easier.
I'm in too many servers.
Oh, okay.
Bro,
you can leave. You can leave like instantly.
Viewers
like, please instantly after I send you a request.
And they should be leaving because.
I just want to hear Jovan's question.
Yeah. Okay. Question. So oftentimes Christians will ask me like, well, how did the universe start? And I just tell them the universe never started. The universe has been a constant. How likely is it that the universe never started?
I have no idea. And unfortunately, nobody has any idea. Like, I actually lean that way, but basically all of our evidence is like, we don't know.
By the universe, you mean the cosmos, like space-time, right, Javon?
Like the whole of reality.
Yeah, like there's never been a start. It's just always existed. There's no beginning of time. Time has just always been.
Well, the beginning of time already is nonsensical in a sense.
Or I also go with the universe as a cycle, and then when it expands to a certain point, it'll just contract and restart.
That's been largely discredited, right, Blitz?
I don't care. It's cool.
So
what's that? What's the theory called?
If you had said this a year ago, I would have agreed with you. But you can actually probably blame me for this becoming popular on TikTok, this talking point. Because there was some data that came out in April that tentatively, and like this was just for a video that I was making. Like I was making a video about it just because it's cool physics. And if you just take the data at face value, if you assume that it just represents what's actually true, and then you assume the simplest possible model to explain it, you come to the conclusion that the universe recollapses in like 40 billion years. I ran these calculations and I was kind of surprised by it. And so I'm like, well, okay. The simplest possible model is probably not like theoretically virtuous, but it at least leaves open the possibility that this is a thing that could happen. And so because of that, I've latched onto this pretty hard. And I'm like, oh yeah, actually, maybe this is a reasonable thing to think about, that you can have some sort of cyclic model. And then I told Ian about it, and I have a feeling it spread from there.
I got it from Futurama.
You got it from okay, beautiful. I'm glad you got it from Futurama. Yeah. So it's certainly it's not the mainstream view, but it's not out of the question anymore.
Hey, fair.
I also think it repeats in the exact same way.
I lean that way too.
So I gotta do all this shit, but backwards. Fuck.
Well, you're one of infinite criticallys to have existed, and we all do the exact same shit every time.
And then in like 50 billion years, you'll do it backwards, and then after that, like 20 billion years later, you'll do it forwards again. You know that.
When does he get to do the Benjamin Buttons?
Like 50 billion years, 40 billion years, something like that.
Nice.
Can't wait. Honestly, it's gonna be exciting.
Well, I mean, you won't know.
You don't know that.
What
would a reverse consciousness feel like?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
I feel like I have to have an ungodly amount of THC in my system to comprehend that.
I don't know. It's not even Danny's Discord. It's just the server that Danny participates in occasionally.
Yeah, I think it's Rebecca's server, and I know the moderator.
Rebecca's server.
I mean, Julian's there.
Yeah.
What is the name of the server?
Philosophy Hose.
Hill Hose.
Yo, can I say something kind of mean?
I feel like I left that.
I think it's funny when I see people who have like Discords for like 20 people or 30 people, but they're like open Discords when they're like debating. They're like, join my Discord, and there's like 20 people in there. I'm like, this could have been a text conversation. I don't know why do we need?
Yeah, that's what I thought my server was going to turn into, but I ended up getting like 250 people, and it hasn't even been that long, bro. I guess it's a lot. all the anime debaters.
If we do a search in your Discord, what are we gonna find? What cancelable offenses are we gonna find in your Discord?
Insane shit, homophobia, transphobia. No, I'm just kidding.
See, that's why I fucking hate Discord. I don't know why. Like it just, there's some association that just compels people to be edgy for no fucking reason.
It's because it's text.
Gotta fix it. Yeah.
No, not even that. The VCs are insane. Like I've actually
legitimately. It's just like, I don't know.
It's because they don't put that stuff into their moderation. They don't want to moderate.
Well, Discord doesn't really moderate, right? I mean, that's like
that's not true. I once got a message from Discord directly, like to my email that my Discord was about, because they were like, "Hey, we've," and I'm pretty sure it's because somebody tried to get my server taken down, and they were like, "We've noticed that you have minors and like people under 18 in adult channels, and if you don't remove that, we're deleting your Discord." And I was like, I emailed them back. I'm like, I don't. You can check, and they were like, "Oh, our bad."
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of like reporting for
part of the issue too.
Yeah, somebody must have automated that or something like that.
They gotta, at some point they just gotta create like a bot, a Discord bot, where you gotta like scan your fucking ID.
They do
to get. Oh, do
well,
they?
I know that there are people in servers that
Maybe
say
that's
like,
what I'll do
you
if I
have to
start a
send
server.
you have to send us a picture of your ID to get in. And I'm like, that's illegal.
No, there's okay.
It's not illegal.
They do. There's these programs that Google offer, or I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Google.
It's not illegal.
It's against well, not illegal, but it's against Discord rules. You're
No,
not
no,
allowed
you
to
don't-
ask
you
people
don't
to
give
send
your-
you your ID.
No, Discord doesn't do it where they send your information to Discord. They'll do it through a third party that's like Google or Microsoft or something, and then Microsoft will send them like the two-step verification or whatever code, and then you just input that into the Discord.
I need deep breakfast.
It's 2:30 in the morning. What?
It's 9:30 in the morning. I live in Europe, bro.
Did you wait? When did you go to bed?
Like midnight.
Did you just wake up?
Yeah, like an hour ago. Yeah.
See, I'm awake critically because I went to bed when we got off the call or our call earlier. I literally fell right asleep.
And you, and you woke back up that quickly.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I've had like a full night's sleep already.
Wow. Well, I just feel like.
Oh, but Jovan, you're in the U.S. What? Why did you? What?
I was tired. I went to bed at like 9 o'clock.
What a baby.
I'm a fucking
In like
old
a
man,
cutesy
bro.
way. In like a cutesy way. It's fine.
No, I'm just old.
How old are you?
No, Lucaria, send me the
30. 31.
Send me the Philhost server.
I'm not. I'm not in there anymore.
And I don't think I have invite power, so you'll have to DM Danny if you want to get in, or someone
I
else.
have mutuals with Danny on here.
I had critically
Or
so stressed out
Julian
playing Jeopardy.
Julian's a mod.
Oh, Julian. Okay. Julian is a controversial figure.
Yeah, I don't know Julian that well. For some reason, we're mutuals. I don't remember why.
He's pretty close with Amdir. And Amdir has similar humor. Amdir just knows when to, and this could be a good thing or a bad thing, but Amdir knows like when to use certain humor and when not to.
That discretion is a good thing, obviously, depending on what we're talking about. Yeah, Slay, is it just racist humor? When do you use racist humor? When do you not use racist humor? Is that what you mean, Lucario?
No, I'm talking about like, oh yeah, it's kind of like that.
Here's the thing. You use racist humor when it's about your own group. When it's about your own group, you're allowed to do it.
I'm sorry, I don't want to like make claims about Amdir.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Don't ask me about either of those two people.
Oh, I saw. I remember now. I was eating my TV dinner on my lunch break at work when listening to Amdir versus Jovan on what that one case. I don't remember the name.
Oh yeah, that was the whole thing with the Marcellus Williams thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna rehash that. Yeah, I'm not gonna bring anyone else up. But yeah, well, I think things are winding down a little bit. I know, Blitz, you said you're about to go eat breakfast.
Yeah, I just eat a bucket of yogurt. Not a bucket. It's a cup of yogurt and some...
That's it?
Well, yogurt and then like this granola shit that I put in it.
Yogurt is disgusting.
This is literally
Yogurt's
a pound
great.
of yogurt. It's literally a pound of yogurt.
You eat a pound of yogurt? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's good for your gut biome or something.
Yeah, I might go make some food as well before I pass out. But there's a couple things. Pro-life, obviously true. God's existence, obviously true. No, just kidding.
Did you kick him?
I didn't.
I didn't either.
Aren't you moderated, Javon, or no? You are moderated.
I think, yeah, but you didn't give me full mod powers, which L.
Oh, shit. Unbelievable. My bad. Seems dangerous, though. There you go.
I mean, I do I do run rampant sometimes.
I moderate you too, Dr. Blitz, so you can...
Oh, cool. Now
and the losers. Yeah. All right, yeah, I'm going to wind down. It was actually good catching up, Dr. Blitz. It's been a while.
Yeah, likewise.
I don't know if
Here's
I'm
this.
elaborate.
Oh, shit. You don't need to see my forehead. One sec.
Forehead?
Yogurt.
That looks disgusting.
It's just yogurt.
Hollandia? Oh.
And then granola.
To be fair,
It's the
you want to
breakfast.
get your potassium in and your protein. Yogurt's pretty good if you care about that.
Honestly, I used to eat Pop-Tarts. I used to eat Pop-Tarts
W.
every morning for breakfast, but then they don't have those in Europe, so I switched to yogurt.
I have to send Katie Pop-Tarts. I keep forgetting.
Oh, yeah, we were supposed to do an American Europe Australian snack exchange. We never got around
Katie
to
sent me a bunch of stuff, and I got to have Jammy Dodgers. I love a
Jammy
good,
Dodger.
love a good
Do
Jammy
y'all know who
Dodger.
Jammy Dodger is on YouTube?
No.
No.
They're a really cool trans YouTuber. I mean, most of it's like popcorn content, but they're actually pretty cool.
Sorry,
I don't
most of it's
care about checking them
popcorn
out.
content?
I didn't
Yeah, like they're not like they're like reviewing Reddits and shit like that.
Oh, okay. I was like, what
yeah,
is...
that's what
I didn't... Yeah, okay.
I meant like, you know, it's not like deep analytical stuff around being trans or anything, but it's just like,
all my like video essays are all related to like media analysis through like a Marxist lens.
that's all the YouTube recommendations.
Imagine.
No, that's
leftists love their video essays.
Bro, I
That's
love
what you
video
make. Oh,
essays.
fair.
Video essays are so sick. I sent Katie a 2-hour video essay on the Roblox oof sound effect.
Oh my god.
You know
Oh,
what's
is
great
that
about
what's his
video
name?
essays?
H Bomber?
Yeah, bro, H Bomber guy's the best.
H Bomber is like one of the OG video essays. The great thing about video essays is that you can turn them on, and then not listen to them.
I fall asleep to them. I think it takes me like a week to finish a video essay because I only listen to it as I fall asleep.
I listen to debates, interviews, and video essays while I'm working. It's like
There's
all I
one
listen
guy,
to.
FD Signifier. I feel like he's a video essayist.
Yeah.
I like he's pretty great.
Wait, isn't he? Why do I have a bad vibe when I think of him?
You shouldn't.
Oh.
Did he say? Is he stupid about like Marxism or something? Is there like a stupid? Does he have a stupid take on something? Why do I have this idea that he's like stupid?
I mean, he does mainly like media analysis and relating to like sociological issues, black culture issues, stuff like that. A lot of music stuff too, which I like that stuff. It's fun.
Why do I have this? Why do I have this bad? Like I don't think I've seen any of his videos. I just like maybe it's from Reddit or something, but I just have like this bad connection.
Is it because he's black?
It's definitely that. Yep, you got me there.
Got him.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. Did he make like maybe? Oh, okay. So I'm just scrolling through his YouTube channel. Apparently, he made a video talking about Bo Burnham, and maybe that made me upset because I like Bo Burnham. I don't know.
That was the video that actually, it was either that video or maybe it was something else that actually got me introduced to him. I really liked his take on that. It was about
it's not. It doesn't say that I've watched it, so I don't know what it could be.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, hi, Kitty. I'm coming in a second. No, yeah, that video is great. And it's more of just an analysis of like, I think white leftists, or something like that. And I think it was pretty good. And it was kind of analysis of his inside material that Bo Burnham did, which I loved. And it's somewhat of a critique of it, but I think the critiques are fair. And that really got me onto his stuff. Especially if you're a big music person. I don't know if you care much about music, Blitz, but he's got a lot of great, he uses music a lot in his analysis. pretty strong.
I like music insofar as like I'm going to a concert in 2 days, but like not like I'm not like a big analysis guy. It's
the Euro Trash concert or something.
It's Euro metal, so it's like
yeah,
Hammerfall and
it's Taylor Swift's Eras tour.
Absolutely. Have you heard of Windrose? And if you say no, you probably have. They're the metal group that did a cover of Diggy Diggy Hole, the Minecraft song.
I don't know.
Oh my god, what a flashback. I forgot about. I know what that is though.
Yeah. So they're a band, they're a metal band who dress up like dwarves, and they got really, really popular by doing a cover of that song. And they're now sufficiently popular that they're touring with some of the biggest bands in the genre, which is really funny.
What was their name?
So I'm going to go see them in 2 days. Windrose.